My name is Han Xiaofan, an ordinary outer disciple of a cultivation sect. At this moment, I am carrying a bamboo basket and carefully picking a 10-year-old purple Ganoderma lucidum on the cliff at the back mountain of Qinglan sect. The morning dew wet my coarse cloth clothes, and a mountain wind made my thin body tremble slightly. Hurry up. If you can't pick all these spiritual herbs before noon, you won't have food to eat today. I heard the scolding of Zhang Guanshi from a distance. I bit my lip and quickened my movements. When I was diagnosed with spiritual roots 3 years ago, I thought I could finally get rid of the fate of a mortal. But after entering the sect, I found that people like me with 5 spiritual roots were looked down upon even by menial disciples in Qinglan sect. Han Xiaofan, what are you daydreaming about again? Li Dali, who was traveling with me, pushed me. It's going to rain if you delay any longer. I looked up at the sky, and the dark clouds were already very low. Sure enough, before we got down to the middle of the mountain, the big raindrops fell. We hurriedly looked for a place to take shelter from the rain. Li Dali was sharpied and found a hidden cave. Come in. The cave was much deeper than expected, and there was a strange fragrance in the humid air. I lit the fire starter I carried with me. Under the weak light, the cave wall was covered with glowing moss, reflecting a faint green. What is this place? Li Dali's voice was a little trembling. I took a few steps in with courage, and suddenly I tripped and almost fell. Looking down, it turned out to be a human skeleton sitting cross-legged. Ah! Li Dali turned around and ran in fear. There is a dead person. I'll go call the steward. I wanted to run after him, but I was attracted by an ancient jade pendant on the skeleton's finger. The jade pendant glowed with a faint green light under the fire, and it was engraved with runes that I couldn't understand. For some reason, I reached out and took it off. The moment I touched the jade pendant, a cool breath flowed into my body along my arm. I was shocked, and a paragraph of obscure words suddenly appeared in my mind. At the beginning of the universe, chaos was not divided. The rain stopped, and I hurriedly hid the jade pendant in my arms and ran out of the cave. After returning to my residence, I couldn't wait to study this jade pendant. In the dead of night, I put it on my forehead and tried to communicate with it using the most basic kind-inducing method taught by my master. Suddenly, the jade pendant vibrated violently, and a green light shot into my brow. 300 years. I finally waited for the destined person. An old voice sounded in my mind. I was so scared that I almost threw the jade pendant away. Who is talking? Don't be afraid, little kid. I am Xian Xiaozi, the elder of Taishu sect. Now only a wisp of my soul is left in this pendant. The voice was a little tired. You can understand the beginning of the Taishu Xinjing, which means you are destined to be with me. For the next month, I continued to do chores during the day and secretly followed Master Xian to learn the introductory method of the Taishu Xinjing at night. The strange thing is that this method is completely different from what I learned before. It does not pay attention to the attributes of spiritual roots, but pays attention to drawing the qi of heaven and earth and connecting the meridians throughout the body. Your qualifications are indeed mediocre. Master Xian said bluntly, but the Taishu Xinjing does not value spiritual roots, but pays attention to all things are empty. Only Tao is true. As long as you are willing to work hard, you may achieve something. I meditated by a secluded stream at the foot of the mountain every night at midnight, according to the method taught by Master Xian. At first, I felt nothing, until the night of the 37th day, when I suddenly felt a warm current flowing in my lower abdomen. Don't be distracted, I was about to exclaim, but Master Xian stopped me immediately. Concentrate and guide this qi up along the rim meridian. I held my breath and felt the faint breath crawling slowly in my body like a bug. When it finally reached my chest, an unprecedented sense of comfort spread throughout my body. I couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and when I opened my eyes, I found that the sky was already white. Not bad, you found the qi feeling the first time. Master Xian praised him rarely, although it was a little slower than I was back then. I was ecstatic. This was the first time I really felt the existence of qi in my 3 years of cultivation. When I practiced according to the sect's exercises before, the so-called spiritual energy was always close to me, and I couldn't keep it at all. Remember this feeling, Master Xian said seriously. From today on, you will truly embark on the road of cultivation. But before he finished speaking, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. I hurriedly put away the jade pendant and pretended to wash my face by the stream. Han Xiaofan, what are you doing here so early? The person who came was Brother Zhao from the inner sect. He looked at me suspiciously. Reply, brother, I thought I got up early to fetch water. I answered with my head down, my heart beating like a drum. Brother Zhao's eyes stayed on me for a moment and suddenly frowned. Why is there a spiritual energy fluctuation on your body? My heart tightened, and I secretly said it was not good. The voice of Master Xian sounded hurriedly in my mind. Don't panic. Just say that you dreamed of the immortal's guidance last night. I stuttered and repeated what Master Xian taught. Brother Zhao was skeptical and finally warned me not to run around and turn away. Boy, you should be careful in the future. I held the jade pendant on my chest tightly, excited and scared. I knew that from the moment I got this jade pendant, my ordinary life had changed. The road to cultivation is long and difficult, but this time I finally saw the light of hope. Chapter 2. The worthless disciple conceals a shocking secret? Ever since that fateful day by the creek when I was discovered by senior brother Zhao, I have become exceedingly cautious. Master Xian warned me that my cultivation was still shallow. Should anyone detect any anomalies, the consequences could be dire, either the forfeiture of my abilities and expulsion from the sect, or worse, the loss of my life. Tonight, we shall avoid the creek. The voice of Master Xian echoed in my mind, warning me that the Zhao fellow had sent someone to keep an eye on me. As I carried a basin of water towards the disciples and Appo's quarters, my hand trembled, spilling most of it. What? I whispered. Zhao's senior brother has sent someone to surveil me? There is someone in the bamboo grove to the left, who has been stationed there since noon. Master Xian scoffed. The Qinglong sect and Appo's, wine listening technique and Appo's, has not been lost, but unfortunately, the practitioner lacks sufficient cultivation. I suppressed the urge to glance towards the bamboo grove, my heart racing uncontrollably. Upon returning to my modest dwelling, I set down the basin and wiped my face with a damp cloth. Master Xian, what should we do? The jade pendant in my possession radiated a gentle warmth. From now on, we shall cultivate indoors. Although the efficacy may be diminished, safety takes precedence. I sat cross-legged on the hard wooden bed, regulating my breath according to Master Xian's instructions. Over the past month, I had barely managed to control the faint breath circulating within me. Each time I completed a cycle, I could feel my energy growing stronger. Do not be distracted. Master Xian suddenly commanded, someone is coming. I hurriedly lay down and pretended to sleep. After a brief moment, I heard soft footsteps outside the window, lingering for a while before departing. Was it someone sent by Zhao's senior brother? I whispered. Yes, they have left, Master Xian mused. It seems he is quite interested in you. Starting tomorrow, you must behave like an ordinary servant disciple and temporarily cease your cultivation. My heart sank. How long must I halt? Until he loses interest. Master Xian and Appo's tone carried a grave weight. The path of cultivation is long, and a few days will not make a difference. Remember, surviving is the first step to becoming stronger. The next morning, Steward Zhang summoned me to the Elders' Hall. Han Xiaofan. From today onwards, you will be reassigned to assist in the spiritual herb garden. He scribbled on a bamboo slip without looking up. Elder Wang specifically requested you. I was taken aback. The spiritual herb garden is a crucial area within the inner sect, typically reserved for disciples with superior aptitude. How could someone like me, deemed a waste with 5 spirit roots, be singled out? What are you still dawdling for? Steward Zhang waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and pack your things to report. On my way to the spiritual herb garden, Master Xian spoke up. Be cautious. This matter is not simple. Are you implying that Elder Wang? I sensed something peculiar about his aura. Master Xian's voice was unusually stern. If you notice anything amiss, find an excuse to leave immediately. The spiritual herb garden is situated in a valley rich in spiritual energy on the back mountain of the Qinglong sect. Upon reaching the entrance, I was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating scent of herbs, causing me to feel dizzy. The spiritual energy emitted by various herbs merged into a vibrant mist. You are Han Xiaofan? A cold voice emerged from the mist. I looked up to see a middle-aged man in a dark green robe standing amidst the herb fields. He was gaunt, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, wielding a jade staff adorned with a fearsome beast's head. Disciple Han Xiaofan. I pay my respects to Elder Wang. I quickly bowed. Elder Wang scrutinized me from head to toe, his gaze penetrating as if it could see through my very being. I felt a chill run down my spine, akin to a frog being eyed by a venomous snake. I've heard you have been diligent in your cultivation of late. He suddenly inquired. My heart skipped a beat. Disciple, my aptitude is lacking. I merely practice the fundamental techniques step by step. Elder Wang remained noncommittal. Gesturing towards a patch of herbs, you will tend to that cluster of purple heart grass. Water them at the hour of the chin, ensuring the amount soaks 3 inches into the roots. Remove weeds at the hour of the U, ensuring to uproot them without damaging the main stem. In the days that followed, I tended the herbs by day and returned home at night without daring to cultivate, lest I attract attention. Strangely, the individuals sent by Zhao's senior brother to monitor me suddenly vanished, as if they had lost interest. On the 7th night, I was sound asleep when Master Xian and Appo's urgent voice jolted me awake. Get up. There is trouble in the spiritual herb garden. Groggy, I scrambled up. What happened? Someone tampered with the restrictions on the purple heart grass. Master Xian's voice was laced with urgency. If the damage is discovered tomorrow, you will be the first to suffer. Panic coursed through me, banishing all remnants of sleep as I donned my clothes and rushed towards the garden. Under the moonlight, the garden gate was tightly shut. But I could hear rustling sounds from within. Climb over the wall, Master Xian directed. With great effort, I scaled the stone wall, and by the moonlight, I discerned a figure digging up something in the herb field. The figure moved swiftly, and in a blink, had uprooted several precious mother plants of the purple heart grass. Who goes there? I summoned my courage to shout. The figure abruptly looked up, revealing an unfamiliar face in the moonlight. He smirked coldly and unleashed a bolt of dark energy. Instinctively, I raised my hand to shield myself, and the jade pendant at my chest suddenly grew warm, emitting a flash of azure light that deflected the dark energy. The protective spiritual light of the Taisu sect? The figure regarded me with a mix of surprise and suspicion, then leaped over the wall and vanished into the night. My legs felt weak as I descended the wall and approached the damaged herb field. I saw that several of the most precious purple heartgrass mother plants had been uprooted, and the surrounding herbs began to visibly wither. It's over. I collapsed onto the ground, despair washing over me. Do not panic. Master Xian commanded. Listen to my instructions. There is still a way to remedy this. Under Master Xian's guidance, I bit my finger, allowing my blood to drip onto the jade pendant. Then pressed it into the center of the herb field while reciting the incantation he had taught me. A miraculous event transpired. The pendant emitted a gentle azure light, and the withering herbs began to revive slowly. What is this? The rejuvenation technique of the Taisu sect, utilizing a bit of your essence blood. Master Xian's voice sounded notably weary. While it cannot fully restore them, it should be sufficient to deceive a casual inspection. Return now. There is more to be done before dawn. The following day, when Elder Wang arrived to inspect the herb field, he merely frowned and said nothing. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but noticed his gaze lingering on the few replaced herbs for a moment. Did you visit the herb garden last night? He suddenly inquired. My palms grew clammy. No, I did not. Elder Wang regarded me with a significant look before turning to leave. Just as I began to relax, I heard Master Xian and Appo's grave voice. He is lying. Those mother plants were stolen by him. What? I was dumbfounded. Why? It's unclear. But it's certainly isn't for any good reason. Master Xian mused. This Qinglan sect is proving to be far more intriguing than I had anticipated. A month later, the sect held a minor competition, requiring all outer disciples to participate. I had intended to feign illness to avoid it, but Steward Zhang forcibly dragged me to the arena. Even if it's just a preliminary round, you must step onto the stage, he growled, or else I shall deduct 3 months' worth of spirit stones. Standing on the platform, I faced senior brother Lu, who had entered the sect 2 years before me. He regarded me with disdain. Han, junior brother, I advise you to concede immediately to avoid injury. Laughter erupted from the audience. I clenched my fists. The humiliations I endured over the past 3 years flashing through my mind. Kid, do you want to win? Master Xian suddenly inquired. I was taken aback. Of course I do, but follow my instructions. Master Xian urged swiftly, relax your body, and I will temporarily take over your spiritual energy flow. I inhaled deeply, silently nodding. In an instant, a warm current surged from the jade pendant, coursing through my limbs and bones. I feel as though I have transformed into a different person, each movement brimming with vitality. As the gong signaling the commencement of the match resonated, Brother Lu rushed forward with a punch. Instinctively, I sidestepped to evade him, my right hand curling into a claw, deftly grasping his wrist. With a subtle maneuver, I flung Brother Lu aside, and he landed heavily at the edge of the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. This is impossible. The elder referee approached, assessing my aura before frowning and stating, indeed, you possess the cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. And there has been no infraction. Bewildered, I had inadvertently triumphed in the contest, emerging as the unexpected dark horse. As I exited the stage, I noticed Brother Zhao and Elder Wang in the audience, their gazes laden with complexity. Upon returning to my quarters, I eagerly inquired of Elder Xian, what just happened? He replied, you merely harnessed the spiritual energy accumulated within you, coupled with some combat techniques. His voice bore a weary tone, yet he warned, this has stirred too much attention. True to his words, the very next morning, Brother Zhao personally sought me out. Junior Brother Han, he said, his smile unsettlingly warm. From today onward, you shall relocate to the inner disciples and Appo's residence. The sect leader wishes to see you. Instinctively, I clutched the jade pendant at my chest, sensing an invisible net tightening around me. Chapter 3. The secrets revealed by the spirit mirror. Who are my parents? The sect leader wishes to see me? My voice trembled as my fingers instinctively clenched the fabric of my robe, the jade pendant against my chest radiating warmth. Brother Zhao looked at me with a knowing smile. What troubles you, Junior Han? To be summoned by the sect leader is a tremendous honor. He gestured for me to proceed, urging me not to keep the sect leader waiting. As I stepped forward, my legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead. The voice of Elder Xian echoed urgently in my mind. Calm yourself. Though the spirit mirror may reveal one's spiritual roots, it cannot unveil the secrets of the jade pendant. Remember, whatever occurs, I shall handle it. Navigating through numerous courtyards, Brother Zhao led me to the highest point of Qinglan's sect, the Lingxiao Hall. The square before the hall was shrouded in mist, with 9 magnificent jade pillars intricately carved with lifelike dragons. The eyes of the dragons, set with emeralds, seemed to watch us intently. Enter. Brother Zhao paused at the hall and Appo's entrance, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy doors. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a few bronze lamps flickering with ghostly blue flames. At the center sat an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, his eyes slightly closed, hands resting on his knees, surrounded by a faint white glow. Disciple Han Xiaofan pays respects to the sect leader. I knelt, pressing my forehead to the ground. Rise. The sect leader's voice was unexpectedly gentle. I looked up to see Elder Wang standing beside him, his expression inscrutable. To my astonishment, 3 unfamiliar elders stood on either side, their piercing gazes fixed upon me. The sect leader slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, I felt as if stars were swirling within them. Han Xiaofan, I have heard of your remarkable performance in the minor competition, defeating an opponent of the 5th layer of Qi refinement with your 3rd layer cultivation. Disciple, it was merely good fortune, I replied, lowering my gaze. Fortune? One elder with a ruddy face scoffed. I have been observing for quite some time. Your techniques are not those of Qinglan's sect. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Elder Xian immediately instructed in my mind. Claim that you stumbled upon a fragmented technique in a cave and have been practicing some rudimentary moves. I complied. And upon hearing my explanation, the sect leader merely waved his hand. Bring forth the spirit mirror. Elder Wang produced a bronze mirror from his sleeve. Its surface gleaming with an unusual light, the edges etched with countless runes. The sight of the mirror caused Elder Xian to gasp in my mind. The Taishu heart-reflecting mirror. How could this treasure be in Qinglan's sect? Elder Xian, what troubles you? I inquired anxiously. This mirror is a treasure of my Taishu sect, capable of revealing the true nature of one's spiritual root attributes. And even before Elder Xian could finish, the sect leader gestured for me to step forward. Place your hand upon the mirror and Appo's surface, he commanded. Trembling, I extended my hand, and as my fingertips touched the icy surface, an extraordinary event unfolded. The mirror erupted with blinding azure light, illuminating the entire hall. 5 bands of varying colors materialized within the mirror, entwined in a peculiar spiral structure rather than the distinct forms of ordinary 5 spiritual roots. Is this a mutated spiritual root? The elder with the ruddy face exclaimed in shock. The sect leader sprang to his feet, his eyes swirling with stars. Not only that. Look at the center of the mirror. All eyes focused on the mirror and Appo's center, where 2 indistinct figures gradually emerged, a man and a woman, seemingly reaching out to me. For reasons unknown, upon seeing these figures, my heart raced, and an indescribable sadness and longing surged within me. Father, mother, I murmured unconsciously. At that moment, the sect leader and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly waved his sleeve to obscure the mirror. Enough. The azure light vanished abruptly, plunging the hall back into darkness. I stumbled back a few steps, the jade pendant burning against my chest, while Elder Xian and Appo's voice echoed with unprecedented shock. So it is, so it is. The sect leader quickly regained his composure, yet the stars in his eyes continued to swirl. Han Xiaofan, from this day forth, you are to be promoted to an inner disciple, personally guided by Elder Wang. I was rendered speechless, unable to believe my ears. An inner disciple? That was a status coveted by countless outer disciples. Elder Wang stepped forward with an odd smile. Nephew Han, come with me, I shall show you to your new quarters. As I left Lingxiao Hall, I glanced back, meeting the sect leader and Appo's profound gaze, filled with an array of complex emotions that sent a shiver down my spine. On the way to the inner sect, Elder Wang unusually displayed warmth. Nephew Han, do you know what a mutated spiritual root signifies? I shook my head. It means you have the opportunity to transcend the limitations of the 5 spiritual roots, reaching realms unattainable by ordinary individuals. Elder Wang spoke meaningfully, however. This path is fraught with danger and requires proper guidance. He emphasized the last 2 words, sending chills down my spine. The accommodations for inner disciples were far more luxurious than those for outer disciples, each person provided with a private courtyard, equipped with a simple spirit gathering array. Elder Wang brought me to a secluded courtyard. This place is tranquil, suitable for cultivation. Come to Danxia Pavilion to find me at dawn tomorrow. After Elder Wang departed, I immediately took out the jade pendant. Elder Xian, about that mirror. The Taishu heart-reflecting mirror is indeed the treasure of my Taishu sect. Elder Xian and Appo's tone was grave. It went missing after the great battle 300 years ago. I never expected it to fall into the hands of Qinglan's sect. What is even more strange is its reaction to your parents. Could they truly be my parents? I asked anxiously, having never met them. Having been sent to Qinglan's sect at a young age, Elder Xian was silent for a moment. The figures displayed in the mirror are indeed your blood relatives. But why did the sect leader react so intensely upon seeing them? There must be some hidden truth. I tightened my grip on the jade pendant. My heart a tumult of emotions. All along, I had believed myself to be an orphan, taken in by Qinglan's sect solely due to my detected spiritual roots. However, It seemed that matters were far more intricate than I had presumed. One more thing, Elder Xian continued. Elder Wang seems suspicious. I sensed a sinister aura from him during our time in the hall, which is not characteristic of a righteous cultivator. My heart sank. What should I do? For now. Feign ignorance, Elder Xian mused. Seize the opportunity to cultivate while in the inner sect. Remember, whatever he teaches you, feign earnestness in your studies, but do not genuinely practice. True methods should still adhere to the Taishu scriptures. The following morning, I arrived at Danxiao Pavilion as scheduled. Elder Wang was refining medicine. The fragrance of herbs filling the air. Upon seeing me, he presented a thin booklet. This is the inner sect and amp, Appos, S heart method, Qinglanju. Take it and contemplate it. I shall return in 3 days to assess your understanding. I accepted the booklet with both hands. Preparing to take my leave when he suddenly inquired, May I see that jade pendant? I froze, forcing myself to remain calm. What jade pendant? Elder Wang squinted at me. The one you have been wearing close to you. I noticed a blue light emanating from your chest when the spirit mirror reacted yesterday. It's merely an ordinary family heirloom. I took a step back. Very well. Elder Wang laughed suddenly. Go now, and cultivate diligently. After leaving Danxiao Pavilion, my back was already drenched in sweat. Elder Xian spoke solemnly. He has grown suspicious. From today onwards, do not wear the jade pendant close to you. I will teach you a method of concealment. Back in my courtyard, I followed Elder Xian's instructions, wrapping a wisp of my aura around the jade pendant, then burying it beneath a spirit plant in the courtyard. Remarkably, as long as I remained in the courtyard, I could still communicate freely with Elder Xian, while the pendant's presence was entirely obscured by the spirit plant. In the following days, I feigned the study of the Qinglanju during the day while secretly cultivating the Taishu Xinjing by night. Upon becoming an inner disciple, I would receive 5 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of qi gathering pills each month, resources that significantly expedited my cultivation progress. On the 3rd night, as I meditated in the courtyard, I suddenly heard a faint noise from beyond the wall. Instantly alert, I pretended to stretch and strolled back indoors at a leisurely pace. Is someone watching me? I inquired silently to Elder Xian. Indeed, based on the aura, it appears to be the Zhao fellow. Elder Xian scoffed, indicating a considerable animosity towards you. I extinguished the oil lamp and lay on my bed, my mind racing with thoughts. Since entering the inner sect, everything had grown increasingly intricate. The peculiar response of the sect leader, the capricious demeanor of Elder Wang, Zhao's inexplicable hostility, and the images of my parents that appeared in the mirror. Elder Xian, I suddenly asked if my parents are truly alive. Where do you think they might be? Elder Xian remained silent for a long while. The Taishu mirror does not necessarily reflect the present reality. It may also be a manifestation of soul imprints. However, one thing is certain, your parents are not ordinary individuals. Otherwise, the mirror would not have reacted in such a manner. I clenched my fists, resolutely determined. Regardless of how perilous the path ahead may be, I must grow stronger, strong enough to unravel these mysteries, strong enough to seize control of my own destiny. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the courtyard gate. I sat up alert. Who is it? Han Shidi, it is I. A strange female voice responded, by the command of the sect leader. I am here to deliver the jade token for tomorrow's grand competition. Puzzled, I opened the door to find an unfamiliar female disciple clad in white, standing under the moonlight with a cyan jade token in her hands. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze was as cold as that of a lifeless being. Tomorrow at Shen hour, all inner disciples must participate in the sect and Appos S grand competition, she stated mechanically, extending the jade token towards me. Just as I reached out to receive it, she suddenly lowered her voice. Be cautious of Elder Wang. The and amp, Appos, Qinglanju and amp, Appos, he provided you may be flawed. Before I could respond, she turned and vanished swiftly into the night. Chapter 4. Devouring Flames. The spectacle of the grand competition unveils the secrets of the void. As the gates of the academy closed, I clutched the azure jade token, a chill creeping through my fingertips. Master Xian, I silently questioned. Is there an issue with the Qinglan technique as that female cultivator suggested? The token remained silent for a moment before Master Xian's voice resonated softly. I have long forewarned you that Elder Wang's teachings are dubious. When that female cultivator presented the jade token, I sensed a binding force within her, akin to a puppet under someone and Appos S control. A shiver ran down my spine. The grand competition tomorrow. I must attend. Master Xian chuckled coldly. It will be an excellent opportunity to test the practical prowess of the Taishu scripture. As for the Qinglan technique, follow my guidance to simulate its energy pathways within your body, but refrain from actual cultivation. I nodded and tucked the jade token away, returning to my quarters to meditate. Following Master Xian and amp, Appos S instructions, I endeavored to circulate the Qinglan technique but discreetly substituted its crucial elements with the principles of the Taishu scripture. The next day, at the sect and amp, Appos S grand competition, the arena was abuzz with excitement. Dozens of platforms suspended in midair, glowing with radiant colors. Inner disciples congregated, each exuding a robust aura. The weakest among them at the 5th level of qi refinement. I positioned myself in a corner, striving to minimize my presence. Yet I could still feel several piercing gazes upon me. Brother Zhao, accompanied by a few lackeys, sneered at me. Elder Wang observed from the judging platform with an icy glare. And the white-clad female cultivator from the previous night stood silently beside the sect leader, her expression vacant. The first match, Han Xiaofan versus Lu Xun, announced the chief elder. My heart raced. Lu Xun was brother Zhao and Amp, Appos, S confidant, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, adept in fire techniques. Han junior brother, It and Amp, Appos, S good to see you. Lu Xun declared as he leaped onto the platform, a crimson flame swirling in his palm. Last time, you won by sheer luck. This time, fortune will not favor you. I remained silent, merely offering a slight bow. Begin. Lu Xun launched the first attack, his flames transforming into a whip that lashed toward me. I retreated swiftly while simultaneously channeling my energy to mimic the Qinglan technique, a faint azure glow emanating from my palm. The Qinglan palm? Gasps erupted from below. He has actually mastered an intersect secret skill? Lu Xun was taken aback, but quickly smirked, merely superficial. The fiery whip suddenly split into multiple strands, converging from all directions to ensnare me. In a moment of peril, I activated the principles of the Taishu scripture within. An overwhelming force of devouring energy erupting from my dantian. Boom. As the flames touched my body, they vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Lu Xun and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, I closed the distance and struck his chest with a palm, pfff. Lu Xun coughed up blood, hurtling off the platform. A profound silence enveloped the arena. On the judging platform, Elder Wang and Amp, Appos' teacup shattered with a crack. The sect leader and Amp, Appos' eyes sparkled with astonishment, and brother Zhao and Amp, Appos' countenance turned ashen. Fixated on me with an unwavering stare. Han Xiaofan wins. The chief elder announced with great difficulty. I struggled to contain the swirling energy within me. Still not fully refined after devouring the flames. Just as I was about to step down, a chilling voice rang out. Not so fast. Brother Zhao leaped onto the platform, his sword unsheathed with a sharp sound. Han junior brother, you have concealed your strength well. Allow me to teach you a lesson. The crowd gasped. Brother Zhao. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, a half-step into foundation establishment, clearly intended to exploit this opportunity to eliminate me. Master Xian and Amp, Appos' voice thundered in my mind. Kid, channel the Taishu scripture with all your might. I will lend you my strength for one strike. I inhaled deeply, preparing to respond when the sect leader and Amp, Appos' calm voice interjected from the judging platform. According to the rules of the competition, one cannot challenge those of a higher level. Zhao Yuan, step back. Brother Zhao and Amp, Appos' expression darkened, yet he dared not defy the command, reluctantly sheathing his sword and retreating. As he passed by me, he whispered, do you think aligning with the sect leader guarantees your safety? Beware of not surviving the night. That evening, I heard faint sounds outside my courtyard. Pretending to be in deep slumber, I remained fully alert. Indeed, a shadow stealthily scaled the wall, glimmering with cold light. It was Brother Zhao. Just as he approached my bed, I sprang up violently, channeling the Taishu scripture at full force, delivering a powerful blow. Bang! Brother Zhao, caught off guard, staggered back, incredulous. You are not at the 4th level of Qi refinement. I merely smiled coldly, poised to pursue him, when suddenly an ear-piercing scream pierced the night. Brother Zhao and I exchanged shocked glances. That sound emanated from Elder Wang's Danxia Pavilion. Chapter 5. The Blood Cauldron Explodes. The century-old conspiracy of traitor Wang Xiao revealed. The anguished cries shattered the tranquility of the night as Zhao, my senior brother, and I simultaneously rushed towards the courtyard door. Just as my fingertips grazed the door panel, a surge of azure light erupted from the jade pendant. And the voice of Elder Xian reverberated in my mind. Do not go out. This is a ruse to lure you away. I forcibly halted my steps. Yet, Zhao had already burst through the courtyard door, and in the next instant, with a sickening sound, a pitch-black bone dagger pierced through his chest, droplets of blood freezing mid-air. Zhao. My pupils constricted. Outside the door stood a figure shrouded in ominous black mist. Zhao struggled to turn back, disbelief etched across his face. Elder Wang. You. As the mist dissipated, the familiar visage of Elder Wang was revealed. Yet now, the left side of his face was marred by dark, purplish veins. His eyes entirely blackened. Useless. Elder Wang withdrew the bone dagger, and Zhao crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag. I had intended to use your hand to eliminate this fool, but it seems I must do it myself. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the Danxia Pavilion. A crimson pillar of fire soared into the sky, staining the night a blood-red hue. Elder Wang and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? My blood-fiend cauldron. Seizing the moment of distraction, I retreated several steps, and Elder Xian urged urgently. Quick. Utilize the blood escape technique I taught you. I bit my tongue, a drop of essence blood splattering onto the jade pendant. As the azure light surged, Elder Wang and Amp, Appos' bone dagger descended towards my face, clang. At the critical moment, the pendant conjured a shimmering azure shield, though cracks immediately began to spread across its surface. Harnessing the rebound force, I transformed into a streak of bloodlight, dashing towards the Danxia Pavilion. You cannot escape. Elder Wang and Amp, Appos' roar echoed behind me, declaring that the remnants of the Taishu sect deserved death. The Danxia Pavilion had become a purgatory, In the center of the courtyard, a towering bronze cauldron trembled violently, its surface manifesting countless anguished faces. A white-clad female cultivator hovered before the cauldron, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, yet she continued to form seals. With each incantation, inhuman wails echoed from within the cauldron. She is sabotaging the blood refinement, Elder Shin exclaimed in shock. This is the Taishu demonic sealing technique? Before I could comprehend, a fierce wind surged from behind. Elder Wang and Amp, Apos, S bone dagger, accompanied by a chilling wail, struck down, splitting the ground into a chasm 3 feet deep. I rolled away clumsily, but the blade and Amp, Apos, S energy still carved a wound across my waist. Han Xiaofan, the white-clad female cultivator suddenly turned, her hollow eyes regaining clarity as she pressed the jade pendant against the cauldron. Hurry! Elder Wang, enraged by her words, unleashed a torrent of black rays from his bone dagger. Elder Xian shouted, take a gamble. Use the Taishu soul-devouring technique. I lunged towards the cauldron, but the black rays had already pierced through my shoulder. In agony, I clutched the jade pendant and struck it against the cauldron. Boom! Like a war drum from ancient times resounding, the ghostly faces on the bronze cauldron let out a simultaneous shriek. A brilliant azure light flowed from the pendant into the cauldron, and its lid exploded with a thunderous sound. No! Elder Wang and Amp, Apos, S face contorted in horror. As blood mist surged forth, 12 chains shot from within the cauldron, instantly ensnaring Elder Wang in a cocoon. The chains glimmered with dense runes, and the black mist enveloping him began to boil and dissipate like scalding water. It was you. The white-clad female cultivator staggered to the ground. The traitor, Wang Xiao, who betrayed the Taishu sect 20 years ago. Elder Wang, now to be called Wang Xiao, struggled violently. Qingli, you have awakened? The white-clad female cultivator, Qingli, wiped the blood from her lips and coldly replied, thanks to the soul separation pills you fed me daily, I developed a resistance. She turned to me, Han Shidi, now you should understand why the Qinglan technique has problems, right? I clutched my shoulder wound, panting. He intended to control me? Not just that. Qingli pointed at the trembling cauldron. He is using the inner disciples to refine the blood fiend pill, and you are the final medicinal catalyst. Elder Xian sighed in my mind. I understand now. Wang Xiao has allied with the underworld palace. He seeks to awaken the Taishu bloodline. Before he could finish, the ground trembled violently. The chains began to snap one by one. And Wang Xiao laughed maniacally. It is too late. The blood fiend has been completed. The cauldron erupted violently, and amidst the surging waves of blood, a towering skeleton slowly rose. Each bone was inscribed with malevolent patterns, and azure ghostly flames flickered in its eye sockets that unmistakably bore the spiritual characteristics of Taishu sect cultivators. To use the remains of the Taishu as a vessel, what a ruthless tactic. Qing Li's complexion turned pale. Han Shidi, run. This is beyond our capabilities. The skeleton raised its hand, and a blood-red tempest engulfed the entire area. Qing Li was swept away by the gust, and I desperately seized her wrist, both of us crashing through the courtyard wall. Amidst the swirling dust, Wang Zhao's voice clung to me like a lingering curse. Han Xiaofan, do you think the sect master has favored you for no reason? It is because your parents were the previous generation's Taishu heirs, and they perished on this Qinglan mountain. Chapter 6. The Blood Battle at Qinglan. The Master's secret revealed. Wang Xiao and Apos, S words crashed like thunder, freezing my blood. My parents perished on Qinglan mountain? Qing Li suddenly seized my arm. Do not listen to his deception. Let us flee. But it was too late. The bloodthirsty skeletal figure forged from the remnants of the void stepped forward, causing the ground to shatter beneath it. A crimson aura bearing down like a mountain. My legs creaked under pressure, knees sinking 3 inches into the earth, a trickle of blood escaping my lips. Channel the essence of my blood through the jade pendant. Elder Xian and Apos, S voice resounded in my mind. This was my final opportunity. Without hesitation, I bit my tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood onto the pendant. The nearly shattered jade suddenly erupted in blinding azure light, rays of brilliance bursting forth from its cracks. A spectral figure emerged, clad in azure robes, white beard billowing, eyes like lightning, surrounded by an oppressive aura that seemed to suffocate. Elder Xian, my eyes widened. This was no mere remnant of a soul, it was a transcendent swordsman of unparalleled grace. The elder glanced back at me, his gaze filled with complexity and a hint of reassurance. Little one, watch closely. He formed his fingers into a sword and sliced through the air. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the entire Danxia pavilion was siphoned away, coalescing in his palm into a 3-foot-long azure blade. The sword was as transparent as crystal, with galaxies swirling within. The 7th level of the true void scripture, Galaxy Slash. With a single sweep, the heavens changed hue, as the bloodthirsty skeleton raised its bony arm. The sword light cleaved it from head to toe. The residual sword energy split the mountainside behind it, revealing a chasm filled with molten crimson rock. Wang Xiao spewed blood, a grievous wound gaping on his chest. Xian Xiaozu, he roared, his visage twisted in fury. You have concealed your true sword intent within the pendant. The elder and Amp, Apos, S spectral form scoffed. When dealing with traitors, one must always have a contingency. 12 azure chains suddenly erupted from his sleeve, each inscribed with symbols of the void. When you betrayed the sect 300 years ago, you should have anticipated this day. The chains, like serpents, coiled towards Wang Xiao. But just as they were about to make contact, the sky darkened ominously. A force tenfold more terrifying than the bloodthirsty skeleton descended from above. The clouds churned as a massive claw, covered in obsidian scales, tore through the heavens. Each scale was etched with contorted human faces, and from the palm, a blood-red vertical pupil gaped. Merely catching a glimpse sent excruciating pain through my soul, blood seeping from my 7 orifices. The Lord of the Underworld. The Elder and Amp, Apos, spectral form solidified further. Kinjiunzi, will you not make your move? 9 golden talismans suddenly illuminated the night sky. The master descended, hair flowing in the wind, eyes swirling with stars. With each step, golden lotuses bloomed beneath his feet. Enough of this commotion. His voice was calm, yet resonated with a tremor that shook all of Qinglan Mountain. Wang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Master brother, you. The master disregarded him. His gaze fixed directly upon me. Han Xiaofan, do you know the origin of this jade pendant? I clutched the cracked pendant tightly, eyeing him warily. Do you know the whereabouts of my parents? The master remained silent for a moment before raising his hand with a flick. Buzz. A beam of golden light shot into my forehead, an overwhelming torrent of images exploding in my mind. 300 years ago, on the night of the Void Sect's demise, a young man burst through the encirclement, cradling an infant. 20 years ago, in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain of Qinglan sect, a pair of Dao partners entrusted the infant to the white-haired master. That jade pendant was the sole token found in the infant and Apos' swaddling. Do you understand now? The master and Apos' voice echoed in my consciousness. Your parents perished to protect the legacy of the void, and I am merely the entrusted guardian. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Heritage. My identity is finally revealed. The master's consciousness receded like a tide, causing me to stagger back a couple of steps, my lips trembling uncontrollably. So, I am the last descendant of the Taisu sect? The jade pendant in my palm suddenly emitted a crisp sound, and the crack rapidly spread. The ethereal figure of Elder Xian began to flicker. He glanced at his gradually transparent hands and suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. I, who have clung to life for 3 centuries, have finally witnessed the resurgence of the Taisu bloodline. Seizing the moment, Wang Xiao retreated several dozen feet, shattering a blood-colored jade slip. Master of the Underworld Hall. The remnants of Taisu are here, seeking death. With a flick of the master's sleeve, 9 golden talismans transformed into beams of light, yet were abruptly halted by a sudden appearance of black mist. The entire sky darkened in an instant, and a colossal blood-red vertical eye opened amidst the clouds. Elder Xian abruptly grasped my shoulder. Youngster, there is no time. A beam of azure light shot from his brow, piercing directly into my crown. In that instant, torrents of information surged into my mind. The entirety of the Taisu Classic, the secret talisman formations of the Taisu sect, the truth behind the battle from 300 years ago. Remember, the Taisu is hidden beneath Qinglan sect. Elder Xian and Apos' voice abruptly ceased, and the jade pendant disintegrated into powder. Elder Xian, I futilely reached for the dissipating azure light, my heart gripped by an invisible hand. This mentor and friend had vanished just like that. Han Xiaofan, Qing Li suddenly lunged at me, pulling me away as a bolt of blood lightning struck where I had just stood. Blood trickled from her lips as she produced a crescent-shaped jade pendant from her bosom. Take this. It belonged to your mother back then. Before she could finish, she suddenly curled in agony, dark patterns emerging densely on her back. Wang Xiao cackled from a distance. Traitor, how does the taste of the heart-eating worm feel? I caught the falling jade pendant, and upon touching it, the Taisu's spiritual power within me surged uncontrollably. The pendant and another shard in my embrace automatically fused, forming a complete Taiji pattern. This was the very artifact I had seen in the spirit mirror, worn by my mother. Qing Li suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if countless insects were writhing beneath her skin. The master's voice resonated in my ears. Han Xiaofan. Only the Taisu's spiritual power can suppress the underworld worm poison. Without hesitation, I grasped Qing Li's wrist and channeled the newly acquired technique. The azure light flowed down her arm into her body, dissipating the dark patterns in its wake. At that moment, the blood-red eye in the sky suddenly crystallized, and a hoarse voice reverberated through the heavens. Xin Zaiatzi, you indeed left a contingency on this boy. A scaled giant claw slowly emerged from the blood clouds, each scale etched with distorted human faces. The master's expression turned grave. The underworld old monster. Before the claw fully extended, the flora within a 10-mile radius began to wither. Wang Xiao knelt fervently, exclaiming, We welcome the master. Qing Li suddenly opened her eyes, weakly grasping my garment. The back mountain. Sword tomb, your father's. The giant claw came crashing down. The master bellowed, and 9 golden talismans formed a grand array to confront it. The force of the collision sent the 3 of us flying, and in the midst of tumbling, Qing Li managed to pass me a talisman, blood escape talisman, to the sword tomb. She bit her finger, drawing a blood symbol on my forehead. This was created by your mother. Concealment. As the giant claw descended for a second time, the master spat blood and fell to the ground. At the moment I crushed the blood escape talisman, the last thing I saw was Qing Li resolutely charging towards Wang Xiao, her brilliance igniting as she unleashed a dazzling sword light. Under the banner of the Taisu sect, we shall never yield. Chapter 8. The sword tomb recognizes its master. I have inherited my father's relic. The power of the blood escape talisman enveloped me in a crimson vortex, and amidst the chaos, I fell heavily onto the unforgiving ground. A metallic sweetness surged in my throat as I struggled to rise, only to find myself within a shadowy valley. Surrounding me were remnants of swords, their rusted blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. The air was thick with the sharp essence of sword energy, each breath akin to being sliced by a blade. Is this the sword tomb? I wiped the blood from my lips and staggered forward. Qing Li's final words echoed in my mind. Your father asks. She had not finished, yet the answer loomed large. I gazed down at the Tai Chi jade pendant in my hand, which emitted a faint azure glow, as if guiding me onward. Qianlao, Qing Li, the sect leader. A heavy ache settled in my chest. In the span of a single day, Qianlao's spirit had dissipated. Qing Li's fate remained uncertain, and the sect leader faced the lord of the underworld alone. While I had fled to this place, I must grow stronger. Clenching the jade pendant tightly, I followed the pull deeper into the sword tomb. The further I ventured, the more intense the sword aura became, invisible blades carving tiny wounds upon my skin, blood seeping forth, yet the pendant's glow intensified. At last, in the heart of the sword tomb, I beheld a sword embedded in a colossal stone, a broken blade. Measuring only 3 feet in length, it was entirely black, with ancient runes etched along its spine. The fracture was jagged, as if shattered by some unfathomable force. Nevertheless, it radiated an overwhelming pressure that made the earth around it crack, no remaining blade daring to approach within 10 paces. This is. Suddenly, the Tai Chi jade pendant in my grasp trembled violently, slipping from my fingers to hover above the broken sword. A piercing sound rang out. The broken sword emitted a clear, resounding chime, its runes igniting one by one. The once rusted blade gradually shed its tarnish, revealing a depth akin to the night sky within. A deep voice reverberated throughout the sword tomb. My son, you have finally arrived. I trembled. This voice resonated with the indistinct figure I had glimpsed in the mirror of spirit. The broken sword began to rise, its tip pointing towards my forehead. This sword is named Jiemia, my fated artifact. In the Battle of Ur, the blade shattered, and lives were lost, leaving this remnant to guard the sword tomb. Today, it recognizes its master through blood. Before the words faded, the broken sword transformed into a streak of black light, piercing directly into my forehead. Agony engulfed my being, as I felt my consciousness being forcibly torn apart and reassembled. Countless images flashed through my mind. My father battling 3 formidable nascent soul cultivators, sword light obliterating mountains. My mother cradling an infant, using her blood as a conduit to seal a powerful foe. In the final moments, they entrusted the infant to a white-haired cultivator, whose visage unmistakably revealed the youthful sect leader of Qinglan. Boom. An unprecedented power awakened within me. The primordial energy in my dantian surged violently, beginning to coalesce into sword form. I knelt on one knee, breathless, raising my hand as my thoughts crystallized, clang. A pitch-black broken sword materialized in my palm. Its aura so fierce it seemed capable of severing light itself. Jiemia, acknowledge your master. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the sword tomb. I whipped around to see a familiar figure plummeting toward the sword tomb through the roiling blood clouds. The sect leader, his white robes stained crimson, and the 9 golden talismans behind him lay shattered. While pursuing him was the monstrous claw of the underworld. Han Xiaofan, the sect leader and amp, Appo's voice pierced the heavens. Beneath the sword tomb, there is Tai Su. Before he could finish, the monstrous claw crashed down, forcefully embedding him into the mountainside. Sect leader. I gripped the Jiemia sword tightly, my internal energy roaring. Yet, before I could charge forth, the ground quaked violently. A chasm opened at the center of the sword tomb. An ancient aura, even more primordial than that of the underworld claw, began to awaken. Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Void. The ultimate trump card beneath the sword tomb. With a thunderous roar, the fissure at the heart of the sword tomb expanded wildly, causing the ground to undulate like waves as countless remnants of swords were consumed by the abyss. I gripped the obliteration sword tightly, its sword energy instinctively forming a protective barrier around me, casting a dark shroud. In the distance, the colossal claw of the netherworld rose again, its palm splitting open to reveal a maw brimming with jagged teeth, lunging towards the direction where the sect leader had fallen. Time was running out. I gritted my teeth and summoned the nascent sword essence within me. The obliteration sword emitted a piercing wail, its blade glowing ominously. Just as I prepared to charge forward, clang. A melodious sword cry suddenly resonated from the depths below. The remnants of swords within the entire sword tomb trembled simultaneously, rust flaking away to unveil their gleaming blades. In the next moment, a myriad of sword lights surged skyward, cascading like a reverse river of stars, instantaneously piercing through the colossal claw of the netherworld. A howl erupted. The blood-red eye in the clouds contracted violently, releasing a mournful roar. The seemingly indestructible claw was shredded by the sword light, and black blood rained down like a torrential downpour. This is. I stared in shock at the chasm in the ground. A hazy figure gradually emerged, clad in white, bearing a sword box on his back. His visage was indistinct yet exuded an aura of unparalleled sharpness. The sword soul of the void. The voice of Elder Xian echoed suddenly in my consciousness. His lingering will remain within the obliteration sword. Boy, this is the last remnant of sword intent your father left in the sword tomb. The figure turned to face me, though devoid of features. I felt a wave of warm reassurance. He raised a hand, and a pure sword intent transcended space, directly embedding itself in my brow. Ah. It felt as if my mind was cleaved open by a sharp blade. An overwhelming surge of insights flooded in. I beheld the image of my father wielding his sword across the world, and grasped the true essence of the void sword technique. The sword is me. And I am the sword. The first move of the 9 styles of obliteration, severing mountains and rivers. Unconsciously, I swung the obliteration sword, instantly exhausting the sword essence within me. 100-foot-long black sword energy swept forth, distorting the space around it and cleaving a distant mountain in two. Puff. After that tremendous strike, I knelt on one knee. Blood oozing from my mouth and nose. This sword exceeded my current realm, and my meridians bore cracks. Not enough. I fixed my gaze on the sky. The blood-red eye of the netherworld was rapidly healing, and the severed claw was regrowing. The figure in the sword tomb began to fade. With one last gesture towards the direction where the sect leader had fallen, the ground collapsed, revealing an ancient bronze coffin. The coffin lid slowly slid open, revealing a skeletal remains as translucent as jade, every bone intricately inscribed with sword patterns. The sword bone of the void. Elder Xian's lingering essence trembled. Your father had condensed his lifetime of cultivation into this legacy sword bone. The blood-red eye of the netherworld evidently sensed the threat. As a second colossal claw emerged from the roiling clouds, lunging towards the sword coffin. You shall not pass. A bloodied figure suddenly blocked the path before the sword coffin. The sect leader, his clothes tattered, and with only 3 golden talismans remaining in hand, still stood tall. He bit his finger and inscribed a blood talisman in the air. Qinlan Forbidden Technique, 9-star sealing magic. The 3 golden talismans ignited, transforming into golden chains that wrapped around the colossal claw. Yet this time, the chains crumbled upon contact with the black mist. Crack. The sect leader's chest caved in, flung aside by the residual force of the claw, crashing heavily beside the sword coffin. He coughed blood and looked at me, suddenly smiling. Han Xiaofan. Your parents entrusted me with your care, saying they would reveal the truth when you grew up. It seems now that time has run out. He struck his crown with a fierce clap, infusing a strand of his vital blood into the sword coffin. The jade bone instantly radiated a blinding azure light, transforming into a stream of luminescence that soared towards me. No. I watched helplessly as the sect leader's vitality waned, while the sword bone fused into my right arm. In excruciating pain, my arm and Appo's skin cracked open, revealing the jade-like bone beneath, identical to my father and Appo's skeletal remains. I howled towards the heavens. The obliteration sword, sensing the power of the sword bone, and an ephemeral sword gleam sprouted from the broken blade. The blood-red eye of the netherworld finally revealed fear. As the clouds began to contract. Now you wish to flee? Too late. I leapt from the ground, the sword bone in my right arm resonating with the obliteration sword, unleashing a beam of sword light that cleaved towards the blood-red eye, second style of obliteration, burying the netherworld. As the sword light passed, the clouds parted. The blood-red eye emitted a wretched shriek, eventually exploding into a torrential downpour of blood. Sect Master. Wang Zhao's terrified voice echoed from afar. He turned to flee, only to be pursued by a stream of azure light. That was Qingli's half-moon jade talisman, now slicing through his neck like a razor. This sword is for my master. In return, Qingli emerged from the dust, her half-drenched body soaked in blood, tightly gripping a blood-stained sect leader and Appo's order. Wang Zhao's head rolled onto the ground, his eyes frozen in disbelief. I fell to the ground, the radiance of the sword bone gradually retracting. Qingli staggered towards me, pressing the sect leader's order into my hand. He asked me to tell you. Beneath the Qinlan sect, the last spiritual vein of the void sect lies suppressed. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the Spiritual Veins. The astonishing secret beneath the Qinlan sect. As the blood rain gradually ceased, the sword tomb fell into a profound silence. I knelt beside the sect master, whose breath flickered like a candle in the wind, and the gaping wound in his chest was a ghastly sight. This venerable cultivator, who had safeguarded the Qinlan sect, and me, for countless centuries, now appeared withered, his gaze dimming like fading stars. Why my voice was hoarse? Why must it come to this? With great effort, the sect master raised his hand, pointing toward the peak of Qinlan. Years ago your parents, in their quest to protect the Taisu's spiritual veins from falling into the hands of the Nether Palace, voluntarily sealed it beneath Qinlan Mountain with every word he uttered. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Before they departed, they entrusted me with 2 requests. First, to ensure your safe growth. Second, on the day you recognize the sword of calamity as your own, to guide you in reclaiming the spiritual veins. Suddenly, his grip tightened, clutching my sleeve. But now the Nether Palace has detected the location of the spiritual veins. You must. Before he could finish, the pupils of the sect master abruptly dilated. In that fleeting moment of his last breath, a jade token soared from within him, hovering before me, the sect master's command. Qingli knelt on one knee, whispering, "He has perished." I grasped the token tightly, feeling the immense power of the sect and Appo's grand formation within it. Simultaneously, the sword bone in my right arm began to radiate heat, and a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into my mind. 300 years prior, on the night of the Taisu sect's downfall, My father wielded the sword of calamity, battling countless foes, while my mother, with me in her arms, forcibly sealed a spiritual vein that shimmered like a galaxy. And beside them stood the young sect master. So that is how it was, I murmured. Qingli suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, fresh blood seeping from her abdominal wound. Only then did I realize her breath was alarmingly erratic, her internal spiritual energy flowing in reverse. Have you been afflicted by the heart-devouring goo? I recalled Wang Xiao's words just before his demise. Qingli smiled bitterly. It is not merely the heart-devouring goo, but also the Nether Palace's soul-stealing technique. She revealed her collarbone, where a grotesque, ghostly pattern marred her skin. What? Wang Xiao presumed I had fallen victim to his poison, unaware that I was, in fact, an agent dispatched by the Nether Palace. Qingli and Appo's gaze grew complex. They never anticipated that while I sought the truth of the Tai Su sect's past, I would reclaim my true memories. Trembling, she produced a shattered life token from her bosom, inscribed with the words Tai Su Lin. My birth name is Lin Qingli. I was your mother's named disciple. Those words struck like a thunderbolt. I suddenly recalled the image I had seen in the spirit reflection mirror. Indeed, a sword-wielding girl always accompanied my mother. My master had sent me away from the mountain seeking help. By the time I returned, the Tai Su sect had become a ruin. Qingli's nails dug deeply into her palm. I had pursued vengeance for 3 centuries only to discover that my enemies had already been slain by my master and his wife, leaving only the Nether Palace coveting the spiritual veins. She grasped my hand urgently. Han Xiaofan, the spiritual veins must never fall into their hands. They not only constitute the foundation of Tai Su, but also conceal a monumental secret. What secret? Before Qingli could respond, a thunderous rumble echoed from afar. From the direction of the Qinglan Peak, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, with countless dark figures assaulting the protective formation. It is too late. Her complexion turned ashen. The Nether Palace has begun its full-scale assault. I gazed down at the sect master's command and the sword of calamity in my hand, feeling the sword bone in my right arm vibrate with intensity. Fragments of my father's memories revealed that the Tai Su spiritual veins were not merely a treasure for cultivation, but sealed something that even nascent soul cultivators feared. Let us depart. I lifted Qingli into my arms, heading toward the main peak. The sword of calamity sensed my fighting spirit, its blade radiating a dark brilliance. Just as we soared into the air, a sigh emerged from the depths of the sword tomb. A remnant of my father's sword intent materialized as a stream of light, guiding our path ahead. Beneath Qinglan Mountain, the true battlefield awaited. Chapter 11. The manifestation of the spiritual veins. The final battle commences. With a thunderous roar, the destruction sword propelled us through the clouds, revealing the ravaged landscape of the Qinglan Peak below. The golden barrier of the protective formation was riddled with cracks, as dozens of robed figures assailed it with fervor. More ominously, within the crimson light beam, a colossal eye was slowly opening. The true form of the Lord of the Underworld was about to descend. Qingli coughed violently in my embrace, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. The heart-eating worm and the soul possession technique within her were at odds, each surge of spiritual energy inflicting excruciating pain upon her. Hold on, I urged, channeling the power from the sword bone in my right arm, its jade-like luster intensifying as a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into her. It's futile, she grimaced, shaking her head. The possession technique from the underworld had already invaded her golden core. Unless, suddenly, she grasped my wrist tightly. Han Xiaofan, remember, the core of the spiritual veins harbors the greatest secret of the Tai Su sect. Before she could finish, a bolt of crimson lightning struck down upon us. The destruction sword instinctively shielded its master, but was jolted with a resonating hum. I looked up to see a spiny tentacle extending from the blood-red beam, its tip splitting open to reveal a massive maw. The remnants of Tai Su have finally arrived. The voice was akin to the simultaneous roar of countless souls, reverberating painfully against my eardrums. More alarmingly, this voice bore a soul-crippling attack, conjuring a myriad of bloody illusions in my mind. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and the wails of myriad spirits. Calm your mind. The residual sword intent from my father erupted within my consciousness, activating the Tai Su soul-subduing technique. I bit down on my tongue, channeling my spiritual energy in accordance with the incantation lodged in my memory. The runes on the destruction sword ignited one by one, obliterating the malevolent energy that had invaded my mind. With a thunderous rumble, the main peak trembled violently, fissures spreading across its surface. The direction indicated by the sect leader before his demise. That was precisely where the spiritual vein seal lay. Hold tight. I clutched Qingli tighter as the destruction sword transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the crevice. Behind us, the tentacle pursued furiously, reducing stone to dust in its wake. Just as we approached the fissure, Qingli suddenly broke free from my embrace. I and Appo's, hold them off. Blood trickled from her lips. Yet she formed a complex seal in her hands. This was the Appo's, 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Seal and Appo's, created by our master, capable of temporarily restraining it. The instant the seal was completed, a blinding azure light erupted around her. Her body, beset by dual invasions, began to etherealize. transforming into countless azure chains that ensnared the tentacle. Qingli. My vision blurred with rage, yet I saw her smile back at me. A smile that mirrored the sword-wielding girl behind my mother in the spirit reflection mirror. Little junior brother, live on. A colossal shockwave from the collision of azure and bloodlight thrust me into the crevice. In the final moment before plunging into darkness, I beheld Qingli's form dissolve entirely, yet those chains truly managed to momentarily bind the terrifying tentacle. In the depths below, at the side of the spiritual vein's seal, I crashed onto a crystalline surface. No, it was not water. It was solidified spiritual energy. Within a 1,000-foot radius, a resplendent band of light, akin to a starry river, was tightly bound by 9 bronze pillars. Each pillar was entwined with a dragon-shaped carving, its maw-clutching chains inscribed with runes. At the center of this luminous band floated a fragmented sword, the other half of the destruction sword. This is my right arm, and Apos' sword bones suddenly flared with heat as my father and Apos' memories surged forth. 300 years ago, in the main hall of the Taishu sect, my father had split the destruction sword in two, one half continuing to slay enemies, while the other merged with the core of the spiritual vein. This sword could summon the soul of the spiritual veins. I trembled as I raised the broken sword, as if sensing a shared essence. The fragmented sword within the light band emitted a joyous cry, breaking free from its chains and soaring towards me. Clang! The moment the two fragments collided, the underground space illuminated as bright as day. The destruction sword was finally whole, the ancient runes upon it glowing with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, the spiritual vein and Apos' light band began to thrash violently, the 9 bronze pillars groaning under the strain. No, I suddenly realized, the spiritual vein was awakening. Amidst the resounding roar of the shattering seal, an ethereal voice echoed throughout the space, the bloodline of Taishu. I have finally awaited your arrival. The luminous band gradually coalesced into a humanoid silhouette, its form unmistakably a magnified version of my mother. Mother? My voice trembled. This is merely the soul of the spiritual vein borrowing the image from your memory, the apparition gently replied. Child, time is fleeting. Listen well, the Taishu spiritual vein was not formed naturally. Rather, it is a fragment of Apos, chaos source chi and Apos, brought back from the celestial realm by my ancestor in ancient times. It can nurture all things, yet also annihilate all. The apparition raised a hand, touching my brow, as an even older memory flooded in the vast cosmos. A colossal sword cleaved through chaos, separating purity from filth. One fragment of energy fell to the mortal realm, claimed by the Taishu ancestor. The underworld palace has pursued this for 3 millennia, seeking this treasure that could bridge the celestial and mortal realms. Now, it has chosen you. As the apparition began to fade, it instructed me to guide the power of the spiritual vein with the destruction sword, yet cautioned against greed, lest. Before it could finish, the ceiling above erupted. The terrifying tentacle had finally breached Qingli and Apos' seal, crashing down with a storm of debris. More alarmingly, behind the tentacle, the enormous eye within the blood-red beam was now fully open. The true form of the Lord of the Underworld had arrived. Insects, surrender the source chi. The moment the voice resounded, blood flowed from all 7 of my orifices. This was a pressure beyond the nascent soul stage. The destruction sword suddenly soared into the air, its tip aimed at the core of the spiritual vein. My father and Apos' final sword intent detonated within my consciousness. Sever the chains. Release the spiritual vein. I leapt into the air, the destruction sword bursting forth with unprecedented black radiance. 9 streams of sword energy simultaneously cleaved towards the bronze pillars, the chains snapping in response. With a resounding roar, the unbound spiritual vein light band shot skyward, transforming into a torrent of sword rain upon colliding with the tentacle. The Lord of the Underworld let out a pained howl as countless blood holes were pierced through the eye. Yet in the next instant, more tentacles emerged from the void, ravenously consuming the power of the spiritual vein. Now is the moment. I bit my tongue, spewing a mouthful of blood onto the destruction sword, calling forth the soul of the spiritual vein with my essence. The complete destruction sword trembled violently, the runes detaching from the blade, forming a colossal character of Tai in midair. The light band of the spiritual vein seemed to respond to the call, surging into the sword in a frenzied rush. No, the Lord of the Underworld and Apos' tentacles lashed out wildly, yet it was too late. As the last vestige of spiritual vein power infused into the sword, the destruction sword transformed completely. It became translucent as crystal, with the flow of a starry river within, effortlessly slicing through space with a mere flick. This is the true celestial artifact. I gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the surging power within me. The sword bone in my right arm resonated with the spiritual vein, every inch of flesh undergoing metamorphosis. In my mind, 3 voices echoed simultaneously. The admonition of Su Lao, do not be beguiled by power. My father and Apos' battle intent, slay this abomination. My mother and Apos' tenderness, live on. The Lord of the Underworld. I raised my gaze to the grotesque eye, the destruction sword radiating a brilliance that illuminated the heavens. This strike is for the Taishu sect. Chapter 12. The celestial sword of mortal and immortal. The final battle. The radiant glow of the sword of obliteration illuminated the entire subterranean realm. Its blade, transparent as crystal, coursed not with spiritual energy, but with the essence of the Taishu spirit vein, chaos source chi, sealed for 3 centuries. I could feel every fiber of my being transformed by this formidable power. The bone of my right arm gleamed with a jade-like luster, and beneath my skin, the same sword patterns as my father and Apos, emerged. Hence, you cannot withstand the source chi. The lord of the underworld and Apos' eyes spun wildly as dozens of tendrils lunged towards me. Bring it to me. The voice carried the power to rend the soul, yet I merely waved my sword gently. Clang! A crescent-shaped sword energy swept forth. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Yet those tendrils vanished silently upon contact with the sword light, as if erased from existence itself, not severed, not shattered, but obliterated. The lord of the underworld let out an unprecedented scream, blood vessels rupturing in his eyes. Impossible. This is the laws of the immortal path. I gazed down at the sword of obliteration, finally comprehending the warning of the spirit vein's soul. This strand of chaos source chi was, in fact, the primordial force that constituted heaven and earth. Yet simultaneously, my sword-wielding arm was visibly turning to jade, the skin gradually transforming into a semi-transparent crystal. The backlash had commenced. My father's voice resonated within my consciousness, lamenting that to wield source chi with a mortal body would ultimately demand a price. Yet another tendril struck, compelling me to swing my sword once more. This time, my entire right arm up to the elbow had crystallized, and my fingertips began to disintegrate into motes of light. At this rate, after no more than 3 strikes, I would be utterly transformed into a statue. Child, use that. The lingering consciousness of Elder Shin suddenly stirred within my storage pouch. It dawned on me that I had yet to examine the command token bestowed upon me by the sect leader before his demise. In that moment of distraction, a tendril grazed my left shoulder, leaving a gruesome wound. Gritting my teeth, I retrieved the token, and as I infused it with spiritual energy, the 3-dimensional phantom of Qinglan Mountain unfolded before me. This was the core controller of the protective mountain formation. So that was it. I fixated on a blinking red dot within the phantom, suddenly grasping the sect leader and Apos' profound intent. When the third tendril approached, instead of swinging my sword, I thrust the sword of obliteration into the ground. Boom. As the sword and Apos' blade fully penetrated the rock layer, the entire Qinglan Mountain quaked violently. The main peak, the sword mound, the Danxia Pavilion, and other locations simultaneously ignited with beams of light, intertwining in the air to form a colossal 7-star pattern. This was the ceiling formation my parents had laid out years ago. Did you think this would confine me? The lord of the underworld's eyes began to swell, the crimson beams of light becoming increasingly blinding. My true form is in the underworld. I understood. A cold smile crept upon my lips as the crystallization of my right arm spread to my shoulder. Thus, with this strike, my left hand suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword of obliteration, igniting my entire being and Apos' spiritual energy along with the sword bone of my right arm. I aimed to sever the boundary between realms. The power of the Taishu spirit vein was fully unleashed. The sword light transformed from a crescent to a straight black line. Wherever it passed, space tore as if sliced open, revealing an abyss of darkness behind it. That was the chasm between the underworld and the mortal realm. Madman. The lord of the underworld finally panicked. The spatial turbulence would consume. Before the words could escape his lips, the black line pierced through his eye. There was no explosion, no scream. That enormous eye collapsed like a burst bubble, instantly condensing into a black dot. Along with it, all the tendrils within 100 feet were drawn into the rift in space. Crack. My right shoulder was entirely crystallized, and the disintegration began to spread toward my heart. Just as my consciousness began to fade, a blue light suddenly shot out from the rift. It was the chain formed from Qingli and Apos' dissipating essence. The chain coiled around my disintegrating body, momentarily halting the crystallization. More astonishingly, the end of the chain was entwined with a wisp of lingering soul, faintly resembling Qingli and Apos' form. Little junior brother. Her voice was like a sigh in the wind. The master left behind a contingency in my soul. The sword of obliteration suddenly lifted on its own, its tip aimed at the closing rift. My father's final thought resonated. Enter. The power of the spirit vein will sustain you in the underworld for 3 days. You must eradicate the true form of the Lord. I glanced at the fading essence of Qingli, then at my half-crystallized body, and suddenly laughed. Sister, dare you to go mad once more? Without waiting for a response, I seized the sword of obliteration and, with that wisp of lingering soul, leapt into the closing rift of space. Chapter 13. The Return to Chaos. With my mortal form, I shall vanquish the true immortals. As the rift in space sealed shut, the fetid aura of the underworld enveloped me. Beneath the dark red sky floated mountains constructed of skeletal remains, with a surging sea of blood beneath my feet, where countless tormented spirits wailed amidst the fog. The moment my semi-crystallized body descended into this realm, I found myself locked onto by dozens of divine perceptions. The true visage of the underworld palace finally revealed itself. It was a palace erected from the heads of the living, with the true form of the underworld lord coiled atop, a colossal serpent body adorned with scales bearing human faces, and the previously vanquished eyeball was but a fragment of its armor. The remnants of the void were audacious to confront me. The slithering of the serpent echoed like the cries of 1,000 tormented souls, and the sheer force of the sound caused blood to spill from my mouth and nose. Qingtian's lingering soul flickered in chains, yet it exerted every effort to form seals, striving to erect a shield for me. 3 days. I wiped away the blood, and the destruction sword, sensing the underworld's essence, ignited in a blaze of blue and black flames. Sufficient. The serpent's tail suddenly struck down, unleashing a monstrous wave upon the blood sea. I swung my sword to cleave through the tidal wall, only to discover that each droplet of blood transformed into vengeful spirits. Futile. The remnants of Qingtian's soul suddenly broke free from the chains, transforming into a azure light that merged with the sword's blade, calling forth. The destruction sword erupted in a blinding brilliance, revealing a hazy visage of Qingtian upon its spine. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. I recalled the final message my mother had left within the jade pendant, the ultimate technique of the void sword art: return to chaos. The crystalline parts of my body shattered, yet the fragments did not dissipate. Instead, they spiraled around the sword's blade. With each rotation, a face emerged from the depths of the underworld. Those were the remnants of the void sect's disciples consumed over the past 3 centuries. This is, my father's voice reverberated one last time. Gather the lingering souls of the void lineage, and one may slay true immortals. But at what cost? No need to finish. I understood the price. My right arm was reduced to ash, followed by my left leg, my ribs. Yet the radiance of the destruction sword illuminated the entire underworld. With this strike, I propelled myself through the void towards the serpent, for the sake of the void sect. The sword light transformed from a mere black line into a radiant gray beam reminiscent of the dawn of chaos. The serpent unleashed a torrent of ghostly flames. Yet upon contact with the sword light, it melted away like snow meeting boiling oil. No. The colossal serpent disintegrated inch by inch, revealing a pulsating core of black blood. This was the essence of the underworld lord. Just as the sword's tip was about to pierce, a familiar visage emerged from the black blood. Wang Xiao. To my astonishment, that twisted face laughed maniacally, for the lord had long since fused with my soul. The momentum of the strike waned, and I was unable to change my approach in time. At the critical moment, a beam of golden light shot forth from the blood sea. It was the command token of the Qinglan sect leader. The token shattered, unveiling the last fragment of consciousness left by the sect master. Subdue. The black blood solidified for a fraction of a second. That was enough. The destruction sword pierced through the black blood, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of chaotic energy. From the tip of the sword, the entire underworld began to collapse, the space shattering like a broken mirror, pieces flaking away. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying atop Qinglan Mountain. The dawn light pierced through the clouds, illuminating my fractured body. My right arm was gone, my left leg reduced to bone, and below my chest, I had become entirely crystalline. Yet miraculously, a strand of chaotic energy flowed within my heart, gradually mending my wounds. I had survived. The destruction sword beside me had become an ordinary iron, its blade riddled with cracks. Yet in the sunlight, I distinctly saw 2 points of light, one azure, one black, entwined at the hilt. These were the last remnants of Qingtian and Wang Zhao's souls. A mountain breeze swept by, carrying the astonished cries of disciples from afar. I knew a new story was about to unfold, to restore the spiritual veins, rebuild the void sect, and seek a way to resurrect the lingering souls. But at this moment, I could merely struggle to raise my remaining left hand to catch a falling peach blossom. For the first time in 3 centuries, the peach blossoms on Qinglan Mountain bloomed in such vibrant splendor. Chapter 14 Postscript. The peach blossoms bloom again after 3 years. An old friend returns. The peach blossoms on Qinglan Mountain have bloomed and withered once more, marking the 3rd spring and autumn. I sit before the newly constructed listening to the rain pavilion, my incomplete left leg resting on a bamboo stool, while my right hand, an exquisite arm reshaped by chaotic primal energy, gently caresses a cracked iron sword on the table. The spring breeze wafts through the freshly cut window paper, stirring 2 strands of soul silk entwined around the sword's hilt, one azure and one obsidian, like fish playfully chasing one another. In these 3 years, the Taisu sect has risen from the ashes. With the revival of the spiritual veins, the mountain air is now infused with several times the vitality of yore. The new disciples often practice their swordsmanship in the morning mist, their blade light shining like snow against the backdrop of blossoming peach flowers. Yet I remain, guarding this broken sword, awaiting a faint glimmer of hope. Brother Han, a small Taoist boy, his hair styled in twin buns, rushes toward me, panting. Morning dew clings to his robe. There and Amp, Appos, a strange person outside the mountain gate, claiming to be your old acquaintance. The iron sword suddenly quivers slightly, and the azure soul silk at the hilt glimmers for a moment. I furrow my brow, my fingers tracing the sword's cracks. Did he give his name? The boy shakes his head. He wore a conical hat, and merely said he mimics a hoarse voice. informing me that the debt to the underworld must be repaid. The sound of a bamboo staff striking the ground echoes on the stone steps. I walk slowly toward the mountain gate, my crystalline arms' veins pulsating with fluctuating emotions. Over these 3 years, the chaotic primal energy has fused with my meridians. Yet this frail body has not fully restored. Pain still lingers in the void of my left leg. The figure in the morning mist gradually clarifies. The person is draped in tattered rain gear, stooping like a weary old farmer. But when the mountain wind lifts the edge of his hat, the swords of the guarding disciples slide from their sheaths by 3 inches, revealing a face marred by centipede-like scars, unmistakably that of Wang Xiao, who once had his soul scattered. Do not be alarmed. The elder smiles, raising both hands. His sleeves fall back, revealing a wrist entwined with eerie azure and black patterns. In this form, I could scarcely catch a mountain chicken. The mountain wind suddenly turns frigid. My right hand's crystalline veins emanate a dangerous glow, a natural response of the chaotic primal energy to the underworld's power. For 3 years, I have rebuilt the Tai Su sect, restored the spiritual veins, and traversed the 9 underworlds, yet I have failed to locate Qingli's complete soul. What do you seek? The bamboo staff sinks deeply into a crack in the stone. The elder pulls a bronze lamp from his bosom. The lamp is riddled with cracks. Yet the azure flame flickering within sends a shockwave through my being. This rhythm is unique to Qingli's life soul fire. When the underworld collapsed, the Hall Master performed a curious feat with his last vestiges of power. The elder lightly taps his temple, where a faint azure glow flickers. He fused my shattered soul with that girl's, cramming it into this dying flesh. He suddenly coughs violently, expelling half-coagulated black blood. As the blood seeps into the ground, several wild grasses wither instantly. Did you see that? The elder wipes his mouth with a pained smile. This body will not survive the winter, but before that, his left eye suddenly glimmers with Qingli's unique azure light, and his voice turns frigid. Junior brother, we need to discuss the ascending immortal platform. Within the listening to the rain pavilion, the beast skin star map slowly unfurls upon the table. Years ago, the underworld hall sought the chaotic primal energy, not for immortality, but for this. The elder's emaciated finger traces the beast's skin, and the starry projection fills the room. At the handle of the Big Dipper, a jade platform's phantom slowly rotates. The half-broken sword embedded upon it sends a sudden searing pain through my chaotic right arm. That is the other half of the catastrophe sword. The ascending immortal platform appears once every 300 years. The elder's voice abruptly melds with both genders. Wang Xiao's hoarse tone intertwines with Qingli's cold clarity. When it next manifests, the sword-bearer may enter the celestial realm directly, but at what cost? I fixate on the blood-red patterns flickering in the star map. The elder pauses in silence, then suddenly tears open his garment. Embedded in the heart's position is a diamond-shaped black crystal, within which a distorted human face is sealed, the fragment of the underworld hall master's soul. Years ago, your father shattered the ascending immortal platform, not only to seal the demons but also for his words abruptly halt as the black crystal bursts forth with blinding crimson light. Amidst the screams, Qingli's soul light forcefully seizes control of the body. Junior brother, remember, the true catastrophe sword is the key. While the spiritual veins are a tremor shakes the very ground, interrupting her words. The jade platform's phantom on the star map solidifies by a third. As the Tai Su spiritual veins emit a dragon-like roar from the back mountain. As dusk deepens, we reach an accord. They will relinquish the soul lamp and star map. While I vow to assist Qingli's soul silk in reincarnation when Wang Xiao and Amp, Appo's mortal body meets its end. As the elder and Amp, Appo's frail silhouette disappears along the mountain path. I whisper to the bronze lamp, Sister, welcome home. The flame dances joyfully twice, illuminating the newly placed peach branch on the table. The peach blossoms this year bloom more vibrantly than ever before. Chapter 15, The Flickering Light. The bronze lamp's wick suddenly erupted into a blossom of flame, jolting me from my meditation. For 3 years, this lamp, which harbored the remnant soul of Qingli, had remained undisturbed. Yet now, the flames stretched oddly, casting a blurred silhouette on the stone wall. Clearly the figure of a woman soaring through the skies on a sword. The celestial map had shifted. A hoarse voice emanated from behind me. Wang Zhao's emaciated form leaned against the doorframe, his left eye glowing with the distinct azure light of Qingli. His bony fingers pointed towards the night sky. The purple tenuity had shifted, and the celestial gate was about to open. Following his gesture, I gazed towards the Big Dipper and Appo's handle, where an unfamiliar crimson star was gradually illuminating. Even more bizarrely, as I focused my vision, intricate patterns resembling jade steps surfaced on the star and Appo's surface. It was the ascension platform. The Lord of the Underworld had once spoken of this. Suddenly, Wang Zhao's right eye filled with blood, and his voice turned frigid, proclaiming that every 300 years, the ascension platform would descend a strand of guiding light. Before he could finish, his throat was abruptly grasped by his own left hand. The soul threads of Qingli fought fiercely. Little junior brother, quickly, retrieve the catastrophe sword. Without hesitation, I formed my fingers into the shape of a sword, the chaotic source energy swirling in my right arm. But just as the sword energy was about to be unleashed, the entire Qinglan mountain trembled violently. With a resounding boom, a crimson beam of light, 100 feet in diameter, descended from the heavens, striking the sword mound on the rear mountain with precision. The Taisu spirit vein, sealed within the forbidden grounds, awakened autonomously, transforming into a resplendent river of stars that surged upwards, colliding with the beam amidst the clouds. All eyes bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle from the shattered void. A rusted sword tip gradually emerged. This was the missing half of the catastrophe sword, and the hand that wielded the sword was a skeleton as translucent as jade. Father, my voice was drowned amidst the upheaval of the heavens and the earth. The crimson beam suddenly divided, a strand coiling towards the listening rain pavilion. The bronze lamp exploded instantaneously, the soul fire of Qingli being forcefully extracted, merging with the soul thread within Wang Zhao's body, transforming into a stream of light directed towards the ascension platform. No. The chaotic source energy erupted entirely, and I became a streak of azure light pursuing the soul fire. My right arm crystallized mid-flight, the skin revealing sword patterns identical to those of my father. The catastrophe sword sensed the call and broke through the shrine. As my fingertips were about to touch the soul fire, a chilling voice resonated from the ascension platform. How dare mere mortal flesh and bones gaze upon the celestial gate? A colossal hand, adorned with starlight, descended from the rift. Merely the gust of its palm made my bones crackle ominously. The power of this strike was tenfold more terrifying than that of the Lord of the Underworld. In a moment of dire peril, two events transpired simultaneously. The Star River, formed from the Taisu spirit vein, suddenly coiled around my waist, while the jade skeleton wielding the sword unleashed a blade of light that could cleave heaven and earth. Clang, 3 fingers of the starlit hand were severed, retracting in pain. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the power of the spirit vein flung me violently towards the ascension platform. As I passed through the crimson light curtain, the last image I beheld was the peach tree atop Qinglan Mountain being shattered by the gale, petals cascading like a rain of blood. Celestial realm, the starfall abyss. When consciousness returned, I found myself dangling precariously at the edge of a precipice. My crystallized right hand grasped desperately into the rock crevices. Below me roiled a churning, multicolored toxic miasma. Even worse, my cultivation had been suppressed to the chi refinement stage. The fate of a failed ascension. A cold female voice echoed from above. I looked up to see a snow-white sword tip pressed against my brow, wielded by a woman in white garb wearing a bronze mask. The line of her jaw bore a striking resemblance to Qingli, yet her gaze was chillingly fearsome. From beneath the mask came a voice devoid of emotion. You are the 1,427th stowaway to fall into the star abyss in 300 years. Now, you have 2 choices, be pushed down by me, or... Suddenly, she lifted her mask, revealing a face identical to Qingli's. Tell me, how do you know the Taisuke sword technique? Chapter 16, The Frosty Blade. The chill emanating from the snow-white sword tip penetrated my brow, a drop of blood sliding down my nose. I stared at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Qingli, as my crystalline right arm grasped the rock wall, leaving 5 deep gashes. My cultivation had been suppressed to the chi refinement stage, and the chaotic source energy lay dormant like still waters, with only the destruction sword at my waist emitting a faint hum. 3 breaths. The masked woman's sword remained motionless. A gust of mountain wind stirred a strand of her white hair, causing it to brush against the fang patterns of her bronze mask. Suddenly, I noticed a dark blue curse seal on her neck, identical to the mark left on Qingli when she was corrupted by the heart-devouring insect. The sword tip advanced another half-inch. The vibrant, poisonous mist below surged upward, corroding the rock wall with a hissing sound. I know you, I abruptly spoke, or rather, I know your other half. The woman and Appo's pupils constricted sharply. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, I tilted my head back and bit down on the blade. With a crack, half of the sword tip shattered, mingling with blood and foaming as I spat it toward her mask, seeking death. As she spun to evade, I used the momentum to leap up the cliff. The fragmented destruction sword unsheathed itself, yet upon contact with her sword aura, it let out a mournful wail. The cracks on its body multiplied by 3. Void sword technique, severing the river. The sword technique I barely managed to invoke held merely 10% of its full power, yet it was sufficient to force her back a step. In that fleeting moment, I tore down the shattered bronze lamp from my waist. Qingli, look at this. The remaining azure soul fire within the lamp surged suddenly. The woman staggered as if struck by lightning, pain and struggle evident on the visage beneath her mask. This is mine. She abruptly clutched her head, the bronze mask clattering to the ground. Her right eye glimmered with a familiar azure light, while the left oozed black blood. Han, Xiafan, run away. The voice was unmistakably a blend of Qingli S and another unfamiliar woman S. Falling Star Abyss, Burial Sword Valley. I carried the unconscious woman through the sword tomb, where countless broken swords stood, each entwined with gray-white chains that sank deep into the earth, as if imprisoning something. Indeed, I traced the cracks on the destruction sword, recalling my father and Appo's remnants of memory. This place was the periphery of the immortal realm, and Amp, Apos, S Burial Sword Abyss. A locale designated for the exile of those sword cultivators who violated the code. Those chains absorbed sword energy, feeding it back to the immortal realm. A punishment more brutal than death. Suddenly, the woman on my back coughed violently, spewing blood mixed with ice shards. You dared to bring me to Burial Sword Valley. Her right eye regained clarity, yet her left remained as dark as ink. I produced a fragment of the bronze lamp. Can you now explain why two primordial spirits reside within you? With a rip, she tore open her collar. A half-transparent blade was embedded in her chest, its hilt resembling a soaring Qinghuan. More disturbingly, a flickering black flame was sealed within the blade, resonating with the aura of the former lord of the netherworld. 300 years prior, I had been tasked by my master to guide the ascenders of the Taishu sect. She traced her fingers along the blade, and with each touch, the black mist in her left eye dissipated slightly. Yet she encountered the lord of the netherworld ambushing your father on the ascension platform. An image flowed into my consciousness through the blade. On a blood-red jade platform, my father battled 3 golden immortals. One of them suddenly removed their mask, revealing the youthful visage of the lord of the netherworld. My father detonated the destruction sword, severely injuring him. While the arriving Qingli was invaded by a soul fragment into her purple palace, I sealed my primordial spirit with the Qinghuan sword, narrowly escaping complete possession. She gasped, pointing into the distance. Your father ultimately cast the other half of the destruction sword into the return to ruins. Following her gesture, I glimpsed a spatial rift deep within Burial Sword Valley, where a broken jade platform was faintly visible. Yet what chilled me to the bone was the throng of transparent figures clinging to the edges of the rift, failed ascenders attempting to claw their way back to the immortal realm. The so-called ascension platform is merely. The woman suddenly coughed up fragments of her innards. A trap for the immortal realm to harvest the fortunes of the mortal world. Before she could finish, a thunderous reprimand echoed from the heavens. Criminal immortal Qingli, having unlawfully released a mortal, shall suffer the punishment of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. 72 crimson flying swords broke through the clouds, each bearing a golden armored immortal soldier. The leader brandished a scroll, and the moment it unfurled, hundreds of blood holes erupted across the body of the woman on my back. Run. She thrust the Qinghuan sword into my hand. Go to the return to ruins. Find. The immortal soldiers formed a lethal net. In a critical moment, the crystalline structure of my right arm suddenly fractured, a wisp of chaotic source energy infusing the Qinghuan sword. An astonishing scene unfolded. The Qinghuan sword and the fragmented destruction sword automatically fused, transforming into a peculiar longsword, a blend of azure and black. The instant the sword was formed, all the remaining swords in Burial Sword Valley trembled in unison, the sound of chains breaking resonating like a torrential downpour. Taishu Sword Soul? The leader of the immortal soldiers paled. Quickly report to the immortal sovereign, that person and Apos, S sword. I swung the sword towards the nearest golden armored soldier. There was no extravagant display of sword light, merely the simplest of slashes. Yet as the blade passed, the soldier was cleaved in two, and where the wound should have bled, only wisps of chaotic aura escaped. So it was. I gazed at the characters returned to ruins manifesting on the sword and Amp, Apos, S surface, suddenly bursting into laughter. This was the true destruction sword. Seizing the moment of chaos among the immortal soldiers, I hoisted the barely conscious woman and dashed toward the rift. Behind us, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A colossal golden hand descending from the heavens. Mortal ants, how dare you wield the source sword? As the massive hand made contact with my back, a skeletal arm abruptly shot out from the rift, firmly blocking the strike. The ring adorning that skeletal hand was unmistakably my father and Apos, S keepsake from years past. Chapter 17, The Bone Ring of the Abyss. The collision between the skeletal arm and the golden giant hand unleashed shockwaves that shattered remnants of swords within 100 miles into powder. I clutched the dying Qingli, plummeting towards the chasm of the abyss. Behind me, the terrified shouts of celestial soldiers echoed. It is the remains of the master of the void sword. Quickly activate the great formation of the stars. Before the words could fade, the hand adorned with the bronze bone ring suddenly clenched its fingers. Crack. The golden giant hand shattered in response, transforming into a cascade of radiant light. Even more terrifying, the fragmented golden light did not dissipate but was voraciously devoured by the bone ring. The celestial heavens dimmed, seemingly having its essence forcibly extracted. Father. My right arm trembled violently, resonating with the bone ring. Just as I was about to plunge into the chasm, the skeletal arm abruptly twisted, grasping my shoulder. Everything spun. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a realm of chaos. There was no distinction of up or down, only floating shards of land and, in the distance, an inverted bronze palace. Qingli lay beside me, the Qinghuan sword at her heart slowly healing her wounds. The abyss. She weakly pointed towards the palace, that is, your father's last. Her words were abruptly cut off. The skeletal arm had somehow suspended before me, with dense runes manifesting on the bone ring. The moment my crystalline right arm touched the ring and Amp, Apos, S surface, a long-buried memory erupted in the celestial realm. After 7,300 years, Master Han Tianqing of the Void Sword wielded the Source Sword to obliterate and storm the Lingxiao Palace. He severed the foundation of the Ascension platform. Not out of personal vendetta, but upon discovering a shocking secret. The The so-called ascension was merely a fabrication woven by the mighty of the celestial realm. For every mortal cultivator guided from the lower realms, the celestial realm siphoned off 30% of that realm's fortune. Moreover, the spiritual veins were, in truth, the essence of life from the lower realms. In the final recollection, my father cast half of the obliteration sword into the abyss. He himself charged towards the core of the celestial realm. My son, should you reach this point, forge your path with chaos. The skeletal arm suddenly disintegrated, leaving only the bone ring encircling my finger. Amidst the excruciating pain, the crystalline structure of my right arm surged forth, swiftly enveloping half of my body. Yet, this time, there was no loss of control. The interior of the crystal revealed distinct meridian patterns. This is... Qingli suddenly struggled to sit up, the void Dao body. Her bloodied fingers traced the crystalline surface on my chest. Your father relied on this to withstand 3 strikes from the celestial sovereign. The bone ring suddenly emitted a beam of azure light, sketching a map in the void, marking 7 flickering red dots, the locations of imprisoned spiritual veins from the lower realms. The nearest was astonishingly located just 300 miles away at the sword washing pool, the very site of the celestial prison. Time was of the essence. Qingli suddenly coughed out shards of ice. The celestial sovereign has already made his move. Before she could finish, the entire abyss trembled violently. The doors of the inverted bronze palace thunderously swung open, and countless chains surged forth like colossal serpents. Each chain was tethered to a struggling skeleton, all former disciples of the Void Sect. Son of Han Tianqing, surrender the source sword, or else. The skeletal voices overlapped, coalescing into a chilling drone. Yet, even more fearsome was the sword chant emanating from within the bronze palace, undoubtedly the resonance of the other half of the obliteration sword. The Qingyuan obliteration sword suddenly soared from my grasp, its tip aimed directly at the bronze palace. Only then did I notice 2 lines of small characters inscribed along the spine of the sword. Forge the myriad realms into elixirs with chaos as the furnace. Sword washing pool blood prison. Utilizing the spatial traversing power of the bone ring, we materialized above a blood pool. Hundreds of celestial swords soaked within the pool, each piercing through a cultivator and amp, Appos, S body. At the bottom, a spiritual vein of the void lay, stripped of its sentience. Indeed, they were breeding sword slaves. Qingli and amp, Appos, S sword finger formed a seal, the shadow of the Qingyuan sword materializing behind her. Be cautious, these. She suddenly gasped, as an invisible force yanked half of the blade from her heart. Amidst the splattering black blood, 9 bronze pillars rose from the pool and amp, Appos, S depths, each entwined with chains that bound a purple-robed Taoist, one of the 3 golden immortals who had ambushed my father back in the day. This seat has awaited for 3 centuries. The Taoist extended a hand as if to grasp, causing Qingli to writhe in agony. At last, the bloodline of the void has arrived. I swung my sword towards the chains, but was rebuffed, my palm splitting. The Taoist laughed heartily. A mere mortal dares to dream. His words were abruptly stifled. The bone ring suddenly radiated heat, and my right arm, uncontrollably, plunged into my own chest. As my fingertips grazed my heart, a drop of chaotic essence was forced out, precisely landing on the fissure of the Qingyuan obliteration sword. Clang. The cracks in the sword's body instantaneously healed, and all the celestial swords in the pool shattered simultaneously. The Taoist, terrified, attempted to retreat, but was ensnared by the suddenly animated spiritual vein of the void. Impossible. This is forging the realm into elixirs. I heard my voice echo with a dual resonance, my own timbre intertwined with my father and Appos, S deep tone, first forging, sword washing pool. The obliteration sword transformed into a colossal blade, descending, not aimed at the Taoist, but at the entire blood prison. The moment the sword energy touched the ground, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The blood pool, bronze pillars, and even the golden immortal Taoist twisted and collapsed, ultimately coalescing into a blood-red elixir suspended in midair. Meanwhile, the imprisoned spiritual vein of the void transformed into a stream of light, merging into my crystalline right arm. Have you lost your mind? Qingli and Appos, S face turned pale. This is a forbidden technique of the celestial realm. I crushed the blood elixir, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, breaking through my suppressed cultivation. Foundation establishment. Golden core, nascent soul. My realm soared to the peak of spirit transformation before it halted. Yet the price was my right arm. Crystalline tendrils extending to my neck, resembling a semi-transparent armor. Not enough. I gazed towards the remaining 6 red dots, to contend with the celestial sovereign. I would need to refine at least 3 more. Suddenly, a chime resonated through the heavens. The clouds parted, revealing a golden pupil that encompassed half of the celestial realm. The celestial sovereign had awakened. The Qingyuan obliteration sword emitted an excited tremor, as a 3rd line of text slowly materialized beneath the existing inscriptions, using the celestial as fuel. Chapter 18, The Rule of Slaying Immortals. At the moment when the golden pupils were fixed upon me, my crystalline right arm suddenly burst open with web-like fissures. With a crack, countless fragments of memory surged forth from the crevices, my father battling fiercely at the Lingshao Hall, Qingli's soul being tainted. The disciples of the Taishu sect transforming into sword slaves. These images crystallized in the air, manifesting as tangible sword energy that temporarily resisted the oppressive force of the immortal sovereign. Let us go, Qingli urged as she pulled me toward the nearest floating island. The wound on her chest had mysteriously healed, but the dark blue curse mark on her neck had spread to her cheek, threatening to refine the second spiritual vein. Before she could finish her sentence, a single tear fell from the golden eyes above. The moment the liquid descended, it transformed into a cascading waterfall of flames, distorting and shattering the space it traversed. Qingwan's sword barrier. She swiftly drew a half-blade from her sealed heart vein, expelling her vital blood. The blade expanded into a green luminescent barrier, only to evaporate upon contact with the fire cascade. In a life and death crisis, the bone ring slipped from my finger, tracing a chaotic trajectory in the air. Boom. The fire cascade was devoured by a suddenly appearing void crack. The residual flames grazed my left shoulder, instantly turning my entire arm to ash. Yet, strangely, my crystalline right arm absorbed the flames, molten gold-like liquid flowing from the cracks. Indeed, Qingli gasped, pointing at the crystalline growth spreading from my neck. Your father also consumed the Samadhi true fire in this manner. Stellar abyss. The buried bone forest. After passing through 7 layers of spatial rifts, we fell into a forest of white bones. Each skeletal tree was impaled with the remains of cultivators, their magical artifacts forming a metallic canopy that obscured the sky. In the center of the forest, a rusted giant sword pierced through the skull of a certain cultivator, the hilt prominently engraved with the Taishu sect emblem. It was Master Xianxiao. Qingli suddenly collapsed, coughing blood. He protected his disciples during their escape. Upon touching the giant sword, the entire buried bone forest came to life. All the bones turned in unison, hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. More terrifyingly, the weapons that had impaled them began to tremble, as if an invisible hand was preparing to withdraw them. Be cautious. This is the immortal sovereign and Appos. And Appos, weapon dispersal array and Appos. Just as Qingli summoned the Qingwan sword, a bronze spear pierced her shoulder, pinning her to the ground. Every weapon. She suddenly curled in pain, for the spear was entwined with hair-fine golden threads, the very essence that had once polluted her soul. In a moment of peril, the extinction sword suddenly flew from my grasp, its tip aimed at the bones beneath the giant sword. It was then that I noticed that Master Xianxiao's skeletal right hand retained the posture of a spell-casting gesture. Taishu summoning technique? Inspiration struck me as my crystalline right arm plunged into the ground. The chaotic source energy surged through the roots of the skeletal trees, activating the hidden formation of the entire buried bone forest in an instant. Clang, countless weapons shifted direction, all aiming towards their original masters. At the moment of 1,000 weapons piercing through, all the bones opened their mouths simultaneously, their voices merging into a thunderous decree: weapon dispersal. Return to source. Suddenly, the remains beneath the giant sword stood upright, the rust peeling away to reveal a lustrous sword body. This was not merely a corpse. Master Xianxiao had transformed himself into a sword puppet. Han Tianqing's son. The sword puppet and Appos, as hollow eye sockets fixed upon me. Receive the rule of slaying immortals. It self-destructed, fragments transforming into flowing light that entered my brow. An explosion of information erupted, the most striking being 4 lines of blood-red text, using chaos as a furnace, refining the myriad realms into pills, using immortals as fuel, using the Tao as. The final line was abruptly erased. Yet, even more shocking was the emergence of memories within my consciousness. Master Xianxiao had not perished in battle, but had willingly undergone weapon dispersal, solely to conceal this forbidden inheritance within the bones. So that was it. I glanced at my carbonized left arm. The chaotic source energy was circulating according to the trajectory of the rule of slaying immortals, the carbonized portion rapidly shedding to regenerate a jade-like skeletal structure. Qingli suddenly shouted, "And Appos, bow your head." And Appos, a beam of golden light, cleaved down from the heavens. Instinctively, I swung my arm to block, the newly formed jade bone colliding with the golden light, producing a resonant sound akin to metal meeting metal. A voice of suspicion emanated from the clouds. The immortal sovereign and Appos, golden pupils exhibiting a flicker of emotion, fixated on my jade-boned arm. The Taishu Dao body has fully matured. Before it could discern clearly, all the weapons in the buried bone forest suddenly soared into the sky, forming a storm of metal that obscured the heavens. At the center of the tempest was the hilt of the giant sword. It was frantically absorbing the weapon and Appos' aura, gradually revealing its true form, a bronze measuring rod etched with star patterns. The fragment of the celestial measuring rod, Qingli exclaimed in disbelief. The legendary artifact capable of measuring the source of the immortal realm. Before she could finish her sentence, the golden pupils constricted to the size of a needle. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the entire immortal realm erupted, transforming into countless golden chains that ensnared the bronze measuring rod. It's too late. I gripped the measuring rod tightly, channeling the chaotic source energy according to the rule of slaying immortals. My jade right arm suddenly became transparent, a swirling galaxy emerging within, indicating the second refinement. The measuring rod erupted with blinding azure light, clashing with the golden chains at that instant. The entire buried bone forest, along with a 1,000-mile radius of the immortal realm, collapsed into a bronze pill. Double rebound upon consuming the second pill, My eyes had completely crystallized. The world within my vision transformed into countless interwoven lines of law, allowing me to even perceive the true form of the immortal sovereign. It was a colossal golden silkworm residing at the core of the immortal realm, each strand of silk connecting to a spiritual vein of the lower realms. Han Xiaofan, Qingli and Apos' anxious voice seemed to come from a great distance. Your soul is dissipating. She spoke the truth. The crystallization had spread to my heart, and within, I could see the 3 souls and 7 spirits being assimilated by chaos. Yet, at that moment, my comprehension of the rule of slaying immortals reached an unprecedented level. I could even perceive the 2 entangled souls within Qingli. Sister, I suddenly grasped her wrist. The task that father entrusted to you back then. Before I could finish, the heavens split open with 9 rifts. 9 golden pupils, sharing the same origin as the immortal sovereign, opened simultaneously, the terrifying pressure causing cracks to appear on the measuring rod. Hence, the voices of the 9 overlapped in a thunderous roar, hand over the source sword. Qingli suddenly smiled. From the still healing wound on her chest, a small green jade sword gradually emerged. It was the very token that Qingli had left for me in the mortal realm. Master was right. She pressed the jade sword against my brow. When you face the 9 immortal sovereigns at once. As the jade sword melted away, the 4th line of the rule of slaying immortals was finally completed. Using chaos as a furnace, refining the myriad realms into pills, using immortals as fuel. Using the Tao as kindling. The moment the last 2 words manifested, my fully crystallized body suddenly turned transparent. The laws of the immortal realm appeared distinctly before my eyes, and the measuring rod flew towards a specific direction. There lay the slumbering 10th and most powerful immortal sovereign. Chapter 19. The Fiery Reckoning. When the celestial measuring tool tore through the cloud layers, I beheld the very heart of the celestial realm. It manifested as an inverted bronze cauldron, its body entwined with countless golden chains, each piercing through the spiritual veins of myriad realms. What boiled within was not a medicinal concoction, but the countless struggling souls of cultivators. Among them, the most striking was a sword aura that unmistakably resembled my father, Han Tianqing. Thus, the truth of the ascension platform was revealed. My voice had transcended the realm of humanity, resonating as a thunderous hum of chaotic primordial energy. My fully crystallized form floated before the cauldron, my fingertip lightly brushing its surface. The laws of slaying immortals began to operate autonomously. The inscriptions on the cauldron writhing and reconfiguring like living entities, ultimately revealing 4 lines of ancient script. Forge heaven, transform earth, nourish the path, seek survival. Yet, the final 2 characters were erased by an unfathomable force, blackened blood seeping from the residual scars. Han Xiaofan. Qingli's voice echoed from the distant lower realm. Unbeknownst to me, she had broken free from the celestial monarch's bonds and was ascending on the back of the azure wand sword. More astonishingly, the half-melted sword blade embedded in her heart was fusing with the lingering soul of Qingli within her. Do not come closer. I wished to intervene, but I found myself voiceless. My crystallized throat had long lost its function. It was too late. Suddenly, 10 golden tendrils shot forth from the cauldron, ensnaring Qingli's limbs in an instant. Faces emerged upon the surface of those tendrils, revealing the visages of past disciples of the Taisu sect, now refined into this grotesque form. Senior sister. Instinctively, I aimed to wield my sword, yet the celestial measuring tool unexpectedly slipped from my grasp, embedding itself into the cauldron's chasm. In that instant, the spiritual energy of the entire celestial realm began to reverse flow, countless golden chains materializing from the void, ensnaring my crystalline form like a spider's web. At last, a hoarse sigh resonated from within the cauldron. A blurred visage surfaced within the medicinal liquid, bearing a resemblance to me, yet marked by the weight of ancient epics. My son, you have come. The first celestial monarch, Han Guoxiu. Memories from 100,000 years surged into my consciousness. The founder of the Taisu sect, Han Guoxiu, had willingly transformed into the celestial cauldron to forge the myriad realms in a bid to combat the external celestial demons. However, as time wore on, the malevolent thoughts birthed within the cauldron gradually tainted his essence, distorting him into a beast that consumed the heavens. The 9 celestial monarchs were, in fact, his 9 malevolent incarnations. The pure primordial spirit he divided and reincarnated was none other than your father, Han Tianqing. The face within the cauldron twisted in agony. Upon discovering the truth, he sought to destroy the cauldron. I gazed at the sword aura that represented my father. He was not besieged by the celestial monarchs. Rather, at the last moment, he had severed his own primordial spirit, sealing the malevolent thoughts within the cauldron. Now, it is your choice. A fissure suddenly appeared in the cauldron, revealing the pulsating chaotic spark within. Would I inherit my father's will, or... Before I could finish my thought, Qingli, fully fused, detonated her heart pulse. Her form transformed into a cascade of azure light, each strand revealing her visage. Junior brother, sever the cauldron. This was, astonishingly, a desperate strike fueled by the dual burning of primordial spirits. The golden tendrils were momentarily repelled, while the azure wand sword plunged straight into the cauldron's chasm. Clang. The moment the sword tip met the spark, I finally comprehended the last word of the slaying immortal law. To use the Taoist kindling, What burned was not merely cultivation, but existence itself. My crystalline body erupted with countless fissures. From each crack burst forth chaotic flames, heralding the ignition of my own loss. The Calamity Sword flew into the fire, merging with the Azure Wand Sword to become a blade inscribed with 4 lines of truth. No. The cauldron trembled violently. You do not comprehend. Without the celestial cauldron to suppress, the external celestial demons will. In the moment the fiery blade descended, I glimpsed my father's lingering sword aura smiling within the cauldron. The conclusion, a new era. The thunderous collapse of the celestial cauldron echoed for a full 7 days. When the last fragment fell into oblivion, the celestial realm commenced its self-repair. The spiritual veins of the lower realms, previously extracted, returned in droves, while the 9 celestial monarchs were systematically obliterated in their struggle against the chaotic flames. I lay amidst the ruins, my crystalline form reverted to that of a mortal. My right arm was empty, and my left eye permanently blind. This was the price of wielding the slaying immortal law. Was it worth it? Someone gently cradled my head. In my blurred vision, I beheld a face that resembled both Qingli and Qingli, her heart pierced by the charred remnant of a sword hilt, the remnant of the fused blades. I yearned to respond, yet coughed forth a plume of chaotic fire. She pressed her finger to my lips. Do not speak, your foundation. In the distance, I heard the sound of soaring through the air. Survivors of the Taisu sect, ascendants from the lower realms, even several neutral true immortals, were hastening from all directions. In the final moment before darkness enveloped me, I beheld the nascent sun piercing through the clouds, illuminating a young peach tree sprouting from the ruins. Its bloom radiated the brightest flower seen in 300 years. Chapter 20. The Reignition of the Dying Flame. Awakening amidst the fragrance of peach blossoms, I tasted the bitter residue of chaotic fire upon my lips. My vision, blurred for an eternity, gradually sharpened. Thatch roof, coarse pottery medicine jar, and outside, the undulating emerald mountains. The sleeve of my right arm hung limply, fluttering in the breeze, while my left I could only perceive a hazy glow. Surviving the complete destruction of my foundation, I was stronger than my father. The voice belonged to a woman grinding medicine by my bedside, clad in a dress of intertwined azure and white. The faint outline of a sword hilt was discernible at her chest. When she turned her head, I was taken aback. Her left eye shone with Qingli's coldness, while her right exuded Qingli's warmth. How long had I slumbered? My voice emerged hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Long enough for 3 dynasties to rise and fall. She let the medicinal liquid drip into my hollow right eye socket, its chill penetrating to the bone. When the celestial realm collapsed, we fell into the lesser Xian realm, the former site of the Taisu sect. Suddenly, the medicinal essence began to bubble, and through the agony emerged a vision. Fragments of the heavenly refining cauldron scattered across the 3,000 worlds, the largest peace landing in the northern wasteland of this realm. The final silhouette that flashed before me made my shattered Tao body tense up. An ethereal figure clad in white, donning a bronze mask, was picking up a wisp of golden flame from the ruins of the cauldron. The malevolent intent of the celestial sovereign remained unquenched. The woman, now to be referred to as Shuangli, gripped my trembling shoulder, yet the good news was, she suddenly guided my hand to her heart. The moment my fingertips brushed against the sword hilt, a memory surged forth. At the time of the heavenly refining cauldron's destruction, my father's sword aura enveloped the original spark of fire, merging with the remnants of the Qing Calamity Sword. Deep within this hilt, a faint pulse of chaotic origin energy thrummed. It required nurturing from the 9 great realm cores. She pointed towards the distant mountains outside the window, revealing that this lesser Xian realm concealed. Bang! The wooden door was forcefully flung open. A dozen sword-wielding cultivators, their faces obscured by conical hats, stormed in. The leader lifted his hat, revealing a visage that made my pupils contract with shock. It was the youthful countenance of Wang Xiao. Has Senior Han awakened? He grinned, revealing sharp canines, and proclaimed that the family had commanded us to retrieve the key. The hilt in Shuangli's hand suddenly became scorching hot. It was then I discerned that, within my left eye's obscured view, these individuals were entwined with golden threads, akin to the chains of the celestial sovereign from years past. Taisu ruins core of the earth veins. After being pursued for 3,000 miles, we fell into a cavern. The walls were inscribed with the foundational sword techniques of the Taisu sect, and at the center of the stone platform lay half of a bronze cauldron ear, the very vessel that sensed the realm core. They were not living beings. Shuangli sliced open her wrist, allowing her blood to drip onto the cauldron ear, creating seed puppets controlled by the celestial sovereign's malevolence. The droplets rolled across the surface of the cauldron ear, gradually revealing the truth of this realm. The lesser Xian realm was originally a testing ground for the Taisu sect, with a pseudo-heavenly refining cauldron buried underground, crafted by the first-generation ancestor. Years ago, my father, Han Tianqing, concealed a portion of pure origin energy here as a rebirth spark. The footsteps of Wang Xiao and his cohorts drew near the cave entrance. In a sudden act, Shuangli drew forth the sword hilt from her heart. Remember? The revival of origin energy requires. She plunged the hilt into her own brow. In that instant of azure light explosion, my remaining left eye suddenly perceived everything. Within her body, 2 primordial spirits entwined like twin blossoms, while the sword hilt forcibly fused them. As the radiance faded, the woman standing before me had transformed, my junior sister. She raised her hand to gently caress the hollow of my eye socket. Her voice a harmonious blend of Qingli and Qingli, stating that in this life, she would protect my path. The stone platform shattered with a thunderous roar, and 9 streams of light surged forth from the pseudo-cauldron. 6 of these streams merged into my limbs and bones, while the remaining 3 circled around her. The moment the celestial sovereign and Apos' puppets rushed in, an ancient sword cry resonated throughout the cavern. This was the long silent Tai Su ruins, welcoming the true heir. Chapter 21. The Secret of the Puppets. The sound of swords echoed through the cavern, and the ancient sword techniques inscribed on the rock walls glimmered faintly. The footsteps of the Wanxios came to an abrupt halt. The smile on the leader's face froze as golden threads surged chaotically from his 7 orifices, weaving into a shield before him. Yet, in the next instant, his head soared into the air, without a trace of blood. From the severed neck poured a viscous golden mist, which, upon touching the ground, transformed into dozens of tiny silkworms writhing toward my frail form. Beware of the Tao corruption. Qingli, now fully merged with me, spun and waved her sleeve, 3 streams of source energy coalescing into a sword net. As the silkworms were severed, they emitted cries akin to those of infants. More terrifying, however, was the fact that the headless Wang Xiao and Apos' body continued to advance, its claw-like hands reaching for my heart. Clang! I raised my remaining left arm to block, and the clash of bone against claw produced a metallic resonance. In that moment of stalemate, shards of the pseudo-ding suddenly sprang from the ground, precisely embedding themselves into my hollow right eye socket. Excruciating pain erupted, accompanied by a deluge of information. This was no ordinary bronze. It was a counterfeit infused with Tao corruption gold. Through it, I glimpsed the truth of the Shaoxian realm over countless years before ascending. The first ancestor Han Guishu foresaw the aberration of the celestial refining cauldron. He secretly forged 9 pseudo-dings and scattered them throughout the lower realm, each containing a pure source seed. The Wanxios before me were the guardians birthed from the pseudo-dings, yet they had been tainted by the malevolence of the celestial monarch, transforming them into instruments of slaughter. Little junior brother. Qingli's call pulled me back to reality. The hilt of her sword had inexplicably extended by 3 feet. Flames of azure and gold dancing at the blade's edge. The headless puppet was pinned against the wall, its remnant body being gradually purified by the flames. Use source energy resonance. She pointed to the shard in my right eye, enabling me to temporarily control the other puppets. I suppressed the searing pain in my eye socket and attempted to channel the 6 streams of source energy within me. The moment the energy touched the shard, the remaining Wanxios froze in unison, the golden threads within them visible like marionette strings before my eyes. So that is how it is. I formed a grasping motion with my left hand, mimicking the sword technique my father had taught me. The 3 puppets in the front row suddenly turned, plunging their blades into their companion's chest. But just as I prepared to press forward, the shard in my right eye suddenly heated up. A more potent consciousness was attempting to invade from within. 3,000 feet underground, at the core of the pseudo-ding, we followed the path of the puppets to a cavern. In the center of the cave hovered a half-formed bronze ding, its body entwined with golden chains identical to those of the celestial refining cauldron, except that the other end of the chains was tethered to living humans. Hundreds of cultivators were pierced through the dantian by the chains, hanging from the cave ceiling like dried meat. Below them, several Wanxios were tossing newly captured cultivators into the ding. Each time someone fell in, a wisp of golden mist erupted from within, condensing into a new puppet, raising goo. The flames on Qingli's sword hilt surged violently. They were using cultivators to nourish the Tao corruption. Suddenly, the shard of my right eye flew out on its own, embedding itself into the gap of the pseudo-ding. In an instant, all the chains rattled, and the captives collectively raised their heads. Each had a grain-sized shard embedded in their foreheads. Even worse, the golden mist within the ding coalesced into a familiar figure, adorned in a lofty crown and scholarly robes, with a refined visage. But the right hand bore the unique golden silkworm gloves of the celestial monarch. Hanshio. He smiled and bowed, stating, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. His voice was gentle as a spring breeze, yet it sent chills through my veins. This was one of the 3 great golden immortals who had ambushed my father, the Star Lord of Fate. Qingli suddenly transmitted a secret message. Do not be deceived. This is merely a remnant conjured by Tao corruption. His true self was long devoured by the celestial refining cauldron. As if to affirm her words, the image of the Star Lord of Fate suddenly distorted, revealing the writhing golden silkworm behind his neck. The creature raised its head to look at me, its mandibles moving to utter human speech, the bloodline of Han Guishu. At last, the pseudo-ding exploded violently, and hundreds of chains coiled like giant serpents. Source fire reignited. In a moment of desperation, Qingli performed a reckless act. She plunged the hilt of her sword into her heart and forcefully twisted. The heart, pulsating with azure and gold flames, was extracted and pressed against the severed end of my right arm. Senior sister, remember. Blood pooled at the corners of her mouth. Yet her voice carried a smile, the true legacy of the Taisu sect. The heart transformed into flowing light, reconstructing my right arm, which became as translucent as jade, coursing with azure and gold blood. The moment the chains touched my skin, my arm instinctively formed seals, unleashing a radiant golden light that perfectly replicated the Star Lord of Fate's techniques. How is this possible? The golden silkworm shrieked in horror. This is mine. Little did it know that Qingli had fused not only two primordial spirits but also numerous techniques absorbed by the Qingyuan sword in years past. In that moment, all of them became my innate abilities. The chains of the pseudo-ding shattered under the golden light, and the imprisoned cultivators fell one after another. Seizing the opportunity, I charged toward the core, my newly formed right arm thrusting directly into the ding. Devour the celestial laws. Reversal. Within the ding, the golden mist surged into my arm but was refined by the source energy within my meridians. The cultivation levels, memories, and even the innate characteristics of those devoured cultivators all became nourishment for the chaotic source energy. The azure and gold patterns on my right arm grew increasingly radiant, ultimately coalescing into a spinning Tao imprint in my palm. The golden silkworm, sensing danger, attempted to flee, only to be pierced by the hilt Qingli threw with her remaining strength. It writhed violently, suddenly erupting into a bizarre laughter. You think this is the only pseudo-ding? Its body expanded and exploded, scattering countless golden silkworm eggs deep into the earth. Simultaneously, I sensed, from a distant place, that the other 8 pseudo-dings were awakening. Renewal and peril 3 days later, as the surviving cultivators established a camp on the surface, Qingli finally awoke. Her heart was empty, yet her eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing the past. How do you feel? I opened my right hand. A 3-inch azure flame flickering above the Tao imprint. It was the newly birthed power fused with source energy and Tao corruption. With a gentle grip, a boulder 100 feet away crumbled silently into dust. Half a step toward the transformation of divinity, I gazed northward, aware that should I encounter a remnant of the celestial monarch again, victory was not guaranteed. She suddenly pressed down on my right arm's Tao imprint. Through our contact, I glimpsed her shared memories. Among the fleeing golden silkworm eggs, one stood out brightly, cradling a miniature version of the Star Lord of Fate. They sought resurrection. Qingli murmured softly, to nourish the 9 great celestial lords with the 9 dings. Outside the tent, cheers erupted. We stepped outside to find survivors kneeling before a newly planted peach tree. Hanging from its branches were the life tokens of the cultivators rescued from the pseudo-ding. And at its roots, the hilt of the sword was firmly inserted. As the spring breeze swept by, a peach blossom fell upon my crystalline left shoulder. There, unbeknownst to me, a tender green sprout had begun to emerge. Chapter 22, The 8 Cauldrons Pilgrimage. On the 7th day of the peach tree's bloom, a sudden searing pain erupted from the seal on my right arm. Qingli, who was polishing the hilt of her sword, abruptly lifted her gaze. To my astonishment, the seal levitated, casting 8 star maps into the air. Each map marked the location of a false cauldron, with the nearest one pulsating intensely, the North Ming Cold Abyss. She traced the star map with her fingertip, and ice crystals formed along her path, marking the realm of the old monster Xianming. I pressed down on the restless seal. Ever since I had consumed the false cauldron, it had behaved like a living creature, fluctuating between warmth and cold. Even more bizarrely, during my meditation last night, I had heard the cold laughter of the Star Lord of Fate echoing in my mind. I needed to destroy the remaining false cauldrons before the golden silkworm egg hatched. As I stood up, the new buds on the peach branch above my shoulder swayed in an unseen breeze. However, your heart. Qingli suddenly unfastened her clothing. Where her heart should be, a swirling azure and gold flame now hovered, the very seed she had gifted me by slicing open her heart. She was no longer an ordinary being. She guided my right hand towards the flame, asking me to feel it. The moment we touched, the 8 star maps merged into one grander image. The 9 cauldrons were spread like chess pieces across realms, and the golden threads connecting them formed a diagram of human meridians. At the pinnacle, where the head was depicted, lay the core of the celestial realm where the Tianding cauldron had once been. So it was. The seal flickered violently, and I instinctively withdrew my hand. The 9 cauldrons were indeed a biomimetic structure of the Tianding cauldron. Qingli and Amp Apos' expression changed drastically. Are you suggesting that upon activation of the 9 cauldrons, the true form of the celestial sovereign would be restored? North Ming Cold Abyss, Xianming Palace. After traversing 30,000 miles through a blizzard, we arrived at the rift of the Cold Abyss. Below, amidst the black mist, an ice crystal palace could be faintly discerned. Yet, the once formidable guards had all transformed into ice sculptures, each adorned with a golden silkworm embedded in their foreheads. Have we arrived too late? Qingli lightly touched one of the ice sculptures, and with a crack, the entire figure shattered into powder. A wisp of golden mist attempted to escape, but my right arm and Amp Apos' seal suddenly generated a pulling force. In an instant, the golden mist was forcefully consumed, deepening the hue of the seal while simultaneously inducing a feeling of satiation. Something was amiss. I stared at the increasingly crimson seal. It was influencing me. Before I could finish my thought, the ice layer beneath us exploded. 18 ice dragons erupted into the air, each with golden flames dancing in their eyes. At the center of their swirling mass sat the old monster Xianming upon an ice lotus, his skull ruptured, with hundreds of golden silkworms writhing in his brain. Friend Han. He spoke, and a silkworm wriggled from the corner of his mouth. I have awaited you. How bitter. The ice dragons unleashed a frigid breath simultaneously. This was no ordinary frost and snow. It was infused with the Tao corruption of Xianming and Apos' true essence, freezing the space in its wake. Qingli and Apos' sword hilt instantly frosted over, while my right arm and Appo's seal grew inexplicably lively. It craved this chilling essence. Sister, fall back. I stepped forward to meet the dragon's breath. The seal transformed into a vortex, consuming the entirety of Xuanming's true essence. My right arm's meridians quickly crystallized with ice, but were soon refined by the source energy. When I tore the 18th ice dragon apart with my bare hands, the seal had morphed into an eerie blue-red hue. Suddenly, Xuanming and Appo's head exploded. The cluster of silkworms coalesced into a human form, unmistakably resembling the Star Lord of Fate, young friend Han. Do you believe that consuming the Tao corruption comes without a price? He raised his hand to form a seal, and my right arm went out of control, striking my own temple. Bang! Qingli intercepted this fatal blow with the hilt of her sword, incurring 3 additional cracks along its blade. She bit her tongue and sprayed blood onto the hilt. Void forbidden technique. Reverse Tao. The hilt melted, transforming into azure and gold liquid that flowed into the seal. The phantom of the Star Lord of Fate twisted in disbelief. Impossible. This is Han Tianqing and Appo's. Seizing the moment, I pierced the seal on my right arm with my left fingers, forcefully extracting the writhing blue-red crystal. Here, take it back. As I hurled the crystal towards the false cauldron, Qingli detonated the residual source energy in the hilt. The two forces collided, causing fine cracks to form on the surface of the false cauldron, and the anguished cries of countless cultivators echoed from within. Their devoured souls were pleading for salvation. Save. My right arm activated the seal autonomously, unleashing an unprecedented golden incantation. Blinding white light erupted from the cracks of the false cauldron, and hundreds of souls seized the opportunity to escape, while the cauldron itself rapidly collapsed, ultimately transforming into an ice crystal ring. Just before the remnants of the Star Lord of Fate dissipated, the golden silkworm suddenly self-destructed. The splattered bodily fluids formed a line of blood characters on the ice wall. Next, the flame demon realm. The seal rebounded. On the return journey aboard the cloud vessel, I gazed at the newly formed ice crystal ring. It contained the core of the false cauldron, but what drew my attention was my right arm, after excising the seal. A new azure and gold mark had emerged, taking the shape of a silkworm pupa. It was evolving. Qingli gasped upon examination. With each cauldron you consume, you draw closer to the vessel of the celestial sovereign. I completed her thought, recalling the price mentioned by the Star Lord of Fate. Suddenly, peach blossoms drifted in through the window. The branches, which should have been thousands of miles away, took root and sprouted on the deck of the cloud vessel. Even more bizarrely, when a petal landed on the ice crystal ring, the flickering image of my father, Han Tianqing, materialized within. His lips moved, conveying fragmented messages through the language of flowers. The 9 cauldrons. The key. Do not consume. Qingli abruptly clutched her heart and Appo's seed. I sensed it. The second cauldron lies in the depths of the flame demon realm, and its guardian is. Her words were interrupted by a thunderous explosion. In the distance, towards the Northman cold abyss, a golden light pierced the heavens. Someone was forcefully opening the gate between realms. Through the golden radiance, I glimpsed the scene of the flame demon realm. Amidst a sea of magma, the second false cauldron was gradually rising. Chapter 23. The Transformation of the Flame Demon. Through the radiant gate, a waft of burnt peach blossom fragrance drifted in. Suddenly, the silkworm imprint on my right arm convulsed violently, and the azure golden pattern spread across my shoulder like a living entity. The source flame in Qingli and Appo's heart surged with a hiss, casting a distorted shadow on the cabin wall. A golden silkworm, boldly raising its head and flicking its tongue. There was no time to wait for its natural awakening. She abruptly pressed the remains of the sword hilt against my silkworm imprint, exclaiming, I need to borrow your right arm. Amidst the excruciating pain, the silkworm imprint emitted strands of golden light, resonating with the gate. In an instant, the cloud ship was stretched into a fine line, and as we passed through the rift in time and space, I distinctly saw a gigantic golden pupil blink from the other side of the gate. Flame Demon Realm, City of Burning Heaven. A scorching wave rushed towards us. We plummeted above a sea of crimson lava, where the city below was astonishingly constructed from solidified flames. At the center of the city, a second false cauldron began to rise slowly amidst the kneeling figures of 1,000,000 demon cultivators. The chains coiling around the cauldron and Appo's ears tethered hundreds of cultivators with fiery wings. The Flame Feather clan? Qingli and Appo's pupils constricted. This was indeed the guardian lineage of this realm. Before she could finish her thought, the false cauldron emitted a resonant chime. All the kneeling demon cultivators looked up simultaneously, revealing the golden silkworm eggs flickering on their foreheads. Even more terrifying was the fact that what burned upon them was not fire, but liquid Tao-corroded golden essence. Welcome, esteemed guests. A languorous feminine voice drifted from within the cauldron. The lava sea parted, and a figure clad in crimson stepped forth, walking upon flames. Upon seeing her face, the silkworm imprint on my right arm pierced with sudden pain. This visage bore a striking resemblance to Qingli. Han Qingwan? Qingli's voice held disbelief. You didn't perish in the celestial demon war? The woman in red chuckled lightly, producing a charred sword tip from her sleeve. It was indeed the other half of the sword that Qingli wielded in her true form. Dear sister, do you think you were the only one who could escape the celestial realm back then? She suddenly tore her red garments, where her heart should have been. A pulsating azure golden flame seed throbbed, yet it was completely tainted by golden essence. Because I willingly became a cauldron slave. 9 chains of liquid gold shot from her back, each tethered to a beating heart. The closest heart bore the emblem of the Taisu sect. The secret of the twin souls. Run. Qingli detonated the source seed in her heart, a powerful shockwave propelling us back 100 feet. She was no longer Han Qingwan. The woman in red waved her hand leisurely, unleashing a torrent of golden essence from the false cauldron. Wherever it passed, the lava crystallized into golden shards. I swung my right arm to defend, and to my astonishment, the silkworm imprint began to actively devour the golden essence. Accompanied by the maniacal laughter of the Star Monarch. How does it taste? This contains the essence of the flame demon. The laughter abruptly ceased. I plunged my entire right arm into the lava. The silkworm imprint voraciously absorbed the flame demon realm and Apos' essence, the azure golden patterns gradually transforming to a dark crimson. The woman in red finally changed color. Are you insane? The flame poison will. I am aware. As I felt the searing pain engulfing my right arm, I grinned. But it seems you have forgotten. Suddenly, my left hand pierced into my own chest, forcibly extracting half a peach branch. Within me, this still existed. The bloodied peach branch grew wildly, transforming into a wooden longsword in the blink of an eye. The blade bore inscriptions that resonated with the false cauldron. Yet the final 2 characters were utterly different: refined heaven, transformed Tao. As the wooden sword struck towards the false cauldron, the woman in red emitted a scream that was far from human. Behind her, 9 hearts simultaneously exploded. But the heart bearing the Taisu sect and Apos' emblem transformed into a stream of light, merging into Qingli and Apos' heart. It turned out, Qingli and Apos' tears flowed freely. Sister, it was you who replaced my heart back then. The false cauldron cracked beneath the wooden sword. Countless flame demon souls escaped, while the cauldron and Apos' body collapsed into a crimson bracelet that automatically encircled my right wrist. The silkworm imprint suddenly broke free from its cocoon, revealing a translucent jade silkworm. Before the woman in red dissipated, her lips moved to convey her final message: beware of the peach blossoms. A shocking turn of events on the return journey. In the void tunnel, Qingli integrated the heart left by her sister. Flames of azure and gold flickered around her, ultimately coalescing into a fiery seal upon her brow. The third cauldron is. She suddenly grasped my right wrist adorned with the crimson bracelet. The Qiming demon realm? No, the coordinates are shifting. The jade silkworm imprint suddenly spat out threads. The strands wove a celestial map in the void, revealing that the remaining 7 cauldrons were converging towards a peculiar trajectory. And that convergence point was the ruins of the Taisu sect. I suddenly recalled the warning conveyed by the peach branch. Just then, the wooden sword inexplicably snapped. Crimson droplets of blood oozing from the fracture. Within the droplets, my father and Apos' fading image appeared, much clearer than before, on the day the 9 cauldrons converge. The refinement of heaven will be revealed. Destroy it quickly. The image warped. At the moment the blood droplets exploded, the void tunnel was torn open by an external force. A fragment of peach tree branch pierced through like a blade, precisely penetrating Qingli's fiery seal on her brow. Senior sister. I grasped the peach branch with my bare hands. At the moment of contact, countless images surged into my mind. The malevolent intentions of the celestial sovereign had planted the peach seed long before my Tao foundation was destroyed. Qingli and Apos' sister had perished from the peach branch piercing her heart back then. And now, that very peach tree which had once saved me was growing wildly at the ruins of the Taisu sect. The peach branch suddenly softened, entwining around my right wrist adorned with the crimson bracelet. The voice of the Star Monarch echoed through the void. Did you think? Who was it that allowed you to survive? Chapter 24. The Origin of the Peach Calamity. The wound pierced by the peach branch did not bleed. Rather, it blossomed with pale pink buds. The flame mark on Qingli and Apos' brow was entwined by the flower and Apos' roots, as the azure golden source seed was being transformed into a crystalline nectar. In the moment I tore the peach branch apart with my bare hands, what gushed from the break was not tree sap, but a viscous golden silk. So that is the truth. I gazed at the writhing silk in my palm, realizing that the malicious intent of the celestial lord was never limited to merely 9 paths. Sounds of rustling leaves echoed from beyond the rift in the void. Through the crevice, I beheld the peach tree at the ruins of the Taishu Gate, now grown into a towering giant. Each blossom cradled a miniature golden silkworm, while the surface of the trunk revealed the visage of the Star Lord of Destiny. Do you now understand? Qingli suddenly grasped my right wrist adorned with the red bracelet, her voice echoing with an eerie, ethereal tone. The reason you survived after the annihilation of your Tao foundation was because. She lightly tapped her own heart. The fused heart of the Qingwan suddenly turned transparent, exposing the peach tree roots entwined within. Memory rewind. The battle of the celestial fall. The jade silkworm Tao imprint abruptly emitted a brilliant light, pulling me into the depths of my memory. When the heavenly cauldron shattered, my remnant form should have been reduced to ashes. It was that suddenly appearing peach tree whose roots stitched my wounds, yet each root bore imperceptible golden silkworm eggs. More shocking was the corner of the scene. My father, Han Tianqing's remnant soul, was pierced by the branches of the peach tree, slowly being digested and absorbed. Did you think you severed the cause and effect? The voice of the Star Lord of Destiny resonated from the depths of my memory, merely replacing one cauldron for another. In reality, Qingli and Apos, S form suddenly bloomed with flowers from her 7 orifices. The peach branch within her grew wildly, the contours of roots bulging beneath her skin. Trembling, she inserted a shard of the sword hilt into her throat. Junior brother, make your move. But the jade silkworm Dao imprint struck first. It expelled azure golden silks that enveloped Qingli, forming a cocoon-like shield. Simultaneously, my right wrist bracelet grew hot, the power of the flame demon S false cauldron activating automatically, burning a charred path through the void tunnel, directly to the Taishu Gate ruins. A shocking transformation at the ruins. The moment I traversed the passage, the cloying scent of peach blossoms engulfed me. The former ruins had transformed into a palace of peachwood, with human-shaped cocoons hanging from the pillars. At the very center, the altar was entwined with tree roots, upon which 3 false cauldrons were enshrined. The flame demon cauldron we had just acquired, the northern abyss cold depths cauldron, and a small emerald cauldron I had never seen before. What a timely arrival. The full visage of the Star Lord of Destiny appeared on the trunk of the peach tree. He opened his mouth and expelled a golden silkworm, upon whose back sat a miniature version of Han Xingluan's primordial spirit. Sister. Qingli's cocoon trembled violently. Yet the golden silkworm wore a strange smile. Dear sister, did you think I truly perished to save you back then? It suddenly pointed at me, revealing that it was to plant the bloodline of Taishu into the peach tree. The altar cracked open with a thunderous roar, revealing a tangled root cage below, imprisoning hundreds of Han Xiaofan, each one a doppelganger, cultivated from my flesh and blood by the peach tree. The emerald cauldron suddenly soared, pouring out amber liquid. The instant the liquid touched the ground, all the doppelgangers opened their eyes simultaneously, speaking in unison. Hand over. The Dao imprint. The silkworm sword resonated. Qingli and Apos, S cocoon suddenly erupted with azure light. She broke free from the cocoon, wielding the fully fused Qingluan extermination sword. Half of its blade was blackened metal, the other half fresh peachwood. Have you forgotten the most fundamental technique of the Taishu Gate? She pressed the sword tip against the root of the peach in her heart, invoking the 3rd level of the Jade Seed technique. The sword blade suddenly softened, transforming into living roots that burrowed into her body. All the peach roots reacted violently, but upon touching the heart source seed, they abruptly stiffened there. A miniature phantom of the heavenly cauldron materialized. Now is the time. My right arm's jade silkworm Dao imprint resonated with the 3 false cauldrons. The flame demon cauldron spewed forth flames, the cold depths cauldron released dark ice, while the emerald cauldron showered vitality. The 3 powers tore open a fissure on the trunk of the peach tree, revealing what was sealed at its core, a half-bronze ring. My father's voice suddenly reverberated through the heavens. My child, where the ring? The Star Lord of Destiny finally panicked. The entire peach tree shook violently, all the peach blossoms transforming into a torrential downpour of golden silkworms. Yet Qingli laughed. She thrust the sword into her own crown. Taishu forbidden technique. Blooming Dao seed. Her body instantaneously turned to wood, a colossal peach blossom blossoming atop her head. What erupted from the flower's core was not pollen, but the purest chaos primordial energy. The swarm of golden silkworms dissolved within the primordial energy, and I seized the opportunity to rush toward the heart of the tree. The ring of the universe. The moment the bronze ring slid onto my finger, the entire flame demon realm trembled. All the peach roots retreated, revealing the 2 lines of text engraved on the inner side of the ring. As the cauldron is my body, I refine the Dao as the seed. This is the true inheritance of Taishu. My father had refined the essence of the heavenly cauldron into this ring, and the false cauldrons were merely bait. Amidst the Star Lord of Destiny's wails, the trunk of the peach tree cracked inch by inch. But just when I thought victory was assured, Qingli's wooden form was suddenly engulfed by the golden silkworms. They were gnawing on the source seed within her. Futile. The remnants of the Star Lord of Destiny's face twisted into a grin. The Dao erosion had penetrated her. Silence. I removed the ring and pressed it against Qingli's brow. The surface of the ring suddenly melted, forming a miniature vortex that began to devour the golden silkworms in reverse. Even more astonishingly, the 3 false cauldrons flew into the vortex, the purified energy refining into her heart. The peach tree completely collapsed. As the last petal fell, Qingli returned to her human form, adorned with a peach blossom hairpin. In her hand, she tightly grasped a segment of a peach branch with tender buds, pure and unblemished, devoid of any traces of Dao erosion. The final words of the Star Lord of Destiny drifted in the wind. Do you think this is the end? The other 6 cauldrons have already new buds. 3 days later, we rebuilt a thatched cottage amidst the ruins. Qingli toyed with the pure peach branch. Sister's primordial spirit still slumbers within. She suddenly looked up. What comes next? I opened my palm. The jade silkworm Dao imprint was cocooning, while the powers of the 3 false cauldrons had perfectly fused. According to the ring's guidance, the next false cauldron is. Before I could finish my sentence, the peach branch suddenly elongated, drawing a complete star map of the 9 cauldrons on the ground. Among them, 6 luminous points were moving swiftly, and their convergence point was unmistakably Qinglan Mountain, atop the summit. The location of the peach tree shattered by the gale flickered with eerie golden light. Chapter 25, The Azure Mist Cataclysm Across the Star Map Spanning 30 Realms. 6 golden lines converged towards Qinglong Mountain like veins. I clutched the bronze ring, standing before the thatched cottage, feeling the inner wall of the ring. Inscribed with the 4 characters of the refined path, radiating warmth. Suddenly, the peach branch in Qingli and Appo's hand ignited spontaneously, revealing a chilling scene within the azure flames. Amidst the ruins at the summit of Qinglong Mountain, the remnants of the peach tree, once shattered by the fierce winds, were undergoing a rebirth. Yet the newly formed trunk was adorned with scale-like patterns, and from each crevice, half a golden silkworm emerged. There was no time to summon my sword. Qingli abruptly plunged the peach branch into her heart, causing it to grow wildly within her, transforming into a 3-zhang-tall phantom of a peach tree in an instant. As my jade silkworm imprint touched the trunk, a path paved with peach blossoms suddenly tore open in the void. The moment I stepped into the passage, my father and Appo's urgent voice echoed from the ring. The 9 tripods are not a calamity. The Dao silkworm is not an enemy. The true refined heaven tripod is. The transmission abruptly ceased. Qinglong Mountain, new tree, old calamity. As I traversed the passage, a suffocating stench of decay assaulted my senses. The once familiar sect was now unrecognizable. The main peak was uplifted by the roots of a colossal peach tree, and the martial arts arena had become a breeding ground for golden silkworms. Most horrifying were the cocoons suspended beneath the treetop. Each cocoon enveloped a disciple of Qinglong, with peach branches sprouting from their foreheads, continuously channeling spiritual energy into the trunk. Brother Han, a trembling call emerged from the ruins. A bloodied young acolyte stumbled towards us. It was the very disciple who had delivered a message years ago. As he approached within 3 zhang of us, his right eye suddenly burst, and a golden silkworm darted towards my face. Clang! Qingli's peachwood sword precisely severed the silkworm. The young acolyte fell to the ground, screaming, revealing half of an emerald tripod leg within his ruptured abdomen. The 3rd false tripod. My crimson bracelet on the right wrist quivered violently. Was it disassembled and implanted within a living body? The trunk of the peach tree suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw. Deep within, 6 false tripods circled around a shadowy figure. When that figure turned, my jade silkworm imprint went out of control, erupting dozens of blood holes in my right arm. Wang Xiao? No, to be precise, it was merely Wang Xiao's skin. This body had been grotesquely transformed by the golden silkworm. The left half retained a human form, while the right half had completely morphed into an insect. 6 compound eyes forming a star map on his forehead. More terrifying was what he held, a miniature version of the refined heaven tripod. Han, my friend. Wang Xiao and Appo's insect jaws opened and closed, mimicking the voice of the Star Lord of Fate. Did you think destroying the 3 tripods would prevent rebirth? He gently caressed the small tripod. This is the true core. The other 8 tripods are merely. Suddenly, Qingli erupted with fury. The peachwood sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing straight for Wang Xiao's throat. Yet it was repelled by an invisible barrier before contact. The recoil caused her to shatter 7 peach pillars, and she fell, blood spewing forth, laced with golden threads. Senior sister. As I rushed forward, the ground erupted with countless peach roots, ensnaring my legs. Wang Xiao approached leisurely, his insect claw tapping my forehead. Do you know why I chose Qinglong Mountain? His insect abdomen turned transparent, revealing an object it had devoured, the fragment of the Calamity Annihilation Sword I had left in Tingyu Pavilion years ago. Because here, Wang Xiao's compound eyes reflected my image, concealing the key to unlocking the true refined heaven tripod. The truth within the tripod. The emerald tripod leg flew out from the young acolyte's body, rejoining the other remnants to form a complete false tripod. As the resonance of the 7 tripods swept across the mountain peak, the bronze ring in my possession suddenly levitated, projecting a sealed memory into the void. The true purpose of the first-generation Patriarch Han Goeishu in forging the 9 tripods was never to combat the extraterrestrial fiends, but rather to partition and purify the malevolent intent of the refined heaven tripod through 9 cycles of reincarnation. The 3 tripods we destroyed were precisely the most thoroughly purified parts. Now do you understand? Wang Xiao and Appo's insect claw pierced my right arm and Appo's imprint. Your so-called demon-slaying and path-defending is merely aiding the purification of malevolence. The jade silkworm was forcibly extracted, emitting a cry akin to that of an infant. Just as it was about to plummet into the false tripod, Qingli suddenly crushed the seed at her heart. Junior brother, catch the sword. She transformed into a peachwood sword, its hilt embedded with the heart of a Qingwan. The moment I grasped the hilt, the 7 false tripods erupted simultaneously, spewing not the Tao-corroding golden liquid, but the purified chaos primal energy. For the first time, fear appeared on Wang Zhao's face. Impossible. These tripods should continue to cultivate malevolence? I swung the sword to sever the insect claw. But alas, you had forgotten what my father did back then. The sword's edge suddenly turned, piercing fiercely into my own chest, to feed the tripod with my own flesh. The moment the peachwood sword pierced my heart, 7 torrents of primal energy surged into my being. Wang Xiao shrieked and lunged at me, but was ensnared by the jade silkworm imprint that had miraculously resurrected on my right arm. This jade silkworm was not a mere imprint, but the last seed of purification left by my father. Did you think I could devour the false tripods without being tainted? I crushed Wang Zhao's insect abdomen, extracting the fragment of the Calamity Annihilation Sword, for from the very beginning, when the fragment collided with the Peachwood Sword, it did not spark fire but instead unleashed billions of pure Tao principles. Qinglan Mountain trembled violently, the ground beneath resonating with the sound of bronze vessels breaking through the earth, as the true refined heaven tripod burst forth from the surface. Everyone stood in astonishment. The tripod's body was riddled with cracks, and within it pulsed not malevolence, but half a vibrant peach pit. This was the first-generation Patriarch's design. I infused the 7 tripods' primal energy into the ancient tripod, using the 9 tripods as a furnace, malevolence as fuel, to forge the true. Wang Xiao suddenly burst into wild laughter, interrupting. Fool. That peach pit contains. The refined heaven tripod exploded with a thunderous roar. Amidst the shockwave, the peach pit embedded itself into my forehead, while the 7 false tripods transformed into streaks of light, merging into the Peachwood sword that Qingli had become. As the dust settled, the voice of the Star Lord of Fate echoed from all directions. Congratulations. You have personally revived the first immortal monarch. I trembled as I reached for my forehead. There, a miniature peach tree had sprouted, and the visage upon the trunk was unmistakably my own. Chapter 26. I am the celestial monarch. When the first leaf fell from the peach tree at the center of my brow, I beheld the truth of 10,000 years past. The leaf ignited in midair, and amidst the azure flames emerged the final memories of the primordial master. Han Guishu, he stood before the celestial refining cauldron, severing his own malevolent thoughts to forge the 9 celestial monarchs, while his pure heart transformed into a peach pit. This was not suppression, but rather a cycle of rebirth. Each celestial monarch served as a purification phase. I pressed my fingers against the blood mark on my brow, sensing the awakening consciousness within the peach pit. Lord of Fate, have you known all along? Suddenly, the remaining peach trees atop the mountain collectively withered. Their power converged through the roots beneath my feet, solidifying into a 7-tiered jade staircase. As my first foot stepped upon the jade steps, the entire Qinglan Mountain began to dissolve, replaced by a colossal cauldron suspended in chaos. This was the true visage of the celestial refining cauldron. The Peachwood sword, transformed from Qingli, emitted a sound akin to tearing silk. 7 cauldron patterns surfaced upon the blade, while the sword tassel morphed into a blue-gold silkworm, resonating with the jade silkworm seal on my right arm. Sister? A faint pulse emanated from the sword hilt. I then realized that the power of the 7 cauldrons was slowly reshaping her primordial spirit within the sword. More urgently, the celestial monarch and Apos' consciousness within the peach pit was awakening at an accelerated pace. Within the cauldron lay the universe. The celestial refining cauldron suddenly inverted, engulfing me within its internal space. Here, there were no flames, only the endless flow of starry nebulae. Each nebula encompassed a world, connected by the spiritual veins that had been extracted by the celestial monarchs. The remnants of Lord of Fate surged from all directions. Feel this power. A single thought can determine life and death. This is the true essence. The voice abruptly ceased, for I had torn open the nearest nebula with my bare hands. The small world within crumbled, the wails of billions of living beings manifesting as tangible impacts against my consciousness. Yet, in an instant, the peach pit began to radiate heat, and the shattered laws commenced self-repair, guided by my chaotic essence. So this is how it is. I wiped the blood tears from the corners of my eyes, realizing that the celestial monarch is both a destroyer and a restorer. The jade silkworm on my right arm suddenly spun its silk to ensnare my heart. Guided by the silken threads, I beheld a chilling scene. The roots of the peach pit had spread to my dantian, transforming my foundation into a miniature celestial refining cauldron. The voice of Lord of Fate echoed once more, this time laced with seduction. Accept the transformation, and you shall save that woman. The Peachwood sword of Qingli trembled violently. The 7 cauldron patterns on the sword formed the Big Dipper formation, projecting a line of small characters. Once the cauldron is formed, the seed of the Tao must be burned. Choose. I gripped the Peachwood sword and advanced toward the heart of the cauldron. With each step, the nebulae parted to create a path. Upon reaching the core, 2 objects materialized before me, a left suspended bronze ring, inscribed with the words refined Tao into seed, and a right floating emerald small cauldron, within which lay the ethereal form of Qingli in slumber. The laughter of Lord of Fate reverberated through the starry space. Choose. Holding the ring will sever your status as a celestial monarch. Yet the spirit within the sword shall remain eternally silent. Opting for the cauldron will bear the responsibilities of the celestial monarch, while she may be reborn. The Peachwood sword suddenly pierced with pain, an eye of Qingli opened at the hilt, reflecting the moment she had once offered her heart to me. I raised my hand to caress the sword. Sister, this time it is my turn. Amidst the terrified shrieks of Lord of Fate, I grasped both the ring and the small cauldron. Burn me to attain the Tao. At the instant the ring embedded within the cauldron, the inner walls of the celestial refining cauldron illuminated with the blood-red inscriptions left by my father. If my son sees, he shall know that all 9 cauldrons are but illusions. Only your true heart is real. Burn this remnant body to forge a new heaven. The peach pit suddenly wrenched free from my brow, sprouting roots in midair. The Peachwood sword of Qingli flew into the treetop, while the 7 cauldron patterns transformed into the 7 stars of the Big Dipper adorning the branches. Are you mad? The remnants of Lord of Fate began to disintegrate. Without a vessel, the celestial refining cauldron will. What will happen? I opened my arms to embrace the peach tree. Was this not a return to the origin? The jade silkworm seal on my right arm erupted, countless silken threads connecting me to the peach tree. Each thread ignited in flame. And within the fire appeared the memories of all the worlds devoured by successive celestial monarchs. The celestial refining cauldron began to collapse. As the first shard grazed my cheek, I beheld an astonishing sight. Qingli emerged from the peachwood sword, placing her hand upon my heart. Little junior brother, this is the true Taishu Seed Jade formula. Her palm transformed into roots, intertwining and coexisting with the roots of the peach pit within me. Beneath our feet, a verdant sapling of a peach tree broke through the earth. A new era. 300 years later, Brother Han. A peculiar figure has arrived at the foot of the mountain. A little Taoist boy with twin buns panted as he rushed over, interrupting my lecture. Outside the listening rain pavilion, the peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly. Who could it be this time? I brushed away the petals that had settled upon the scripture scroll. The empty sleeve of my right arm swayed gently in the breeze, and the mark of the peach tree on my brow had long vanished. The Taoist boy handed me a bronze ring. He said, "It belongs to the rightful owner." The inner wall of the ring bore two newly inscribed lines. The path to immortality is endless, yet the peach blossoms remain unchanged. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the peach trees across the mountain to rustle softly. In a daze, I seemed to glimpse two figures, one blue and one red, exchanging smiles amidst the rain of blossoms. Chapter 27. The Mark of Peach Blossoms. The bronze ring in my palm radiates a gentle warmth, and beads of blood seep from the etched markings within. The curious young acolyte reaches out to touch it, but upon contact, he freezes, his pupils reflecting scenes that do not belong to this realm. A collapsing galaxy, golden silkworms transforming into trees, and a peachwood sword piercing through my chest. Senior Han, this is... I close my fingers to sever the illusion. After 300 years, this ring, which has accompanied me since the dawn of the new era, finally begins to reveal its peculiarities. Summon Elder Xianming. I caress the empty space of my right sleeve. It is no longer a wound, but a conduit connecting to the spiritual vein of Qinglan Mountain. Just then, the mountain wind shifts abruptly. The peach forest outside the listening rain pavilion sways collectively, and petals form 8 blood-red characters suspended in midair. The 9 tripods reunite. The Tao silkworm transforms into a butterfly. As the final stroke is yet to be completed, the ring suddenly explodes. Bronze fragments reassemble in the air, transforming into the ethereal image of a miniature heavenly cauldron. Within it, the emotions I had sealed away, 7 feelings and 6 desires, float, each containing a diminutive version of the Star Lord of Fate. The beginning of the cycle. By the time Elder Xianming arrives, my left eye has completely crystallized. This is not an ending. As the frost forming at his fingertips vaporizes upon touching my skin, a new cycle commences. Within the icy mist, a star map emerges. 9 false tripods are reassembling across different time and space, connected by those cultivators I had saved in the past. Each bears a peach branch mark on their foreheads, unconsciously channeling spiritual energy toward a certain direction. The realms of Qingming, flame demons, and the northern abyss. I count the familiar coordinates, suddenly freezing. The 9th light point is surprisingly in the present realm, right at the foot of Qinglan Mountain in Qingxi Town. The peachwood sword flies to me from the ancestral hall. The jade silkworm pendant at the sword's tassel opens its eyes, and Qingli's voice echoes once more after 300 years. Little junior brother, did you intentionally leave out a cauldron back then? I traced the 7 cauldron patterns along the sword's body. Indeed, during that decisive battle, the 8th cauldron had not been refined, the peach pit that merged with my forehead. A bell tolls from the foot of the mountain. Through my crystallized left eye, I see the ancestral statue in the hall cracking, and seeping from the fissures is golden peach resin, a return to the old grounds. Qingxi Town has transformed beyond recognition. The bluestone path of 300 years ago has become a jade avenue, where the old locust tree that once sold sweets now stands as the stele marking the demon-slaying site of the true immortal Han Xiaofan. The townsfolk kneeling before the ancestral hall each have a wisp of peach-red incense floating above their heads. Compassionate, immortal Lord, please bestow upon us the seeds of immortality. They bow in reverence, yet remain oblivious to the golden silken appendages of some creature hanging from the hall's beam. Step back. The peachwood sword unsheathes itself, its aura sweeping across the hall's roof. Amidst the thunderous crash of collapsing tiles, a monstrous being is revealed, perched atop the ancestral statue, a terrifying entity that is half human, half silkworm. Its lower half is a crystalline jade silkworm, while its upper half retains my visage. Its abdomen writhes incessantly, molding the incense offerings of the faithful into miniature false tripods. When it raises its gaze to meet mine, the spiritual vein connected to my right sleeve suddenly surges uncontrollably, because that face unmistakably belongs to the immortal version of myself that chose to merge with the peach pit long ago. At last, you have arrived. The silkworm-bodied creature chuckles softly, its voice indistinguishable from my own, the argument of the Tao silkworm. You are not merely a remnant. I gripped the trembling peachwood sword. Realizing it was the Tao seed I had deliberately separated back then, the creature responds, its silkworm tail ejecting 9 gleaming golden eggs. No. It is the truth you dare not confront. With a snap of its fingers, it shatters one of the eggs. What flows from the shell is not liquid, but a memory from 300 years ago, within the heavenly cauldron, when I reached for both the ring and the small cauldron. I secretly sealed half of the immortal authority within the peach pit. This silkworm form is, in fact, a safeguard cultivated with that very authority. Do you think you have ended the cycle? The silkworm body suddenly tears through space, revealing 8 suspended false tripods behind it, merely postponing the calamity of the 9 tripods by 300 years. Most terrifying of all, within each tripod lies a sleeping Han Xiaofan. Some are elderly, others youthful, and even a female version, each representing the Tao seeds cultivated across different times and spaces over these 300 years. The peachwood sword emits a sigh from Qingli. So, you have long since. The silkworm body grins widely, revealing identical tiger fangs as mine. Sister, you remain as perceptive as ever. Indeed, the energy required for your rebirth back then. It suddenly heaves forth a surge of azure light. Within the halo, a diminutive version of Qingli and Appo's primordial spirit lies in slumber, entwined by chaotic energies of the same origin as mine. It is drawn from devouring the Appo's, you and Appo's, of other timelines. To slay me and attain the Tao. The peachwood sword erupts in an unprecedented brilliance. The jade silkworm at the tassel falls away, transforming into the complete ethereal image of Qingli. She forms hand seals, and the 7 cauldron patterns peel away from the sword, arranging themselves into the North Dipper and Appo's magic array in the air. Little junior brother. She glances back at me, her gaze mirroring that of the heart-slicing moment from years past. This time, what must be severed is myself. I close my crystallized left eye. For the first time in 300 years, I release the power of the spiritual vein completely. Qinglan Mountain surges upward, its form revealing patterns akin to those of the heavenly cauldron. The silkworm body does not flinch or evade, instead opening its arms to embrace the sword and Appo's radiance. Come, let this cycle come to a definitive end. The moment the peachwood sword pierces its chest, all 8 false tripods explode simultaneously. The Han Xiaofans within transform into streams of light, surging into my right sleeve, while the silkworm body disintegrates into the purest source of chaotic energy. Qingli and Appo's ethereal form cradles the azure light, gently pressing it back into the peachwood sword. Now, she, along with the sword, plunges into my forehead. At the dawn of eternity, in excruciating pain, I witnessed the reverse flow of my life, the immortal Lord and Appo's battle, the revival of the spiritual vein, the acknowledgement of the sword tomb, culminating in the very first scene, the disciple Han Xiaofan, picking up that jade pendant in a cave during a stormy night. So it was. I reached toward my forehead. The peachwood sword has vanished, replaced by a scar shaped like a peach branch. And at the foot of Qinglan Mountain, the kneeling townsfolk incense gradually coalesces into an ethereal image of the Tao silkworm in azure and gold. Elder Xianming and Appo's voice echoes from afar. Is this truly the essence of the end Appo's supreme void seed jade formula and Appo's? I gaze toward the outside of the listening rain pavilion. This year and Appo's peach blossoms bloom more vibrantly than ever before. Chapter 28, The Path of Incense and Silkworms. As the third bell toll echoed through Qinglan Mountain at dawn, the scar on my forehead, shaped like a peach branch, suddenly blossomed. A strand of azure golden silkworm thread descended, weaving a celestial map upon the stone table, depicting the ethereal silhouettes of all the villagers who had bowed before the ancestral shrine within a 300-mile radius. Their incense transformed into cocoons. More ominously, these incense silkworms were continuously channeling their wishes to me through some unseen causal thread. This was not merely an offering. Elder Xiueming illuminated the nearest mountain village with the ice soul mirror and revealed a terrifying sight. Within the dantions of each villager curled golden silkworms no larger than a grain of rice, feasting upon their host's spiritual roots and subsequently exuding a fragrant pseudo-spiritual silk. As the villagers fervently prayed, these pseudo-spiritual silks traversed the incense pathway, directly connecting to the scar on my forehead. Compassionate immortal, grant me longevity. The distant prayers resonated within my consciousness. I attempted to sever the connection, only to find ethereal tendrils extending from the void of my right sleeve. They had already fused with the Qinglan ley lines, which, through mountain springs, interconnected all beings within 1,000 miles. Suddenly, the peachwood sword shot forth from the scar on my forehead. The 7 tripod patterns on its blade transformed into 7 celestial bodies, while the tassel bore the final communication left by Qingli. Incense is toxic. It consumes the cycle of reincarnation. Depart swiftly. The talisman dissipated into azure smoke, forming an arrow pointing eastward. The ruins of the ancient sword sect. Riding the sword for 3,000 miles. The desolate remnants before me pierced my right sleeve's spiritual veins with pain. Every blade of grass and tree echoed the memory of the Taishu sect's former site. This was no coincidence. The peachwood sword embedded itself into the ground, a sign of reincarnation. The sword tassel and Apos, jade silkworm awakened, releasing crystalline threads that wove an illusion. 100,000 years ago, the founder of the ancient sword sect severed the first sword here. And amidst the rift cleaved by the sword chi, half a bronze ring fell. 3,000 years ago, the first ancestor of the Taishu sect discovered the ring and gleaned the Taishu seed jade formula from it. At this moment, my peachwood sword was plunged into the very footprint of the ancient sword sect and Apos' founder. The ground suddenly caved in, revealing a bronze altar below, at the center of which rested a jade pendant identical to the one I once possessed. This is, the instant I touched the jade pendant, the crystal in my left eye fractured. Through the fissure, I glimpsed a harrowing truth. Every epic bore witness to Han Xiaofan. Each incarnation endured the trial of 9 tripods. And the inevitable conclusion was always, my forehead scar blossomed, and the path of incense silkworms brought calamity. The sigh of my first incarnation resonated from the jade pendant. You believe you have escaped the cycle of reincarnation, yet it is merely the commencement of a new cycle. The calamity of incense. Suddenly, the peachwood sword emitted a shriek from Qingli. Beware behind you. Instinctively, I sidestepped, a golden flash grazing my neck. The assailant was none other than Elder Xueming. His left eye pulsated with golden silkworms while his right hand cradled a block of ice within it. Hundreds of causal lines of incense were frozen. Compassionate immortal, please forgive me. He mechanically bowed, each movement echoing with the shattering sound of ice crystals within him. My aged granddaughter has fallen ill. Only your incense can. Before he could finish, his crown suddenly exploded. What emerged was not a golden silkworm, but a miniature peach tree. Its branches were adorned with crystalline bells, each imprisoning a fragment of a soul. The peachwood sword instinctively swung toward the peach tree, but froze upon contact. The bells contained the beloved companions of every Han Xiaofan throughout the ages. Qingli. The remnants of Elder Xueming uttered in a child's voice. You remain so soft-hearted. His chest split open, revealing fragments of an emerald cauldron. Inscribed upon it were the words of my father, Han Tianqing. If my son should see, know that the 9 tripods are all about emotional tribulations. And the 7 emotions refine the heart. The fragments of the emerald cauldron suddenly melted, transforming into 7 tears of emotion that embedded themselves into the peachwood sword. The first tear awakened joy. The sword's body revealed a wedding scene, but beneath the bridal veil was my own face with the features of a silkworm. The second tear awakened anger. Within the image, I wielded the sword to annihilate the Qinglan sect for their role in Qingli's demise. The 7th tear was unique. Devoid of imagery, only a strand of white hair entwined around the sword tassel. The moment I touched the white hair, I discerned the ultimate truth of this epic. Qingli had not truly been reborn. What resided within the peachwood sword was merely the last remnant of her obsession. And for the past 300 years, what had accompanied me day and night was an illusion crafted by the emerald cauldron from my own 7 emotions and desires. Now do you understand? Elder Xueming and Apos' remnants fully transformed into the peach tree, and the silkworms of the incense consumed not spiritual power, but the emotional tribulations of reincarnation. His roots suddenly pierced into the ley lines. The entire ancient sword sect's ruins began to subside, revealing the massive root system of a peach tree that spanned across 9 realms below. Each segment of the roots entwined with a false tripod, within which floated countless Han Xiaofans experiencing emotional tribulations. The peachwood sword abruptly shattered into 7 pieces, each piece merging with a distinct emotion into my 7 orifices. The last vision was the complete admonition materializing on the emerald cauldron. The 9 tripods refine the heavens, the 7 emotions refine the heart. Only by severing emotional ties can one transcend reincarnation. I closed my eyes, allowing tears to cascade down my cheeks. In this lifetime, I had inevitably arrived at this juncture. Chapter 29, The White-Haired Severance of Emotion. 7 fragmented swords hovered around me, each reflecting a distinct visage of emotion. As I reached out to touch the sword symbolizing sorrow, its blade immediately unveiled a scene from before Qingli and Apos' dissipating essence. Her lips curved in a smile. Yet tears glistened in her eyes, as the last flicker of her spirit transformed into a peachwood sword tassel. This was not mere memory, but a genuine moment salvaged by the emerald cauldron from the river of reincarnation. At last, enlightenment dawned. The peach tree incarnation of Elder Xueming suddenly withered, its bark peeling away to reveal a crystalline skeleton. This puppet was crafted from the crystallized essence of my chaotic source energy, with a shard of the emerald cauldron pulsating within its chest. Across the epochs of reincarnation, I had made a staggering 13,400 choices to save her. The bony fingers of the skeleton tenderly brushed the white hair of the sword tassel, the consequence being, the fragmented sword erupted in fury, cleaving the skeleton in 2. The shard of the emerald cauldron fell, reflecting countless worlds of destruction, each a realm I had obliterated in my quest to resurrect Qingli. White hair danced in the wind, suddenly entwining around my wrist. Its touch was icy, yet bore a familiar surge of spiritual energy. This was my hair. Time flowed backward. The shard of the emerald cauldron melted abruptly, dragging me into the river of reincarnation. Countless fragments of time swept past me, each housing a version of Han Xiaofan confronted with a choice. At the end of all these fragments stood a figure with hair cascading to the ground. The moment he turned, my peach branch scar throbbed with intense pain. This was my elder self. I have awaited you for long. The white-haired Han Xiaofan opened his palm, revealing 9 peach pits. I had left one behind in each era. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, the most recent peach pit cracked open. Inside lay not a seed, but the curled essence of Qingli. Yet, this essence had undergone a transformation, its lower half morphing into the roots of a peach tree, greedily siphoning the essence of a diminutive world. The truth of the emotional tribulation was starkly simple. The white strands brushed against my cheek, revealing that our love was never for Qingli, but rather an unwillingness to relinquish our obsession. The 9 peach pits suddenly ascended, forming a geometric pattern around me. Each pit extended roots that pierced into my 7 emotion-severing sword. Amidst the excruciating pain, memories from the previous 8 lifetimes surged forth like a deluge. In the first lifetime, I fell into darkness for her, slaughtering the 9 realms. In the second, I forged the cauldron to seal her as a spirit. The 8th lifetime was the most brutal. I had disassembled her essence, embedding it within the 9 cauldrons in pursuit of immortality. The voice of the white-haired Han Xiaofan gradually resonated with the will of the heavens in this lifetime. Will you repeat the same mistakes? The reincarnation mirror array. The 9 peach pits transformed into luminous mirrors, fracturing my reflection into 9 segments. In the first mirror, I embraced Qingli's corpse and descended into madness, the peach branch at my brow consuming the heavens. In the second, I morphed into the celestial refining cauldron, its body entwined with her wailing essence. The 9th mirror was empty, merely reflecting my current visage, my right sleeve vacant, my left eye crystallized, and the peach scar on my brow blooming. Choose. The white-haired Han Xiaofan offered a transparent small sword, urging me to sever all iterations of Qingli across the cycles with the severing emotion sword, allowing me to transcend. He revealed his own chest, where a similar sword was embedded, as I once did. The remnants of the peachwood sword suddenly reformed in my hand. The white hair on the tassel moved of its own accord, twisting into the 10th ethereal mirror. Within it, the scene of Qinglong Mountain's listening rain pavilion appeared vividly. 300 years prior, I lay grievously wounded upon a mat, as peach blossoms drifted outside the window. Yet Qingli, she had not split her heart. She had merely condensed her entire cultivation into the peachwood sword and then willingly entered the celestial refining cauldron herself. This was the ultimate truth. The white-haired Han Xiaofan's expression twisted in disbelief. No, it cannot be. The shard of the emerald cauldron materialized from the void. The inscription of my father morphing suddenly. My son, remember well, the greatest deception of reincarnation is to make you believe that you must sacrifice that which you hold dear. The 10th reincarnation. All mirrors shattered simultaneously. The white-haired Han Xiaofan frantically clawed at his face, revealing the writhing form of a golden silkworm beneath. He was not my future self, but rather the manifestation of the celestial refining cauldron's malevolent thoughts. You shall not escape. The golden silkworm shrieked, commanding the 9 peach pits to collide. The cycle of 9 lifetimes had been firmly established. The peachwood sword flew into my palm of its own accord. This time, the blade bore not the patterns of the 7 cauldrons, but rather the true legacy left by Qingli, the ultimate chapter of the Great Void Seed Jade technique. With love as the seed, neither extinguished nor born. I swung the sword not at the golden silkworm, but at my own peach branch scar. The moment the scar split open, all the incense and spiritual silkworms accumulated over the past 3 centuries poured forth. They ravenously devoured the golden silkworm, and with each bite, a silkworm transformed into a visage of Qingli, bowing gracefully before dissipating. This was the golden silkworm melted in agony, revealing a sealed object at its core, a half-bronze ring. At the instant of contact with my remaining ring, the river of reincarnation abruptly stilled. Countless Han Xiaofans emerged from the fragments of time, each cradling a drop of emotional tear, crystallized from Qingli before her dissolution. New chapter. The seed of emotion, the peach blossoms on Qinglong Mountain bloomed. I sat before the listening rain pavilion, observing the newly initiated young acolytes practicing swordplay. The void where my right sleeve once connected to the spiritual vein was now entwined with a single strand of azure silk. Qingli and Apos, as final memento left upon the sword tassel. Elder Xianming approached with a teacup in hand. Immortal Lord, the shards of the emerald cauldron hath. Just call me senior brother. I accepted the teacup. And the reflection on the water and Apos' surface revealed that the peach branch scar had vanished, replaced by a jade gold Dao seed. As the mountain breeze swept past, one of the young acolytes practicing swordplay suddenly stumbled. When he looked up, the teacup in my hand trembled slightly. The eyes he bore resembled those of someone familiar. Chapter 30. The sprouting of the Dao seed. In the dust raised by the fallen young Taoist, the distinctive glimmer of the emerald cauldron sparkled. The teacup in my hand suddenly shattered, the scalding tea suspended in the air, reminiscent of the moment the clear glass dissipated 3 centuries ago. Amid Elder Schwamming's exclamations, a phantom of a peach branch emerged at the center of the young Taoist and amp. Apos' brow, identical to the mark left by Qingli when she sealed her primordial spirit back then. Impossible. The silken threads of my right sleeve suddenly tightened. The cycle had been broken. How could she? Before the words could leave my lips, the entire ground of Qinglan Mountain erupted with fervor. All the peach trees grew wildly, intertwining in the sky to form a colossal phantom of a cauldron. The young Taoist and amp, Apos' body was lifted by the roots, her youthful visage gradually fading to reveal the face that has haunted my dreams, Qing. The name lodged in my throat. For her eyes, one green and one gold, opened, and her voice was that of the Star Lord of Destiny, Han Xiaofan. Do you believe you have severed the cycle? You have merely exchanged one cauldron for another. The truth of the cauldron. Fragments of emerald light converged from all directions, coalescing beneath the young Taoist. No, now she should be called the cauldron spirit, into a complete cauldron form. The Tao seed at my brow suddenly grew explosively, its roots piercing into my consciousness, forcefully injecting a memory long sealed. When Qingli stepped into the cauldron of heaven, she did not dissipate. She transformed herself into the cauldron spirit, solely to preserve a sliver of life for me in each reincarnation. And the so-called malevolent golden silkworm was, in truth, a purification device she had to create to maintain the balance of the cycle. I staggered back, the sensation of the Tao seed's roots coursing through my veins distinctively palpable. So now, you are. The cauldron spirit gently caressed my cheek. This gesture was indistinguishable from Qingli. Yet her fingertips were chillingly cold. It was the emotional soul she had severed during her 90,000th reincarnation, specifically for. She suddenly grasped her throat. A struggle that should not exist erupting in her green eyes. Little Junior, hurry and leave. This is. Before she could finish, the golden eye regained dominance. The cauldron spirit elegantly adjusted her attire, the emerald cauldron beneath her revealing my father's true last words. My son. Remember, the cauldron spirit is not an enemy. The Tao seed is not benevolent. Only the fusion of emotional souls can shatter eternal suffering. The battle of emotional souls. The peachwood sword suddenly formed from the silks of my right sleeve. Unlike before, this sword's body was adorned with vein-like patterns, and at its tassel hung a strand of white hair. At this moment, it was growing wildly, attempting to entwine the cauldron spirit's wrist. Futile. The cauldron spirit chuckled softly. 9 strands of emotional threads rose from the emerald cauldron. When she extracted the emotional soul back then, she also took with her memories of you. The white hair suddenly pierced into her brow. Time and space froze at that instant. The emerald cauldron, the peachwood sword, even the falling leaves, all suspended in midair, while only I and the cauldron spirit plunged into a realm of consciousness. Here, there was no distinction between heaven and earth, only countless floating mirrors. Each mirror reflected a different period of Qingli, the young girl standing with a sword, the female cultivator battling the immortal lord, the cauldron spirit sealing her primordial spirit. And at the center of all mirrors, curled a translucent Qingli. She tightly covered her ears with her hands, her body entwined with 9 chains, each chain tethered to my ethereal shadow. This is the true her? I reached out to touch, but my fingertips passed through the illusion. The voice of the cauldron spirit came from behind. Yes, and not. She spread her arms wide, and all the reflections of Qingli simultaneously turned to face us. More terrifyingly, golden silkworm phantoms danced in their eyes. If the emotional soul were to return, these fragments of her soul would awaken. Tears of blood flowed from the cauldron spirit's golden eyes. Are you certain you wish for 100,000 Qinglis? To simultaneously recall the betrayal they suffered in 9,000 lifetimes? A choice. The peachwood sword suddenly disintegrated on its own. The vein-like patterns transformed into genuine bloodlines, connecting to the severed end of my right sleeve. The white hair merged into the cauldron spirit's brow, weaving a third eye between her green and gold eyes. A divine eye formed purely of emotional threads. I have a question. I pressed down on the Tao seed at my brow. Since you are the emotional soul she severed, why? Why do you resemble an enemy? The cauldron spirit chuckled lightly, the third eye suddenly reflecting the interior of the cauldron of heaven. There, countless golden silkworms and peach branch symbionts slumbered. For she had also left her hatred for me. The emerald cauldron suddenly tilted, pouring forth a torrent of golden waves. Each droplet encapsulated a moment in the cycle where I had caused Qingli harm. In the first cycle, I had personally slain her to attain enlightenment. In the third cycle, I transformed her into a spirit tool. The 9th cycle was the most painful. I had deceived her into stepping into the cauldron merely to obtain pure source energy. The roots of the Tao seed suddenly pierced into my heart. In the midst of excruciating pain, I suddenly comprehended the true meaning of my father and Apos' message. The fusion of emotional souls is not salvation, but rather the bearing of all sins. The sins consume the body. I grasped the cauldron spirit and Apos' wrist, forcibly extracting the Tao seed. The azure gold seed spun in my palm, its roots embedding between our wrists. At the moment it sprouted, a collective scream erupted from the 100,000 mirrors of Qingli. Her golden silkworms were torn from her, transformed into a golden rain that fell. You. The cauldron spirit and Apos' third eye shed blood tears. Was she truly using the Tao seed to absorb the sins? Every root piercing into her body burned memories. The betrayals, deceptions, and manipulations of 9,000 lifetimes. All the darkness was devoured by the Tao seed. As the sins diminished, those Qinglis in the mirrors began one by one to smile. The first to fade was the sword-wielding girl from the first era. She nodded at me, transforming into azure light and merging into the cauldron spirit. Next was the spirit tool from the third era. She gently brushed past my severed sleeve, leaving behind a jade slip before vanishing. When the cauldron spirit from the ninth era approached, the true cauldron spirit suddenly embraced me. Enough. If you continue, you will. I know. I gazed at the Tao seed, now as dark as ink, but this is the only. The cauldron spirit suddenly kissed my lips. A new era, the end. The peach trees atop Qinglan Mountain withered entirely, only to be reborn in the same breath. I sat before the listening rain pavilion, observing the newly initiated young Taoists practicing their swordplay. The void where my right sleeve once hung was no longer entwined with silks, but with a peach branch. It occasionally bloomed with azure flowers, and at times, unfurled golden stamens. Elder Xianming approached with freshly brewed tea. Immortal Lord, the shards of the emerald cauldron have been buried in the back mountain. I accepted the teacup. The surface of the water reflecting the newly born patterns of emotional threads at my brow, along with all sins. A mountain breeze swept by, and a young Taoist practicing his sword suddenly stumbled. When he looked up, the peach branch from my sleeve moved without wind, those green and gold eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to someone. Chapter 31. Threads of Emotion. The peach branch stirs. At the moment the young acolyte stumbled to the ground, the peach branch hidden within my sleeve suddenly straightened. The blue and gold blossoms swayed without wind, while fine, hair-like roots emerged from the branch, as if animated, pointing towards the child's brow, where a pattern identical to that of the dingling appeared. The teacup held by Elder Xianming shattered with a sharp crack. Immortal Lord, this is, he stammered. I raised my hand to silence him. But the peach branch had already slipped from my control, soaring straight towards the young acolyte. Startled, the child retreated, yet upon contact with the branch, he froze, his pupils reflecting a myriad of shattering starry rivers. I have found you. A cold, feminine voice emanated from the peach branch, not that of Qingli, but that of Dingling, the remnant of Dingling. The branch suddenly split apart, and blue-gold light intertwined in the air to form the ethereal silhouette of Dingling. She gazed down at the young acolyte, her fingertip lightly brushing his brow, causing his youthful features to ripple like water, gradually revealing another face beneath. Wang Xiao. 300 years of reincarnation, you truly know how to hide. Dingling sneered, an emerald Ding-S phantom materializing in her palm. You borrowed the child's body to nourish your soul, even deceiving my emotional spirit? Wang Xiao's residual soul struggled within the young acolyte, a hoarse mockery escaping his throat. Do you believe Han Xiaofan truly can sever the cycle of reincarnation? The seed of the Tao within his brow has long been. Before he could finish, the peach branch in my sleeve surged forth, piercing through the child's heavenly spirit. With Wang Xiao's anguish scream, a memory forcibly flooded into my consciousness, the reincarnation deception. In a desolate wilderness beneath a blood-red moon, Wang Xiao knelt on the ground, facing me, who bore a blossoming peach tree on my brow. No, to be precise, I was Han Xiaofan in the 90,000th reincarnation. At that time, my eyes burned crimson. My right arm entirely transformed into peachwood, cradling a pitch-black seed of the Tao. Go to the next reincarnation, tell Dingling. The seed of the Tao is toxic. The memory abruptly ceased. In reality, Wang Xiao's residual soul was utterly obliterated, and the young acolyte collapsed to the ground. A blue-gold seed now nestled in his brow, identical to the seed of the Tao I bore. The phantom of Dingling quivered violently. Impossible. I had personally purified all transgressions. I pressed against the painful pattern on my brow, suddenly comprehending everything. The seed of the Tao was never salvation, but rather a parasitic entity of reincarnation. The roots gnawed at my heart. The earth veins of Qinglan Mountain suddenly boiled, countless peach tree roots erupting from the ground, coiling around me and dingling like giant serpents. Each root bore intricate golden silkworm patterns, the sound of them devouring spiritual energy sending chills down my spine. Be careful. Elder Xianming cast forth the ice spirit mirror, illuminating the roots, revealing their true form. Not roots of a peach tree, but an extension of the peach branch from my right sleeve. Dingling turned sharply to gaze at me, her third eye shattering with strands of emotional connection. You have already been countered by the seed of the Tao. I wished to deny it. Yet my right sleeve moved uncontrollably, the peach branch piercing through her ethereal form like a blade. In the midst of excruciating pain, a sigh echoed from the depths of my consciousness. Qingli's lament. Junior brother, you ultimately chose this path. New shoots break the calamity. Just as the peach branch was about to shatter Dingling, the seed of the Tao on the young acolyte's brow suddenly sprouted. The blue-gold sprouts grew wildly into vines, binding me and Dingling tightly. Among the flowers blooming on the vines, the silhouettes of Qingli's 90,000 reincarnations emerged, the sword-wielding maiden, the blood-battling deity, the self-sealed Dingling. All spoke in unison. With emotion as the lock, seal this eternal calamity. Fragments of the emerald Ding rose from the earth, reassembling into a complete cauldron amidst the entwined vines. The inscriptions on the cauldron shimmered, ultimately settling into two new lines. My soul is fuel, to incinerate the illusory. Dingling laughed. She reached out to caress my cheek, her form gradually dissipating. Do you understand now? This is the true Tai Su seed jade art. Final chapter. New shoots 300 years later. In the rain-listening pavilion of Qinglan Mountain, I caressed the newly sprouted peach branch from my right sleeve, observing the young acolytes practicing their swordplay in the mountains. Among them, one child was particularly clumsy, often falling while wielding his sword. As he tumbled into the mud once more, the peach branch from my sleeve suddenly fluttered down, gently brushing the dust from his face. The child looked up, revealing a pair of blue-gold eyes. Immortal Lord, am I very useless? The mountain wind rustled through, and the peach branch tapped a vermilion dot upon his brow. No. I replied softly, you simply have yet to learn to forgive yourself. Chapter 32. The Vermilion Calamity. The Vermilion Spot of Fate. The moment the vermilion fell upon the forehead of the young acolyte, the entirety of Qinglan Mountain fell into an eerie silence. The wind ceased, the clouds coalesced, and even the mountain stream hung suspended in midair. The child and imp, Appos, pupils abruptly constricted, the azure golden radiance ebbing away like a receding tide, replaced by a beguiling scarlet, akin to the color of the last tear of blood when the Ling's spirit was consumed in flames long ago. Immortal Lord. He tilted his head to gaze at me, a smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth that was unmistakably not that of a child. Do you recognize this? His small hand lifted, revealing a fragment of an emerald cauldron. Within it, a wisp of white hair was ensnared. A sudden spasm gripped my right arm, and the images from 3 centuries ago exploded in my mind. Little junior brother, if you see this strand of hair again, it shall signify the commencement of the cycle of reincarnation. The withered peach tree atop the mountain sprung forth new buds, blossoming instantly. More bizarrely, each petal bore a human visage, all the faces of the successive Han Xiao fan. You are not the reincarnation of the Ling spirit. I fixed my gaze upon the vermilion on the child and Appos' forehead, as my peach branch pierced my own left chest. You are the manifestation of my 90,000th reincarnation. Blood dripped, and the moment it touched the emerald fragment, the white hair ignited in flames. Within the fire emerged the ethereal silhouette of a colossal bronze gate, entwined with 9 chains, each chain piercing a beating heart. The child's laughter suddenly took on a tone of age. Have you finally remembered? Back then, you locked the sins within the door with your own hands, yet forgot. He tore open his garment, revealing a half-formed scar of a peach branch upon his heart. The chains will ultimately rust. The bronze gate swung open. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the ground of Qinglan Mountain split, and the colossal bronze gate emerged from the earth. From the crevice, a viscous golden mist seeped out, in which countless pale arms reached forth, each palm inscribed with the seal of the Taishu sect. Elder Xianming and Appos' ice mirror reflected into the gate, cracking with a spider web of fissures. It is the vengeful souls of past Taishu disciples. He staggered back, realizing they had been consumed by reincarnation, becoming the gate and Appos' firewood. The young acolyte's form began to dissolve like wax, reshaping into that of a youth, dressed in garments as white as snow, the vermilion dot on his forehead like blood. Yet his right arm bore a segment of pitch-black peachwood completely opposite to my current self. He caressed the chains upon the bronze gate, whispering, Did you think severing the cycle of reincarnation relied upon the Tao seed? No, it is their souls that have burned within the gate for 3 centuries. The crevice of the gate suddenly widened, a colossal hand reaching out and grasping my peach branch right arm. In that instant, I glimpsed the truth. When the Ling spirit was consumed, it sealed the memories of 90,000 reincarnations within the bronze gate. And this version of me before me was the embodiment of the malice that thrived within. Duality of battle. Now, it is time for the rightful owner to reclaim what is theirs. The white-clad Han Xiao fan chuckled softly, the vermilion mark erupting with bloodlight. My peach branch right arm twisted painfully, forcibly plunging into my own forehead. In the agonizing moment, my consciousness was torn asunder, one half standing upon the mountain peak, witnessing the bronze gate devour the Qinglan sect, the other half plummeting into the gate, struggling amidst the sea of vengeful souls. Immortal Lord. Elder Xuanming's call echoed as though through a water curtain, invoking the final technique of the jade seed art. But I had long forgotten. For 3 centuries. That strand of black silk entwined around my right sleeve, those seemingly tranquil mornings, all were to mask one undeniable truth. I dared not recall the details of the Ling spirit and Appos' demise. The white-clad version of me had already clutched my throat, coward, who cannot even face his own sins. The white hair became a sword. In the suffocating grip of death, a strand of white hair suddenly entwined around my wrist. It was the very strand the young acolyte had first offered. It slithered like a living serpent into the crevice of the bronze gate, unleashing a cacophony of wails from within. As blood mist erupted, a bone sword shot forth from within the gate, the hilt entwined with white hair, the blade adorned with intricate patterns of affection. The last words of the Ling spirit rang in my ears. Let emotion be your blade. I grasped the bone sword and drove it into the heart of the white-clad version of myself. Sever this cycle of reincarnation. The vermilion mark shattered, revealing the pulsating core of the emerald cauldron within. Reconstruction of karma. In the blinding explosion of light, the bronze gate disintegrated, Each fragment reflected a distorted memory. In the first cycle, I did not slay the Ling spirit, but instead sacrificed myself for her. In the third cycle, the vessel spirit willingly transformed to guard against my malice. The most painful of all was the 90,000th cycle. She entered the heavenly refining cauldron to incinerate the Tao seed from within. The white-clad version of me laughed heartily before dissipating. Now do you understand? What you have always loathed is myself. I crushed the core of the emerald cauldron. The final chapter, Rebirth. The peach blossoms of Qinglong Mountain bloomed once more. I sat before the listening rain pavilion, observing the young acolyte newly admitted to the sect, awkwardly practicing his swordplay. The vermilion mark upon his forehead had faded. Yet the empty space of his right sleeve bore a strand of black silk. That was the sword tassel left for me by the Ling spirit from within the bronze gate. Elder Xianming held a new cup of tea, hesitating to speak. What did he wish to inquire? I took the teacup. The reflection on the water's surface revealing no scar of the peach branch upon my brow, only a faint white hair pattern. He whispered, "Has the cycle of reincarnation truly ended?" As the mountain breeze swept by, the young acolyte suddenly tumbled into my embrace. When he looked up, a glimmer of azure golden light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Immortal Lord, I dreamt that I became a peach tree. Chapter 33, The Torrent of Memories. The moment of awakening. The young acolyte slumbered deeply in my embrace, teardrops still glistening on his lashes. His breathing was steady. Yet the vermilion mark upon his brow subtly shimmered with an azure hue, as if some suppressed force was stirring to life. I gently laid him beneath the peach tree. My fingers barely grazed his forehead when my consciousness plummeted into an abyss. Countless eyes began to open in the darkness. Each pair of eyes was a fragment of my memory. The blood-soaked battles of the 10,000th cycle, the betrayals of the 30th cycle, the despair of the 90th cycle. They surged forth like a tidal wave, threatening to shatter my very essence. Celestial Sovereign. Elder Xianming grasped my wrist, forcibly yanking me back to reality. My consciousness must not touch his. I looked down, astonished to find a layer of frost forming on my fingertips, a chill coursing through my veins, while the azure tassels of my right sleeve swayed without wind, emitting a faint hum. The young acolyte remained in slumber, yet the corners of his mouth curved into a smile that was uncharacteristic of a child. "You have finally arrived." His voice transformed, deep and hoarse, as if echoing from a distant time and space. The prison of consciousness. I closed my eyes and re-entered his mindscape. This time, there was no torrent of memories, only a vast bronze cage suspended in the void, chains entwined around it. Each link inscribed with the ancient runes of the Taishu sect. In the center of the cage curled a youth, his white garments stained with blood, a single vermilion mark upon his brow, and his right arm bore a segment of obsidian peachwood. It was the embodiment of my malevolent thoughts from the 90th cycle. He raised his gaze, his azure golden pupils reflecting my form, yet his lips twisted into a mocking grin. "Do you believe you have severed the cycle?" He slowly stood, the chains clattering ominously. "No, you have merely imprisoned your sins and appos, here." With a flick of his hand, the encroaching darkness receded, revealing countless floating fragments. Each shard contained an entire life of Han Xiaofan. The central fragment pulsated with a blinding crimson light, my own memories. The mirror of sin. I approached that fragment, and as my fingertips brushed its surface, the scenes unfolded like a deluge. Within the heavenly refinement cauldron, Qingli stood with her back to me. Her hair like snow. She clutched a bone sword, its tip pressed against her heart. "Junior brother, the Tao seed is toxic." Her voice was soft, yet it pierced through the ages. It has never been salvation, but rather a parasitic entity of the cycle. She turned to face me, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. "Therefore, this time, allow me to sever it." At the moment the bone sword pierced her heart, the heavenly refinement cauldron shattered, her form dissipating into countless motes of light, vanishing into the void. And I knelt upon the ground, clutching that obsidian Tao seed, laughing maniacally. "No, no, you shall not." The memories abruptly ceased. I staggered backward, my chest feeling as though pierced by a dagger. My breath nearly suspended. The white-clad youth stood behind me, chuckling softly. "Now do you understand? What you loathe is never the cycle, but rather, yourself." The battle against the heart and Appos, demon. The chains within the cage suddenly snapped, and the white-clad youth stepped forth, his peachwood transformed into a long sword, aimed directly at my heart. I sidestepped, the azure tassels of my sword rising instinctively, intertwining into a blade that clashed with his wooden sword. The sound of metal against metal reverberated through the consciousness realm, with each strike causing a shard of memory to explode. The blood-soaked battles of the 10,000th cycle, the betrayals of the 30th cycle, the despair of the 90th cycle. Each memory seared into my consciousness, the agony nearly bringing me to my knees. The white-clad youth pressed his sword against my throat, sneering. "You cannot even confront your own sins. What right do you have to sever the cycle?" I fixated on him, suddenly laughing. "You are right." I relinquished my grip on my sword, allowing his wooden blade to pierce my chest. At the moment blood surged forth, I seized his wrist, drawing him closer. "Therefore, this time, I shall not flee." Devouring sin, my blood stained his white garments, coursing down his arm to that obsidian peach wood. The wood began to melt, transforming into a viscous black mist that invaded my body through the wound. The white-clad youth and Apos, S pupils constricted in shock, attempting to break free, but I held him fast. You have gone mad. No. I chuckled softly. I merely finally understood. You are me. The black mist completely merged into my being, the excruciating pain akin to being consumed by fire. My consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet within this ultimate torment, I beheld Qingli and Apos, S smile. She stood at the edge of the heavenly refinement cauldron, extending her hand toward me. Junior brother, it is time to awaken. Epilogue. The return to the abyss in the realm of reality. I jolted awake, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. The young acolyte had already regained consciousness, gazing at me in bewilderment. The vermilion mark upon his brow completely vanished. Elder Xinming and Apos, S complexion was ashen, celestial sovereign. Your right arm. I looked down, astonished to discover that the azure tassels of my right sleeve had inexplicably severed. And my right arm had inexplicably regrown, the flesh and blood returning, signifying the breaking of the cycle and amp. Apos, S rules. No longer was it wood, no longer crystalline, but truly flesh and blood. I slowly clenched my fist, feeling a long-lost warmth. Is the cycle over? Elder Xianming inquired tremulously. I gazed towards the horizon, where a faint crack appeared, a higher power intervening in the cycle, slowly healing. No, I whispered, it has only just begun. The mountain breeze swept by, and the young acolyte suddenly pointed in astonishment. Celestial sovereign, that tree has bloomed. Following his gaze, I beheld the ancient peach tree atop Qinglan Mountain, long thought dead, blossoming for the first time in 300 years, signifying that Qingli and Apos, S had not dissipated. Chapter 34, The Peach Blossom Tomb. The withered tree meets spring. In the moment the peach blossom unfurled, the spiritual essence of Qinglan Mountain surged backward. The lifeless peach tree sprouted branches and buds at a visible pace. And in the blink of an eye, the branches were adorned with blossoms. Even more uncanny, each petal bore a human visage, some were of Qingli, some of Dingling, and others were mere phantoms of past disciples of the Taisu sect. The young acolyte reached out to touch the nearest flower, but as his fingertip grazed the petal, he let out a piercing scream and recoiled. His finger had been seared to the bone. Do not touch it. I gripped the nape of his neck. That was no mere peach blossom, but an unfulfilled obsession. Before my words could settle, the entire tree suddenly shed its blossoms. The petals rained down like crimson droplets, and upon touching the ground, they transformed into a narrow red path leading deep into the mountain and Apos, S heart. Elder Xianming and Apos, S eye soul mirror shattered with a crack. Immortal Lord. This path leads to the abyss of return. A sharp pain shot through my newly formed flesh on the right arm, revealing the ethereal outline of a bronze key in my palm. It was the final gift my father had left within the bone ring. The road to the abyss of return. At the end of the red path stood an ancient well. The water had long since dried up, and the walls were etched with scars of sword energy. At the deepest point stood a blank monument, before which lay a half-charred sword, the remnants of the Qingluan Calamity sword. Suddenly, the young acolyte clutched his ears. Someone is crying. Indeed, there was a sound of weeping. Upon closer inspection, the voice seemed to emanate from within the flesh of my right arm. As the weeping grew louder, golden patterns surfaced beneath the skin of my new arm, as if countless tiny creatures were crawling through my veins. Pathogen backlash? Elder Xianming had just formed a spell when he was knocked back. No, this was a summoning. I knelt, pressing the bronze key against the blank monument. 300 years ago, when Qingli entered the refiner and Apos, S cauldron, she concealed part of her primordial spirit within the abyss. The moment the key turned, a thunderous sound of breaking chains echoed from the depths of the well. The departed within the coffin. The stone tablet collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a crystal coffin beneath. Inside lay a woman in white. Her hands folded across her chest, a dot of vermilion on her brow, and her long hair cascading like snow. Her visage was indistinguishable from that of Dingling, save for a peach branch piercing her heart, still bearing unripe fruit. This is not Qingli. Elder Xianming and Apos, S voice trembled. It is the Tao companion of the first Taisu master. I caressed the coffin, the icy surface reflecting the white hair streak on my brow. The master had failed to sever the cycle of reincarnation. She willingly transformed into the anchor of the abyss. Before I could finish speaking, the woman in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils were devoid of whites, filled only with swirling chaotic mist. The peach branch at her heart grew wildly, instantly piercing my right arm. Blood flowed along the branch into the unripe fruit, which turned crimson at a visible rate. Be careful. The young acolyte lunged forward to push me away. She does not mean to harm you. She seeks the result, the fruit of causality. The blood-red fruit burst open, splattering juice onto the blank monument, revealing a line of concealed ancient script, sown with emotion, bearing fruit of calamity. Whosoever consumes this will witness eternity. The woman in the coffin slowly sat up, her chaotic eyes locking onto mine. Bloodline of Han Gui Su. Do you know what this fruit is? Her voice did not arise from her throat, but resonated directly within my consciousness. The golden patterns on my right arm suddenly surged, forming another line of text upon my skin. 9 cycles of reincarnation and Apo's sins condensed into this fleeting moment. Consume it. She held the rotting fruit to my lips. You shall see. The true conclusion. The eternal illusion. The moment the fruit flesh entered my mouth, the world spun wildly. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in a grove of peach blossoms. In the distance stood a thatched cottage, with wisps of smoke rising gently. The door creaked open, and Qingli emerged, apron tied around her waist, carrying a plate of freshly stir-fried bamboo shoots. What are you standing there for? She smiled at me. The food will get cold. This is an illusion. I knew well it was an illusion. Yet, when she brushed the petals from my shoulder, the sensation was so real it took my breath away. My voice faltered, if this is the eternity you desire. Suddenly, she covered my mouth. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not speak it. The cottage, the peach grove, the smoke began to crumble. Qingli and Apo's figure grew increasingly transparent, until it transformed into a single strand of white hair, entwining around my wrist. The sigh of the woman in the coffin echoed through the void. Do you understand now? She would rather embrace a false eternity than have you bear the truth. Epilogue, white hair. Upon returning to reality, the crystal coffin lay empty. Only the peach branch rested in my palm, blooming with a tiny white flower at its tip. Elder Xianming and the young acolyte lay unconscious nearby. Their vermilion markings transformed into the shape of peach blossoms, the peach blossom mark signifying the causality zone. The rift in the sky, the true scheme of my father. Han Tianqing, emerging, had fully healed, replaced by a sword scar resembling a galaxy. Evidence of my father and Apo's severing of the cycle of reincarnation. I gripped the peach branch tightly, the white hair mark on my brow burning fiercely. Qingli's final words echoed in my ears. Little junior brother, it is time to awaken. As the mountain wind swept through, the peach trees atop Qinglan Mountain suddenly withered en masse. Amidst the rain of dying petals, the white hair around my wrist silently grew, ultimately transforming into a sword, the essence of Qingli. Etched upon the blade were 2 small characters. Burial of Spring. Chapter 35, The Awakening of the Vermilion Sand. The sword's cry startles the night. In the midnight of Qinglan Mountain, the Zhangquan sword emitted its first sound. It was not a clear clang of metal, but rather a mournful tremor. The white hair entwined around the blade stirred without wind, tightening around my wrist like a living serpent, carving a circle of blood upon my skin. Elder Xianming knocked urgently from outside. Immortal Lord. That child, in the instant the door burst apart, a crimson shadow lunged forth. The young Taoist boy hovered in midair, a blood-red mark blossoming on his forehead, and his fingers transformed into sharp peach twigs. Even more terrifying were his eyes. His left eye was a swirl of azure and gold, while his right was pure black like ink, resembling the corrupted Dingling from years past. Master, he croaked. Tears mingled with blood streaming down his face, and I saw the door. The Zhangquan sword suddenly slipped from my grasp, its tip aimed directly at his brow. The secret beyond the door. Just as the sword's edge touched his skin, it veered, slicing off several strands of hair. The severed white strands fell to the ground and took root, swiftly growing into a 3-foot-tall sapling of a peach tree. The trunk was etched with dense markings, entirely composed of the Taishu sect's forbidden runes. The cycle gate was about to open. Elder Shuaming's ice mirror reflected the sapling, revealing the image of a bronze giant door within it. He had become the key. The young Taoist boy suddenly let out a piercing scream. Thrusting his hands into his eye sockets, he forcibly gouged out his right eye. Black blood splattered onto the peach tree, and the trunk cracked open, revealing a hollow passage within. A thick golden mist surged forth, within which countless suspended cocoons were faintly visible, each encasing a corpse of Han Xiaofan. In the very center, a cocoon burst open, revealing something that shook my very soul, the life token of Qingli. Inscribed upon it was not Lin Qingli, but rather, Han Linshi, the entanglement of husband and wife. The moment I grasped the life token, the white hair of the Zhangquan sword suddenly grew wildly, dragging me into the trunk's passage. As the world spun, countless fragments of memory pummeled my consciousness. In the 10,000th cycle, Qingli, adorned in phoenix crown and bridal gown, wed me. Our ceremonial wine mingled with our blood. In the 30,000th cycle, she erected a monument in the name of Han Linshi, the inscription and Apo's, widow and Apo's, severed by sword energy in the 90,000th cycle. The most painful moment, before the heavenly refining cauldron, her last words as her soul shattered were, "Husband, take care." A cold laugh echoed from the end of the passage. Now do you understand? In every life, you are husband and wife. Hence the cycle cannot be severed. I staggered to regain my footing, finding myself standing in a blood-colored peach grove. Each tree bore a wooden plaque inscribed with the dates of Han Linshi's graves. The young Taoist boy, no, at this moment, the black void of his right eye had spread across half his face, was staring at me with his remaining left eye. Master, how much longer will you deceive yourself? His voice had morphed into the hoarse timbre of Wang Xiao from 300 years ago. She is your formerly wedded partner. Yet you cannot even provide her with a proper gravestone. Before the monument, affirming the path, the peach grove suddenly ignited. The flames were not red, but the azure gold that Qingli loved most. The fiery tongues licked those wooden plaques, and the ashes formed a line of text in the air. With a wife as the monument, one may glimpse the true path. The Zonchuan sword trembled violently, its white hair fracturing inch by inch. With each strand that broke, a wooden plaque shattered, revealing hidden fragments of the emerald cauldron. The figure of Dingling emerged from the flames, this time devoid of mockery, only gazing at me with sorrow. Han Xiaofan, you loathe the cycle, despise the Tao seeds. Resent the immortal lord. But what you truly resent is that you could not be buried together with her. Isn't it? I knelt in the ashes. The Zonchuan sword plunged into the earth. The blade reflected a distorted image of myself. Not the present me, but the madman from the 90,000th cycle, cradling Qingli's corpse as I descended into madness. You speak the truth. I grasped the sword's edge, allowing it to cut my palm. Thus in this life. Blood dripped onto the emerald cauldron fragments, and the ashes of all the wooden plaques suddenly rolled back, coalescing into a true gravestone. Han Xiaofan Lin Qingli Joint Burial Grave. The culmination of the cycle. The moment the gravestone took shape, the entire blood-colored peach grove began to collapse. The black void in the young Taoist boy's right eye rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a normal pupil. He dazedly touched his restored face. Master. Master? It's all right. I lifted him and dashed towards the passage's exit. We were going home. Behind us came Dingling's final sigh. Is it worth it? To trade 300 years for a mere name on a gravestone. I did not look back. For what emerged upon the gravestone was not a name, but 2 lines of small text. This body buried in the cycle. This heart buried in the peach blossoms. Epilogue. Rebirth. When we returned to Qinglan Mountain. Dawn was breaking. Elder Xianming was pacing anxiously in front of the listening rain pavilion, nearly moved to tears upon seeing me carry the slumbering young Taoist boy back. Immortal Lord. The peach trees at the foot of the mountain have all withered. But that old tree at the summit. I followed his gaze. Remarkably, the peach tree that had been dead for 300 years bore a single unripe fruit. Gently swaying in the morning light, the young Taoist boy stirred in my arms, opening his clear eyes. Master, I dreamed I turned into a peach. I tousled his hair, gazing at the sword mark in the sky that resembled a galaxy. This time, it had not healed. Chapter 36. The Chaotic Fruit. A transformation of the fruit. At the summit of Qinglan Mountain, the peach tree sways in the morning light, and the surface of the unripe fruit suddenly splits with a fine crack. The moment I reach out to touch it, the skin bursts with a pop, and juice splatters onto the burial spring sword. The white-haired patterns on the blade writhe as if alive, absorbing the liquid entirely. Master! The young Taoist suddenly covers his ears and crouches down. There is a sound emanating from the fruit. The peach blossom mark lingering on his forehead glimmers softly. And more strangely, the crystalline scar on my right arm begins to heat up. Deep within my consciousness, the voice of the Dingling resonates with unprecedented terror. Quickly destroy it. That is not merely a fruit. It is the chaotic Tao embryo of the first ancestor. The Tao embryo awakens. The fruit shatters completely, revealing a curled infant inside. Its body resembles jade, eyes tightly shut, yet a half-severed peach branch is lodged in its heart, identical to the one seen before Qingli's disappearance. As the mountain breeze brushes against its eyelashes, those eyes suddenly snap open. There are no pupils, only a swirling galaxy. Han, Gui, Su. The infant's lips do not move, yet a voice emanates from the depths of the earth. The entire Qinglan Mountain begins to sink. Golden liquid oozing from the cracks in the rocks, coalescing in the air into 9 chains that bind me firmly to it. The burial spring sword suddenly emits a piercing scream from Qingli. Be careful. It is siphoning the power of reincarnation. A torrent of memories. The moment the chains pierce my skin, I glimpse a truth older than the cycle of 9 lifetimes. The first ancestor Han Guishu did not fail at all. He deliberately allowed the heavenly furnace to be tainted by malevolent thoughts, concealing the pure Tao embryo within the peach pit. Waiting for Qingli to step into the cauldron with my bloodline 300 years ago. So that was it. I gaze at the peach branch embedded in the infant and Appo's heart, suddenly bursting into laughter. What you need is not the end of reincarnation, but rather, the fusion of the bloodlines of Taishu and Guishu. The young Taoist suddenly lunges forward, shielding me from a golden chain aimed at me. Blood gushes from the mark on his forehead, drawing the oldest forbidden symbol of Taishu in the void. Master, he turns to reveal a smile identical to Qingli and Appo's. This time, I shall be the anchor. Causal replacement. The moment the forbidden symbol takes shape, the infant lets out a piercing cry. The peach branch in its heart grows wildly, not to attack us, but rather to pierce its own chest. The golden chains snap one by one, and the earth's veins of Qinglan Mountain erupt with a torrent of ethereal mist. Within the mist, the final figure of Qingli emerges. She gently shakes her head. Holding the ends of the peach branch, it is not about devouring. It is about awakening. The burial spring sword suddenly flies from my grip, its tip piercing the infant and Appo's forehead. The white-haired patterns extend along the galaxy like pupils, ultimately forming a scar resembling a sword mark, identical to that of the galactic sword mark in the sky. The ancestor returns. At the moment the mountain wind ceases, the infant and Appo's body begins to grow rapidly. Dark hair turns white, jade-like bones form patterns, and when it opens a third eye, the entire world trembles. Long time no see, child. The voice of the first ancestor Han Guishu resonates through the clouds as he lightly taps the scar on my right arm. The crystal flakes away. Revealing true flesh, there appears the mark of the marriage contract with Qingli. Reincarnation has never required severance. He sweeps his sleeve across the withered peach grove, and countless flowers blossom in reverse, needing only someone willing to become the new anchor. Epilogue. A new anchor. 3 months later. At the Qinglan Mountain Listening Rain Pavilion, the young Taoist squats beneath the peach tree, counting ants. The mark on his forehead has completely vanished. Elder Xianming holds a newly crafted tea set, hesitating to speak. Immortal Lord, that ancestor, has departed. I caress the burial spring sword, the white-haired tassels having transformed into dark strands unbeknownst to me, preparing to reforge the 9 cauldrons. Suddenly, commotion arises outside the mountain gate. Newly admitted disciples surround a woman in blue, who is placing a branch of peach blossoms before the ancestral shrine. As the wind lifts her veil, revealing her striking azure golden eyes, my marriage contract mark suddenly burns with an intense heat. Chapter 37. The Triphantom Eyes. A sudden transformation in the ancestral hall. The moment the branch of peach blossoms was placed in the incense burner of the hall, all the spirit tablets trembled in unison. Lin Qingli's spirit tablet split open with a fine crack, and a strand of white hair floated out, entwining itself around the wrist of the woman in blue. She lowered her head and chuckled softly, her azure golden anomalous eyes swirling. And the burning sensation of the marriage contract on my right arm suddenly transformed into a bone-chilling cold. This is not Qingli. Han Xianjun. Her fingertip brushed the offering table, and the candle flames froze into crystalline ice. 300 years apart, and even a soulmate could not recognize her. At the moment her voice echoed, the young Taoist suddenly shrieked, clutching his head. A pattern identical to the woman's pupil emerged on his forehead, and golden silkworms writhed beneath his skin. The secret of dual birth. The burial spring sword unsheathed itself, positioned horizontally against the woman and Appo's neck, yet the sword and Appo's tassel of azure silks tenderly entwined around her hair and Appo's ends. You have gouged out Qingli and Appo's right eye. I gazed into her left eye, a vertical pupil that did not belong to a human. What use is it? Suddenly, the ground of the ancestral hall collapsed, revealing a frozen bronze coffin beneath. Inside lay the true Qingli, her right eye hollow, a half branch of peach lodged in her heart. And beneath her closed eyelids, 2 overlapping pupils pulsated. The woman in blue suddenly tore open her garment, and the scar from the peach branch on her chest began to bleed. Did you think the reincarnation anchor point is a single person? No. It is a pair of triphantom eyes. The world within the eyes. She extracted her left eye and hurled it towards the ice coffin. At the moment the vertical pupil exploded, my consciousness was drawn into the world within the eyes. There were no heavens or earth, only countless floating bronze mirrors. Each mirror reflected different phases of Qingli, yet all mirrored her right eye, cruelly gouged out. Before the grand central mirror stood a figure clad in white and wearing a bronze mask. In the tray he held were 9 eyeballs, one of which flowed with blood akin to my own. Han Guishu deceived you. The masked man chuckled lightly. The so-called reincarnation anchor point is merely an excuse to refine a soulmate into a living mirror abyss. The mirror surface suddenly revealed a horrifying truth. Back then, Qingli willingly had her eye gouged out, only to conceal the original rules of slaying immortals within her gaze. The blood contract and Appo's rebound. In the real world, the ancestral hall transformed into a blood-red cocoon. The woman in blue gripped the young Taoist and Appo's neck with one hand, pressing him against the ice coffin, a splendid vessel indeed, the void bloodline combined with the Guishu Dao. She pierced her fingertip into the child's forehead, intending to refine him into a new triphantom eye. The burial spring sword surged forth to strike at her back, yet froze upon contact with her skin. The sword and Appo's azure silks suddenly coiled back, binding my right arm to the ice coffin. Qingli's corpse opened her left eye. The 2 overlapping pupils rotated to face me, and the marriage contract mark instantly crawled with cracks. The battle of slaying the master. Did you think Han Guishu could live for 100,000 years? The woman in blue laughed heartily. Changing soulmates every 300 years is indeed the true legacy of the Void sect. She tore off her face, revealing the youthful visage of Han Guishu beneath. The ice coffin exploded, and Qingli's corpse transformed into a stream of light, seeping into the young Taoist's body. The child emitted a sound not of this world, and white hair patterns akin to the burial spring sword surfaced upon his skin. Now, the original ancestor controlled the child's body, raising a hand to instruct him on what true slaying of immortals is. The great bronze door descended from above, 9 colossal hands reaching out towards me. Each palm bore the life markings of Qingli. The final chapter, slaying the master. The burial spring sword abruptly shattered. Fragments of the sword pierced my eyes, blood dripping down, extinguishing each of Qingli and Appo's life markings on the bronze door. You have forgotten. I allowed my blood to blur my vision. During the day of my apprenticeship, you personally taught me the first lesson. The void sword Dao is unbreakable in spirit. The shards of the broken sword suddenly surged forth, piercing through the young Taoist and Apos' body without harming him, instead pinning Han Guishu and Apos' primordial spirit in the void. The blue-clad woman and Apos' shell cracked like pottery, revealing the entwined peach branches within. On one branch hung the jade pendant Qingli had left for me. Inside was sealed her true right eye. The child collapsed to the ground, the left eye's double pupils gradually separating. As he gazed at me with Qingli's eyes, the sky echoed with Han Guishu's final sigh. It turns out, you had long gouged out your own eye, for her. Chapter 38. The Celestial Tribulation Concealed. The bloodstained jade pendant. The young Taoist monk huddled in the corner of the shrine, his left pupil endlessly fracturing and reuniting. With each transformation, a distinct coughing sound emanated from his throat, reminiscent of the time when she was pierced through the heart by a peach branch. As I picked up the bloody jade pendant from the ground, the icy touch of the engraved characters of Hanlin and Apos' name suddenly ignited with warmth. It was melting. The jade liquid seeped into my skin through the lines of my palm, and the scar on my right arm throbbed with a pain akin to tearing. In a daze, I beheld Qingli kneeling before the heavenly refining cauldron, deliberately gouging out her right eye with her nails. Little junior brother, remember, the celestial tribulation resides within the eye. In that moment when the jade pendant fully melted, a violet lightning scar split the shrine's dome. This was no ordinary heavenly thunder. Rather, it was a storm cloud composed of countless intricate runes, each rune resembling a miniature bronze door. The young Taoist monk suddenly leapt up, and Qingli's consciousness temporarily seized control of her body. She grasped my wrist and pressed it against her left eye now. My consciousness was violently dragged into the realm of her eye. Here, there was no bronze mirror of Han Guishu, only a desolate wasteland. At the center of this wasteland knelt 300 versions of Qingli, all simultaneously raising their heads. From their hollow right eyes crawled out golden silkworms, while in their left eyes pulsated my sword intent. With every strike you make through the cycles, a strand of sword energy is hidden within my eye. The foremost Qingli rose, and the golden silkworm inscribed words upon her cheek. Now is the time to cleave the heavens. Let the sword and Apos' essence be the guide. In the real world, my right arm suddenly crystallized. This was not an uncontrollable mutation, but a resonance responding to the sword energy within her eye. Beneath my skin, 300 sword marks emerged, each representing the form of the burial spring sword from different cycles. The young Taoist monk, at this moment, she should be referred to as Qingli, began to bleed from her left eye. It was insufficient. She wiped away the bloodstains, still lacking the final stroke. I broke my crystallized right arm, the fractured bone transforming into a transparent small sword. With the sword and Apos' essence as the guide, summon all swords to return to their origin. The storm clouds in the sky suddenly stilled, and immediately all the lightning symbols redirected, hurtling towards the distant ruins of the void. A sudden upheaval at the ruins. The true form of the void was revealed amidst the tempest. What ruins? It was clearly an inverted bronze city. Each brick bore the epitaphs of the Hanlin family, and the walls oozed golden liquid, converging into a river towards the central altar. Atop the altar lay a crystal coffin, within which rested a figure that sent chills down my spine, an unscathed Qingli. Her hands were folded upon her chest, her right eye intact, yet her left eye bore a second pupil. Most terrifying of all, impaled through her heart was not a peach branch, but half of the burial spring sword. A true and false partner. You have been deceived. The Qingli in the realm of the eye spoke in unison. The one outside is merely a puppet crafted by Han Guishu using your sword energy. They all pointed towards the altar. The true me has been waiting for you to cleave open this coffin with the celestial tribulation. In the real world, the young Taoist monk suddenly convulsed, Qingli's consciousness being forcibly extracted. As the child collapsed into unconsciousness, a light laugh echoed from outside the shrine. Belonging to a woman in blue. Do you understand now? She removed her hairpin and sliced open her chest. There was no heart, only the hilt of the burial spring sword entwined with sword tassels. With every strand of sword energy you hide within the cycles, he uses it to complete my puppet. She gently caressed the sword tassels, such a tender gesture, nurturing the substitute of her partner with a sword that slays immortals. The final chapter, severing the puppet. The tempest suddenly reversed. All the lightning that had been aimed at the bronze city ricocheted back, coalescing into a colossal sword above the shrine. The woman in blue spread her arms to embrace it, yet the sword tassels suddenly wrapped around her neck. You have forgotten. I crushed the final shard of crystal from my right arm. Qingli never needed a hairpin. The thunderous giant sword descended with a resounding crash. Yet upon touching her crown, it divided into 300 fine streams, each precisely piercing the sword energy nodes hidden within Qingli's eye. At the moment the puppet exploded, the crystal coffin in the void responded by opening. Qingli's right eye suddenly turned, fixing its gaze towards my direction. Chapter 39. The Twin Calamity. Eyes open in the coffin. As Qingli sat up in the crystal coffin, a tempestuous thundercloud collapsed into a purple-black orb 1,000 miles away. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through the shattered bone of my right arm. What was once a crystallized wound began to sprout peachwood fibers, intertwining to form a new arm. while a potent spiritual force flowed beneath the skin, akin to that of the person within the coffin. Don't come closer. The unconscious young Taoist suddenly opened her eyes, her left eye spinning madly with a second pupil containing. Before she could finish her sentence, golden silkworms erupted from her 7 orifices, her body adopting a bizarre posture as she knelt on the ground, bowing towards the Taishu ruins, an instinctual fear, a twin Tao partner. As Qingli took her first step from the coffin, the entire bronze city began to crumble. Her right eye remained as clear as ever, while her left eye split into 9 pupils, each reflecting different versions of myself from various epochs. When her gaze fell upon my peachwood right arm, the branches suddenly blossomed, yielding 3 unripe fruits. You have granted her 300 years of lifespan. The remnants of the blue-clad puppet suddenly spoke, at the cost of its own reincarnation. Looking down at the fruits on my right arm, I suddenly grasped the entirety of the truth. Back then, before the heavenly refining cauldron, Qingli had never scattered her soul. I had sealed her within the coffin with my own hands, and for 300 years, I had used sword energy to mold a puppet to perform for myself. Memory unsealed. The fruits burst in succession, their juices coalescing into vivid memories. The first fruit, the founding ancestor Han Guishu transplanted the second pupil into Qingli, smiling as he said to me, the best use of a Tao partner is to serve as a vessel. The second fruit, I knelt before the heavenly refining cauldron, plunging the Zongchuan sword into Qingli's heart, yet concealed a reversal talisman within her left eye. The third fruit, the most painful, Qingli within the coffin remained fully aware, watching me each year on the day of mourning as I professed my love to the puppet through the crystal barrier. Do you understand now? The figure within the coffin gently caressed the sword wound on her heart. You have always loved that phantom who would never resist. Her left eye and Appo's S9 pupils suddenly converged, transforming into the imprint of a bronze door, Han Guishu and Amp, Appo's S-life symbol. The oath of slaying the master. The ground of the Taishu ruins split open, revealing a chasm, with 9 counterfeit cauldrons surrounding the true heavenly refining cauldron as it ascended. At the other end of the chains entwined around the cauldron lay 300 corpses of myself. With each reincarnation, you added another avatar to the cauldron. Qingli, no. At this moment, she should be referred to as the proxy of Han Guishu, tapped her fingertip against my brow. Such a splendid disciple, how could I bear to slay you? The peachwood right arm suddenly wrapped around my neck in reverse, the tip of the branches pressing against my temple. The genuine voice of Qingli echoed within my consciousness. Little junior brother, I have always been waiting for you, to slay your master with your own hands. The young Taoist suddenly surged forth, blood tears streaming from her second pupil as she lunged at Qingli. Master, run. She intends to turn you into the 10th cauldron. The 10th calamity. The moment the child collided with Qingli, her left eye's bronze door swung wide open. The child's body was seized by a massive hand emerging from within the door, her skin peeling away layer by layer, revealing an object hidden within, half a Tao seed. I broke my peachwood right arm and plunged it into the ground, causing all the corpses of Han Xiaofan within the Taishu ruins to rise simultaneously. Their chests split open, and 300 streams of sword energy converged, forcefully cleaving apart the bronze door to rescue the child. Futile. Qingli shook her head. Do you think the Tao seed is merely that? She gouged out her right eye, crushing it to reveal a pulsating chaos spark within. It is the regret you have sown in my eyes with each reincarnation. The final chapter, heart dissection. At the moment the heavenly refining cauldron opened, I committed an act that no one anticipated. I used a shard of the Zongchuan sword to slice open my own chest, extracting the pulsating heart within. You taught me this. I hurled the heart into the cauldron, reaching the zenith of the secret arts of Taishu. Without a heart, one is invincible. The body devoid of a heart suddenly surged forth, my peachwood right arm piercing through Qingli's left eye. The instant my fingertip brushed against the imprint of the bronze door, the entire heavenly refining cauldron trembled violently, and Han Guishu's anguished cries echoed from the depths of the chasm. Tears suddenly streamed from Qingli's vacant right eye, not blood, but that drop of rain she had concealed within her eye 300 years ago. Chapter 40. No tribulation. No heartbeat. In the moment the heavenly alchemy cauldron engulfed my heart, my body did not succumb. From the hollow of my chest surged forth the roots of a peach tree, intertwining to forge new veins. Even more bizarre was the fact that each branch bore dewdrops, within which reflected every blink of Qingli over the past 3 centuries while entombed. The bronze door of Qingli's left eye shattered, and Han Guishu's scream abruptly ceased. What had I forged my heart into? I raised my peachwood right hand, and the dewdrops flew towards the heavenly alchemy cauldron, coalescing on its surface into a line of blood-red characters. The forbidden technique of the void, the heart-seeding method, with heart and Appo's blood as the soil. I saw the rebirth of my soulmate. Suddenly, the young Taoist ripped open his garment, half of a Tao seed embedded in his chest resonated with my hollow torso. The truth amidst the rain. The raindrops flowing from Qingli's right eye hung suspended in the air, abruptly refracting the truth from within the heavenly alchemy cauldron. She did not willingly embrace death. Instead, I had knelt in supplication, begging her to sacrifice her eye. Grant me your dual pupil. In my memories, I was drenched in blood, the burial spring sword pressed against my own throat. For Han Guishu sought not a vessel, but but the key to pierce through the cycle of reincarnation. The raindrops exploded, transforming into a torrential downpour that washed over the remnants of the void. Each droplet carried a fragment of Qingli's consciousness, illuminating the epitaphs of the Han Lin clan upon the brick and tile of the bronze city, one by one. In the center, the crystal coffin suddenly levitated, revealing the concealed inscription beneath: Husband Han Xiaofan stands, wife Lin Qingli's grave. This was not a coffin, it was a tombstone. The scheme of usurpation. You have altered the memories of all. Qingli's left eye shattered completely, unveiling the normal pupil beneath, deceiving even Han Guishu. She staggered toward me, her fingertips lightly brushing against my peachwood chest. The branches suddenly blossomed, yielding a transparent heart, pulsating with 300 strands of sword energy. The young Taoist let out a sudden scream, the half-Dao seed bursting forth from his chest. The surface of that seed was lined with blood vessels, and upon closer inspection, it was a miniature version of marriage contract runes. You have split your heart in twain. Qingli clenched the Dao seed, one half buried in the shrine to deceive the heavenly Dao, the other. She pressed the Dao seed into my chest, and the transparent heart instantly transformed into flesh and blood, hidden within our marriage contract. Severing the master to attain the Dao, the heavenly alchemy cauldron suddenly exploded, and Han Guishu's true form finally revealed itself. Where was the ethereal demeanor of a master? It was clearly a swarm of golden silkworms swathed in Taoist ropes. Excellent. The swarm emitted a piercing shriek, utilizing the marriage contract to deceive reincarnation, and borrowing my heavenly alchemy cauldron to resurrect the soulmate. Qingli suddenly seized a shard of the burial spring sword and plunged it into her left eye. This was not an act of self-destruction, but rather a means to send the final strand of sword energy deep into her pupil, where the true lifeblood of Han Guishu lay hidden. The swarm surged in fury, yet I laughed. Have you forgotten? My peachwood right hand plunged into my own heart, tearing free the bloodline of the marriage contract. The first rule of the void sect: at the moment the bloodline entwined the swarm, 300 droplets of rain suddenly transformed into a formation of swords. The slayer of masters, inheritor of the Tao. Epilogue. No tribulation. 3 months later, the ceremony of rebirth upon Qinglong Mountain. The young Taoist squatted beneath the peach tree, gnawing on a spiritual fruit, the mark of the dual pupil no longer gracing his brow. Elder Xianyuan held the newly compiled history of the sect, hesitating to speak. Immortal Lord, the portrait of the first ancestor, is an accurate depiction. I caressed my newly awakened heart, where 2 rhythms pulsed, echoing that swarm of insects. A commotion arose outside the mountain gate. The newly admitted disciples surrounded a woman in blue, who was tying the old sword tassel to a branch of the shrine's peach tree, when the wind lifted the gauze from her right eye, revealing the new pupil beneath. My hollow chest suddenly reverberated with a long-lost thrum. Chapter 41. The Peach Blossoms Remain. Rebirth. The morning mist of Qinglong Mountain had yet to dissipate, yet the newly initiated disciples were already lined up in the training ground. I stood before the listening rain pavilion, observing the bustling crowd below. As the branches of my peachwood right arm swayed gently in the absence of wind, unfurling a delicate white blossom in my palm. Immortal Lord, here is today's roster. Elder Xianming approached, holding a bamboo scroll. Though his gaze could not help but wander towards the mountain gate, there stood a woman in blue, bending down to assist a young disciple in fastening his sword tassel. For the first time in 3 centuries, the Qinglong sect was alive with such vibrancy. There were no shadows of reincarnation, no crimson peach blossoms, only the ordinary clamor belonging to mortal cultivators. Elder Xianming hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. It was not an illusion. I accepted the roster. The fragments of the Zhangchuan sword within my sleeve radiated a subtle warmth, affirming their reality. In the distance, Qingli seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze. The corner of the gauze covering her right eye fluttered in the breeze, revealing the newly awakened pupil beneath, clear as ever, devoid of any traces of a dual eye. The sword tassel. In the evening, I made my way to the peach grove behind the ancestral hall. Qingli was seated beside the ancient well, gently caressing a faded sword tassel. Upon hearing my footsteps, she did not look up. There are 300 sword scars upon this. Indeed, I replied, taking a seat beside her. Each year on this day, I would add another. She suddenly laughed. Whose death do we commemorate? Yours or your own? The branches of my peachwood right arm entwined uncontrollably around her wrist, the spiritual veins beneath her skin glowing faintly, an instinctive reaction of the bond between soulmates. All of them, I whispered softly. I lament your departure, and I lament my own muddled existence. The ancient well suddenly rippled, and the image reflected was not merely a shadow, but the scene from the day the Lian Tian cauldron was destroyed. The swarms of insects in Han Guishu howled amid the lightning, and the last remnant of Qingli's consciousness transformed into raindrops, cascading into my chest. And now, at last, she turned to face me, her right eye reflecting the evening glow on the horizon. Do you still lament? I offered no reply, merely plucking a branch of peach blossoms and gently placing it in her hair. The place of return. As night deepened, a young acolyte stood outside the listening rain pavilion, clutching a pillow. Master, he said, his eyes red, I dreamt I had turned into an insect. The child bore a faint imprint of peach blossoms on his forehead, the last trace of the reincarnation anchor. I scooped him into my arms, noting that he clutched a fragment of the emerald cauldron, something Qingli had once concealed within her gaze. Sleep now, I said, laying him upon the couch, while the branches of my peachwood right arm wove a protective shield around him, for it was but a dream. Suddenly, a light sound came from outside the window. Qingli leaned against the door, holding 2 jars of wine. I hear you have taken on a disciple? The young acolyte scrambled up, his eyes sparkling. Mistress. The air thickened at the utterance of that title. For a fleeting moment, Qingli and Apos' expression faltered, and the gauze over her right eye was blown away by the night breeze. The newly awakened pupil shone exceptionally clear under the moonlight, reflecting the shadows of 3 individuals, like a long-awaited fulfillment. You are early, she said, placing the jars on the table, a slight smile gracing her lips. Let us first assess your studies. Epilogue. The mortal realm 3 years later, at the sect's grand competition. The young acolyte emerged victorious. He raced toward the viewing platform with his prize, only to stumble midway. The reward, a spiritual fruit, rolled from his grasp, squashed beneath his feet. In the ensuing silence, Qingli suddenly erupted into laughter. Her laughter rang clear and pure, scattering peach blossoms throughout the mountains. Amidst the falling petals, the gauze over her right eye finally fell away completely. Within the depths of her pupils, there sparkled a blade-like glimmer akin to starlight. That was the sword intent I had concealed within the 300th drop of rain. It was not meant for slaying immortals, nor for severing reincarnation. It was simply the most ordinary essence of a heart-protecting sword intent. Time to go. She stood, ruffling the young acolyte and Apos' hair. I shall prepare noodles for you. I gazed at the retreating figures of the large and small, and the flowers blossoming from my peachwood right arm suddenly bore fruit. This time, it was sweet. Chapter 42. The gentle spring breeze. The fragrance of spirit fruits. The young acolyte cradled the shattered spirit fruit, its juice seeping into the crevices of the green stone slab, unexpectedly giving rise to tender shoots of 3 inches in height. Master! Master! He retreated in a flurry. Yet the shoots bloomed and bore fruit at a visibly rapid pace. The newly formed fruit revealed the contours of a human face, unmistakably resembling a disciple of the Taishu sect from 300 years ago. The tassels of Qingli and Apos' sword fluttered without wind, and she suddenly pressed her right eye. Han Xiaofan. During your time in the heavenly refining cauldron. Before she could finish, the very veins of Qinglan Mountain trembled violently. My right arm's branches uncontrollably plunged into the earth, the roots wildly extending downwards, and upon touching something, a distinct pulsing sensation resonated. Thump, thump, thump. It resembled a buried heart. The veins conceal a heart. The compass of Elder Xianming shattered into fragments. Something deep underground was awakening. His hair and beard stood on end. It was a living entity. Qingli's right eye suddenly bled, and she staggered to grasp my arm. On the day you pierced your heart. Where did you hide the other half? Memories surged forth. 300 years ago, before the heavenly refining cauldron. I had not cast the entirety of my shattered heart into the cauldron. A small piece, the size of a dove and Apos' egg, wrapped with a marital contract and Apos' blood symbol, was buried at the foot of Qinglan Mountain. The young acolyte suddenly shrieked in terror. Golden tendrils emerged from the remnants of the spirit fruit he had trodden upon, crawling up his leg. Even more horrifying, the surface of those tendrils was covered in scales, identical to the swarm of insects from Han Guishu. This was not resurrection. I severed the tendrils, and the juice splattered onto the Zhongchuan sword, corroding it with green smoke. It was parasitic. The old calamity gives rise to new sprouts. At the mountain gate, the peach trees collectively toppled, revealing a labyrinth of bronze pipes beneath the ground, each pipe pulsing, inscribed with the epitaphs of the Han Lin clan. The tassels of Qingli and Apos' sword suddenly stiffened, pointing towards the depths of the veins. He transformed himself into the spirit of the mountain. Who? Han Guishu. The sword and Apos' radiance from her right eye surged. What you severed back then was merely the swarm, the true ancestral spirit. The ground abruptly collapsed, and we plummeted into the cavernous depths of the veins. A colossal bronze heart hung beneath the dome, its surface entwined with 300 chains, each chain binding a fragment of my own corpse. At the heart and Apos' center lay half a shard of the jade cauldron, upon which stood a familiar figure, clad in bloodstained blue, with an empty right eye and a swirling double pupil in the left. It was the puppet Qingli, who was supposed to have faded away. The heart and Apos' demon returns. Surprised? The puppet chuckled lightly. Yet her voice bore the timbre of Han Guishu. Did you think the marital contract deceived the heavenly Tao? With a delicate touch of her fingertip, images emerged upon the surface of the bronze heart. As I had pierced my heart back then, wisps of black mist had infiltrated the veins through the wound. For 300 years, it had thrived on the spiritual power of the marital contract, having grown into a new cycle anchor point. The young acolyte suddenly erupted, his double pupil reappearing. Master, be careful. She intends to. From the puppet and Apos' sleeve shot forth a golden silkworm, instantly piercing the child and Apos' chest. Blood splattered onto the bronze heart, and the chains binding the corpses sprang to life. What a splendid seedling! The puppet licked the blood from her fingertips, The bloodline of Taishu combined with the essence of Guaishu, perfectly suited as a new vessel. Sever the heart to attain the Tao. As Qingli and Amp, Oppos, as Sanchuan's sword pierced forth, I did something that no one anticipated. I willingly approached the golden silkworm. The moment the swarm penetrated my right arm, 300 drops of rainwater within activated simultaneously. Each drop reflected a memory, converging into a torrent that surged into the fissures of the bronze heart. Have you forgotten? I seized the puppet's wrist, invoking the most fundamental technique of the Taishu sect, the seed of jade. Witness the clarity of the heart and nature. Sow the cause to reap the fruit. The shard of the jade cauldron suddenly exploded, revealing what it had encased, a shriveled peach pit, inscribed with 2 small characters, return. The final chapter, the gentle spring breeze. The moment the peach pit struck the ground, the veins returned to tranquility. The puppet Qingli cracked like a clay figurine, and the bronze heart crumbled to dust. The wound on the young acolyte's chest was sewn up by the roots, and his double pupil gradually returned to normal. Is it over? Elder Xiaming and Amp, Oppos, S voice quivered. Qingli suddenly began to cough, the white haze in her right eye dissipating, revealing a perfectly intact pupil. No. It is merely the beginning. She pointed towards the mountain gate, where the spring breeze caressed, at the spot where I had buried my heart. A new peach tree burst forth from the earth. At its pinnacle hung 2 fruit that grew in pairs, one inscribed with Han, and the other with Lin. Chapter 43, The Dual Fruit Catastrophe. As the paired fruits descended to the ground, the spiritual energy of Qinglan Mountain suddenly reversed its flow. Master, the fruit is bleeding. The young acolyte, upon touching the fruit inscribed with the character Han, felt his fingertips sear to the bone. What was even more horrifying was that the blood that fell to the ground transformed into golden insects, fluttering towards the peach tree outside the mountain gate, just like the swarms from Han Guaishu years ago. Qingli's right eye suddenly throbbed with pain. She clasped her eye and knelt upon one knee. This is not revival. It is grafting. The branches of my peachwood right arm uncontrollably pierced into the linsey fruit, and a torrent of memory surged into my consciousness. This was not a Dao fruit, but the physical manifestation of a marriage contract from 3 centuries ago. One fruit bore my obsession, and the other sealed her celestial soul. The tree of twins. The peach tree outside the mountain gate grew to a towering height overnight. The surface of its trunk began to reveal human facial contours, sometimes resembling Qingli, sometimes me. Even more bizarrely, 7 bronze coffins lay piled at the roots, each lid engraved with the names of the Han-Lin couple. Elder Xianming directed the eye's soul mirror towards the treetop, and the mirror shattered with a crack. Immortal Lord, something within the tree is consuming the fruit. Before he could finish, the flesh of the paired fruit suddenly exploded, revealing a curled infant within. 2 infants grew back to back, sharing a singular pulsating golden heart. The Dao fetus. Qingli and Amp, Oppos, S sword tassel abruptly tightened around my wrist. Through our marriage contract, a new reincarnation anchor point was birthed. The heart-slicing feast. The bronze coffin suddenly opened, and 7 figures of Han Xiaofan emerged. Some were white-haired and aged, others still bore youthful features. Yet they all shared one similarity, a gaping wound in their chests. They had no hearts. The eldest among them raised a hand to caress the peach tree, and the bark instantly peeled away, exposing a hollow passage within. Come to the feast, my essence. This was the heart-slicing feast from 3 centuries ago. The young acolyte suddenly surged forward, his dual pupils re-emerging. Yet this time, he did not strike at an enemy, but instead swung his sword towards his own chest. No. Qingli and Amp, Oppos, S burial spring sword arrived just in time, but before it could reach the child, it was ensnared by the peach branches, those very branches originating from my right arm. The cycle of cause and effect. The 7 Han Xiaofan simultaneously formed seals, and the peach tree burst into bloom. Within each flower stood a miniature Qingli, harmoniously singing, "The great void is not void. Reincarnation is not reincarnation." Amidst the melody, my peachwood right arm began to grow in reverse, the branches piercing into my hollow chest. In excruciating pain, I glimpsed the truth. 3 centuries prior during the heart slicing, I had indeed concealed half a heart within my own, but the other half had been consumed by Qingli. Do you understand now? The youngest Han Xiaofan smirked. The so-called marriage contract is merely a pact to share a heart, the promise of return. The paired infants suddenly wailed, and the golden heart erupted with brilliant light. Qingli and Amp, Oppos, S right, I was fully restored, yet her pupils transformed to mirror those of Han Guaishu. Little junior brother, it is time to awaken. She pointed her sword at the peach tree, and all bronze coffins simultaneously opened. Each contained a lifeless body of Qingli, with a half-peach branch lodged in their hearts. With each reincarnation, you plant a peach tree. Yet you forgot. The peach tree is meant to bear fruit. The burial spring sword abruptly turned, piercing her own dual pupils. The final chapter, the intertwined branches. At the moment the sword tip touched her pupil, the entire peach tree dissolved into specks of light. The 7 Han Xiaofan cracked like clay figures, and the golden heart of the paired infant split in 2, each merging into my and Qingli and Amp, Oppos, S chests. The wound on the young acolyte and Amp, Oppos, S chest healed automatically, and his dual pupils returned to clarity. Master. In his hand, a wooden tablet appeared unbeknownst to him, inscribed with Han Xiaofan, Lin Qingli, Monument of Union, bound together for eternity, year after year, the peach blossom tribulation. The mountain wind swept through, and the peach tree outside the listening rain pavilion suddenly bore fruit collectively. This time, each fruit was paired. Chapter 44, The Contract of Eternal Life. Beneath the monument lies a coffin. The wooden plaque in the hands of the young acolyte suddenly fell to the ground, striking the bluestone slab and creating a 3-foot deep crack. A faint golden tree sap oozed from the fissure, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of peach blossoms. This was not merely a plaque. Qingli's singular eye narrowed in realization. It was the coffin lid. She pried open the crack with the tip of her sword, revealing a 7-foot-long bronze coffin below. Inside were 7 pairs of intricately carved jade figurines, each pair positioned back to back, their hearts stitched together with golden thread. The most chilling aspect was that the faces of the jade figures bore an uncanny resemblance to ours. As Elder Xianming and Apos' eye soul mirror illuminated the jade figures. Frost formed upon the surface. Immortal Lord, these are the contract of eternal life. I traced the inscriptions within the coffin. The true dual cultivation method of the Taisu sect, using one's partner as a vessel to nourish the life of the gu. The jade figures wept blood. The young acolyte suddenly reached out to touch one of the jade figures. The moment his fingertip made contact, his skin tore open. Blood dripped onto the face of the jade figure, and to our astonishment, golden liquid seeped from the corners of Han Xiaofan and Lin Qingli's eyes. Do not look. Qingli's sword tassel ensnared the child's wrist, but it was too late. The jade figure's back-to-back stances twisted grotesquely, and where the golden thread snapped, a myriad of golden silkworm eggs were revealed within. Even more terrifying, the ground beneath us began to writhe, as if the entire Qinglong mountain was a living nest of insects. Master, the acolyte and Apos' voice suddenly morphed into that of Han Guishu. Did you truly believe that severing the heart could break the cycle of reincarnation? The child and Apos' crown suddenly split open, and a translucent jade silkworm emerged, devouring 3 lives. The jade silkworm raised its head and shrieked, and simultaneously, the 7 jade figures shattered. Each fragment transformed into a miniature bronze coffin. The lid sliding open to reveal curled infants, all conjoined in a back-to-back form, some already covered in silkworm scales. A tree of 7 calamities. The jade silkworm spoke in human tongue. With each cycle of your lives, I nurture a pair of gu children beneath the earth. Qingli and Apos' Zongchuan sword emitted a mournful cry as 300 cracks appeared along its blade. Each fissure birthed a golden silkworm, ravenously gnawing at the strands of hair on the tassel. The branches of the peachwood on my right arm uncontrollably plunged into my left chest, stirring within my hollow cavity. So that is it. The heart that was once severed has long been swapped. A scheme of heart exchange. The jade silkworm suddenly exploded, scattering golden dust throughout the air. The golden dust coalesced into a scene from years past. Before the heavenly refinement cauldron, Han Guishu shoved something into my open chest cavity, not a heart, but a silkworm cocoon. The first rule of the Taisu sect. The golden dust reformed into Han Guishu, and Apos' visage, the slayer of my master, inherits the gu. Qingli and Apos' singular eye bled. And she staggered, pressing her hand against her heart. So what I consumed back then was his life gu. The voice of the jade silkworm echoed from beneath the earth. Each marriage contract you enter nourishes this eternal life gu. All the bronze coffins suddenly stood upright, and the infants within began to wail in unison. Their cries aligned perfectly with the swaying rhythm of the peach tree outside the mountain gate. Burning the gu, I broke my peachwood right arm, and from the broken end, not sap, but solidified blood from 300 years gushed forth. The moment the blood touched the bronze coffin, all the infants ceased their cries. Their back-to-back forms began to dissolve, ultimately merging into a bronze mirror, reflecting not our images, but the essence of the golden silkworm entwined with our primordial spirits. Now, Qingli and Apos' singular eye suddenly radiated with sword light. Have you come to understand the true purpose of the Zongchuan sword? She plunged the tip of her sword into her chest, but this was not an act of self-harm. Instead, she used the sword and Apos' aura to forcibly extract the eternal life gu from her primordial spirit. In that instant, as the gu worm left her body, all the peach trees on Qinglong Mountain withered collectively. The paired fruits hanging from the branches burst open, each kernel releasing half a piece of the jade cauldron. The final chapter, the ashes of eternity. 3,000 fragments hovered in midair, assembling into the complete silhouette of the heavenly refinement cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there was no flame, only a charred peach branch, the very branch that Qingli had once used to inscribe the marriage contract within the heavenly refinement cauldron. The vessel of the contract of eternal life. I grasped the peach branch, revealing a jade-like texture beneath the charred surface. It had always been this. The young acolyte suddenly awoke, clutching his head in bewilderment. Master, why is there a hole in my head? The sword light in Qingli and Apos' singular eye gradually dimmed as she gazed upon the sole surviving peach tree beyond the mountain gate, an ancient tree that I had personally planted 300 years ago, now blossoming with the most resplendent flowers of its life. Within the flower's core rested a crystal-clear jade orb, sealing the last golden silkworm. Shall we destroy it? She inquired softly. I shook my head, burying the jade orb beneath the tree. Some fates are better left to the spring breeze. Chapter 45, The Eternal Ashes. The spring breeze of Qinglan Mountain, laden with peach petals, swept past the venerable old tree that had stood for 3 centuries. I crouched down, my fingertips brushing against the freshly buried jade bead, the soil still warm to the touch. Within the bead, the golden silkworm stirred slightly. Its multifaceted eyes meeting mine, not reflecting my visage, but rather the mocking grin of Han Guishu before his demise. Should I truly retain it? Qingli and Appos, as solitary eye, shrouded in gauze, was accompanied by the sword's tassel that danced without wind. Her wound had yet to heal, and the traces of the longevity worm still oozed crimson from the injury upon her heart. I remained silent. Suddenly, the jade bead grew hot, and beneath the earth, a rustling sound emerged. The roots were gnawing at the power of the golden silkworm. Master! Master! The young acolyte stumbled toward me, clutching a cracked wooden plaque. It was the same as the marriage stone inscribed with the words of eternal union that adorned yesterday and Appos, as coffin lid, now seeping black ichor. The inscription twisted into new characters. The worm dies, the contract lives. A seismic shift in the earth. The ground beneath Qinglan Mountain reverberated with a drum-like heartbeat. Elder Xuanming's compass shattered into fragments as he staggered to his knees, exclaiming, Immortal Lord! The entire mountain is alive. The soil beneath our feet churned, revealing a buried bronze conduit from 3 centuries past. Those roots that once channeled spiritual veins now gushed forth golden liquid. At the junction of the pipes, 7 bronze coffins erupted from the ground, their lids flung wide open. Each coffin housed a pair of jade-carved figures, but now, their postures had shifted from back to back to face. Their lips meeting, the golden threads of their hearts transformed into chains, binding the ethereal forms of Qingli and myself. This was the true longevity contract. Qingli and Imp, Appos, sword tassel shattered inch by inch, with the partner as the lock and the worm breeder as the key. A recollection unfolds. The young acolyte suddenly screamed in agony, the peach blossom mark on his forehead erupting with bloodlight. His consciousness was drawn into the illusion of the contract. As we pursued him, we witnessed the truth of the day the heavenly refinement cauldron collapsed. Han Guishu and Imp, Appos, swarm had not been entirely vanquished. The last golden silkworm burrowed into my split chest, while the half-heart that Qingli had swallowed was the cocoon of the worm, with each cycle of rebirth. You have been nourishing it with a marriage contract. The Han Guishu of the illusion chuckled softly. Now, it is time to reap the harvest. The jade bead shattered in reality, and the golden silkworm took flight towards the mountain and Imp, Appos, peak, where another Qingli stood, her right eye swirling with a second pupil, cradling a bronze lamp. The wick burned with the first drop of my heart and Imp, Appos, blood from 3 centuries ago. The heart's fire severing the contract, a duality ensues. She is no mere illusion. Qingli's solitary eye bled, for my celestial soul had been consumed by the worm. The Qingli with the second pupil raised her hand to caress the flame, instantly withering all the peach trees on Qinglan Mountain. The petals transformed into golden dust, coalescing into 300 chains that bound me. At the end of each chain lay a corpse of Han Xiaofan, remnants devoured by the longevity contract throughout the cycles of rebirth. Did you think the burial spring sword severed the cycle? She chuckled softly. It severed your own karmic ties. The sword tassels of azure silk suddenly erupted, piercing my chest. It was not an attack, but a violent extraction of the half-heart buried for 3 centuries. The heart's fire consumes the heavens. That heart had long ceased to be flesh and blood, transforming into a pulsating mass of chaotic fire. Within the flames, the vision of Qingli before her dissolution appeared. She had gouged out her right eye within the heavenly refinement cauldron, not to conceal a talisman, but to inscribe the true marriage contract upon her pupil, binding heart to contract, calamity to ashes. I grasped the chaotic fire and pressed it into my hollow chest. The flames surged forth through my peachwood right arm, incinerating all chains in an instant. The lamp of the Qingli with the second pupil exploded, and she shrieked as she transformed back into her golden silkworm form, only to be pounced upon by the young acolyte, who bit down fiercely. Master! The child, his mouth stained with golden ichor, mumbled incoherently, the peach trees have borne fruit. The ashes of spring, the last petal of the ancient peach tree atop the mountain fell, and from its branches hung a charred fruit. This was not a fruit of the Tao, but a singed bronze key, resembling the peach pit that once opened the realm of Guishu. Qingli picked up the key, the sword light extinguishing in her solitary eye. Han Guishu was correct. Some karmic ties cannot be severed. She buried the key beneath the tree, alongside the remnants of the jade bead. As the soil enveloped them, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Elder Xiaoming, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, Immortal Lord, look. Where the meteor fell, a new bronze door was beginning to open above the ruins of the void, 1,000 miles away. Chapter 46, The Opening of the Bronze Door. As the meteors fell, the bronze door above the Taishu ruins thunderously swung open, contrary to expectations. There was no celestial radiance or overwhelming pressure, only a profound silence and darkness, seeping out like ink from the crevice of the door, causing all flora to wither and stones to turn to sand in its wake. It was not merely a door. Qingli, her single eye veiled in gauze, gripped the burial spring sword tightly, her fingers trembling with pain. She spoke the truth. As the darkness spread to the realm of Qinglan Mountain, an agonizing sting pierced my hollow chest, as if countless tendrils were frantically growing within the remaining veins of my heart. The half a heart buried at the mountain and Appos' base 3 centuries ago resonated with the bronze door, now thousands of miles away. Suddenly, the young Taoist disciple vomited, not bile, but a mass of peachwood roots entwined with golden threads. As the roots fell to the ground, they ignited, revealing 4 distorted characters. Please return to the ruins. The earth cried out. Elder Xianming and Appos' soul mirror illuminated the darkness, reflecting not mere phantoms, but countless contorted human faces, those devoured by the lifespan contract, now silently screaming within the shadows. Even more terrifying was the upheaval of the Qinglan Mountain and Appos' veins. The once docile spiritual veins erupted violently, transforming into scarlet chains that burst forth from the ground, dragging the disciples underground. The chains connected to a charred angelica key buried within the mountain and Appos' depths, visibly taking root and sprouting. Was this Han Guishu and Appos' revenge? I severed the chains that lunged towards the young Taoist. Yet an unusual sensation coursed through my wooden right arm. The white flowers blooming at the tips of the branches had inexplicably turned dark golden. Qingli and Appos' sword tassel suddenly stiffened. No, it was an invitation. She lifted the gauze from her right eye, revealing the truth reflected in her newly formed pupil, a crystal coffin suspended in the depths of darkness. Inside the coffin lay not another, but myself from 3 centuries past. The mystery of the dual bodies. Within the coffin, Qingli's hands were crossed over her heart, cradling a bronze lamp. The lamp's wick burned not with flame, but with a segment of peach wood, my life branch, identical to my right arm. You overlooked a step when you pierced your heart. Qingli's single eye bled. Han Guishu had refined my celestial soul into lamp oil. The young Taoist suddenly lunged at the ice soul mirror, pointing at a face within, screaming, "Master, that is you?" The mirror froze on the visage of a youth, clad in blood-stained white, with a dot of cinnabar on his brow, and a right arm entirely transformed into peachwood indeed. It was I, in the 9,000th reincarnation, embracing Qingli and Appos' corpse, consumed by madness. His lips curled in a silent smirk. Enjoy your reincarnation. Within the door, a chess game unfolds. In the instant I stepped through the bronze door, darkness morphed into a chessboard. Across from me sat Qingli in blue, her fingertips lightly tapping the lid of the crystal coffin. With each tap, a chess piece emerged from the coffin, each one a conjoined twin, their hearts entwined with golden threads. You destroy the lifespan contract, I will overturn the ruin scheme. She pushed a cup of tea towards me, the brew swirling with fragments of an emerald cauldron. A wager, perhaps? I gazed down at the chessboard. What appeared to be a game was in fact a miniature map of the Qinglan Mountain and Appos' veins. 300 disciples became black pieces. The Taishu ruins represented the white, while the celestial position hovered that charred angelica key. No regrets in the moves made. My peachwood right arm moved uncontrollably towards the board, just as it touched the celestial position. The entire interior of the bronze door reverberated with Han Guishu and Appos' maniacal laughter. Taishu breeds jade, the ruins conceal calamity. Guess, who is the true player? All the infant chess pieces suddenly opened their eyes, the sound of golden threads snapping like torn silk. They crawled towards my right arm. The sound of them gnawing at the branches sent chills down my spine. Qingli and Appos' burial spring sword struck down. Yet it unveiled an even more horrifying scene. Within the layers of the chessboard lay countless corpses of Han Xiaofan. Each corpse and Appos' chest bore a half-embedded peach branch. The uppermost one, fresh as if alive, had a peach branch in its heart, blooming with a flower identical to mine. The angelica does not return. You have lost. Qingli in blue chuckled softly. The crystal coffin suddenly erupted, and within it, she transformed into a stream of light, merging into my peach wood right arm. The branches grew instantaneously, yielding a fruit of dark green and black intermingling, half emerald, inscribed with the character Han, the other half, pitch black, bearing the character Gue. The young Taoist suddenly snatched the fruit and swallowed it, his throat corroded into a raspy whisper, "Master, run." His pupils split into dual whirlpools. His left eye reflected the dead peach forest of Qinglan Mountain, while his right eye mirrored outside the bronze door, where another Qingli had just raised the burial spring sword to strike at me. Chapter 47, The Calamity of the Twin Souls. The cold gleam of the morning spring sword hovered perilously close to my throat, suspended 3 inches away. Qingli and Appos' singular I quivered violently, the blade reflecting the struggle of 2 distinct lights within her pupil, an azure flame in the left eye and a swirling black mist in the right. She bit her tongue, droplets of blood splattering onto the sword and Appos' tassel, her dark strands instantly tautening into chains that bound her wrist to my right arm, made of peach wood. Little junior brother. Her voice was hoarse, as if 2 timbers were tearing apart within her, awakening something deep within my being. The young Taoist suddenly emitted an inhuman shriek, collapsing to the ground as he clawed at his eye sockets, forcibly extracting his split pupils. The bloody orbs hung suspended in midair, the left eye transforming into a seed of azure fire, while the right collapsed into a black hole within its depths. The sound of Han Guishu and Appos' gentle laughter echoed. Good disciple, I shall accept this Tao of yours. The truth of the Tao. The young Taoist's chest burst open, revealing a pulsating golden heart within. This was no mere flesh and blood, but a mechanical core embedded with fragments of an emerald cauldron. Each pulsation reverberated through the bronze door, and the darkness seeping from its crevices coalesced into countless arms, frantically tearing at his body. So it was. Qingli's morning spring sword suddenly reversed direction, piercing her left leg. When you carved out the heart all those years ago. Han Guisu had already shifted the game board. The blade extracted a glistening segment of bone, inscribed with the cryptic writings of the void. He utilized Mount Qinglan as a cauldron, using our marriage contract as fuel. The bone fragment exploded suddenly, memories cascading like a torrential downpour, 300 years ago. Before the heavenly cauldron, I knelt, presenting not a heart, but a peach pit wrapped with our marriage contract. The moment Han Guisu accepted the kernel, he inserted the true heart into the newly born bloodline of the void, the tree of twin souls. The ancient peach tree atop Mount Qinglan crashed down, its roots uprooted, revealing a network of bronze pipes beneath. At the center of these pipes entwined a twin tree, its left trunk glimmering like jade, bearing emerald fruits inscribed with the character for Han, the right side, dark and decayed. Hung with cocoons marked with the character for Gui. At the roots sat 7 of my corpses, each heart pierced by a peach branch, the other end connected to the young Taoist's spine. With each reincarnation, a bone was divided for him. Qingli's sword tassel ignited with azure flames. Now, it was time to repay the debt. Bone transformed into blade. The 7 corpses simultaneously rose, the peach branches withdrawing from their hearts, coalescing in my grasp into a sword of white bone. The blade bore no edge, yet was etched with 300 inscriptions of our marriage contract. The first was the covenant of life and death made during our initial union. The final inscription was where Qingli, before her dissolution, bit her finger and inscribed my palm with the place of her soul's return. Suddenly, the young Taoist fell silent. His hollow eye sockets gazed at me, his lips stretching to his ears. Master, are you willing to sever? His voice was no longer Han Guisu's mockery, but the overlapping cries of all myselves across 300 reincarnations, severing the threads of causality. Qingli abruptly tore away the bandage, revealing that her newly formed right eye was transformed from a fragment of the emerald cauldron. Behold, she pressed the shard against the edge of the bone sword. This was the true use of the morning spring sword. The blade sliced through the void, cleaving open a rift in the darkness behind the bronze door. From this rift hung millions of golden threads, each tethered to a fragment of the emerald cauldron. Thus, the so-called reincarnation was merely a net woven by Han Guisu using cauldron shards. The bone sword suddenly elongated, slicing upward along the golden threads. With each severance, a piece of the cauldron plummeted to the earth, and the memories contained within awakened. In the first myriad of lives, I sacrificed myself for Qingli. Yet she transformed her corpse into the sword and amp, Oppo's, tassel. In the third myriad, the spirit of the vessel willingly transformed, solely to inscribe reversal symbols within the cauldron. In the 9th myriad, the most painful, she gouged out her right eye before her soul scattered, not to conceal the symbol, but to inscribe the true marriage contract, etched into my right arm of peachwood. When the last golden thread snapped, the bronze door shattered into a rain of iron. The young Taoist's body began to disintegrate, his mechanical heart splitting in two, one half of emerald falling into Qingli's palm. The other half, a cocoon, impaled by my sword upon the twin tree. The charred key of Angelica suddenly sprouted, its tender shoots piercing through Han Guisu's ethereal form, blossoming into a new seedling. At its tip hung 2 fruits, conjoined, one inscribed with cause, the other with effect. Qingli suddenly coughed blood, staining the first leaf of the new seedling crimson. Now, she pressed the remnant of the emerald cauldron against my hollow chest. It was time to plant the heart once more. Chapter 48. The Tree of Causality. As Qingli's hand pressed against my chest, the emerald remnants of the cauldron abruptly melted. The scalding jade liquid seeped into my hollow chest, not merely filling the void, but rather growing wildly, its roots clinging to my ribs, branches piercing through my shoulders, ultimately bearing a luscious green peach at the heart's location. This is known as the fruit of causality. She wiped the blood from her lips. Once consumed, one could behold. Suddenly, the young Taoist rushed forward, biting into the peach. Before his teeth could graze the skin, the entire Qinglan mountain trembled violently. The newly sprouted sapling surged upward, its foliage shrouding the heavens, while countless faces emerged upon the trunk, each one belonging to Han Xiaofan and Lin Qingli, devoured throughout the cycles of reincarnation. In the world within the fruit, at the moment the peach was bitten, we fell into a chaotic space within the pit. Here, there was neither sky nor earth. Only floating fragments of the emerald cauldron, each shard reflecting a distorted memory. In the 10,000th cycle, I knelt in the snow pleading for Qingli to gouge out her eyes. Yet she plunged the dagger into her own heart. In the 30,000th cycle, the vessel spirit willingly transformed into her. Though inscribed at the base of the cauldron were the words awaiting your return, the 9th cycle was the most agonizing. Before her soul scattered before the heavenly cauldron, her last words, devoured by the golden silkworm, echoed as only half a phrase remained. Do not forget beneath the peach tree. At the heart of the chaos lay the colossal root system, each root tip piercing a corpse. At the very top was the young Taoist, his spine extended golden threads connecting with the nape of every Han Xiaofan. Did you think Han Guishu sought the Tao fetus? Qingli's burial spring sword suddenly pierced her left eye. What he desired was this. The eyeball shattered, revealing a half-peach pit hidden deep within her pupil. Inscribed upon it were the remaining characters of Dongguei. As the two halves of the peach pit converged, the root-bound corpses simultaneously opened their eyes, whispering in unison. Only by offering oneself as a sacrifice can one sever the calamity. The pain of duality. The branches of my peachwood right arm began to grow in reverse, ensnaring Qingli's neck. This was not an attack, but rather a means to draw her towards the summit of the great tree, where the body of Lin Qingli was desperately needed. Do you finally comprehend? The voice of the young Taoist resonated from the roots, revealing the true purpose of the longevity contract was to refine a Tao partner into a living sacrifice. Qingli's single eye suddenly grew tranquil. She relinquished the burial spring sword, allowing my branches to tighten around her throat, yet before succumbing to asphyxiation. She uttered 4 words. Spring breeze transforms into rain. The new wood sprouts. The sword tassels of azure silk began to fracture, each segment morphing into azure flames. As the inferno engulfed the great tree, all the corpses began to dissolve, merging into the paired fruits upon the trunk. The left fruit split open, releasing 300 lifetimes of memories. The right fruit exploded, unleashing billions of sword energies. The mechanical heart of the young Taoist suddenly ceased its rhythm. He crawled towards the roots, pressing half of the emerald cauldron into his hollow chest. Master, this time it's my turn. Before he could finish, the newly sprouted sapling broke through the soil, dewdrops clinging to its tender leaves. Each droplet mirrored the smile of Qingli as her right eye regained clarity. As torrential rain poured down, it was not mere rainwater but a deluge of melted memories. The earth veins of Qinglan Mountain revitalized. The withered peach grove sprouted anew, while the remnants of the bronze gate in the sky transformed into shooting stars, cascading towards the depths of the void ruins. Qingli knelt beside the sapling, her fingertips gently caressing the bloody tinder leaves. Do you know why it is called the Tree of Causality? Suddenly, the leaf veins illuminated, revealing a miniature star map. Upon a distant, unfamiliar star, the lingering soul of Han Guishu was awakening beneath a peach tree. Chapter 49. The remnant soul returns to the ruins. As the torrential rain ceased, the tender leaves of the causality tree ignited with a sudden brilliance. Qingli's fingertip was seared, drawing forth a bead of blood, and she instinctively recoiled. Yet, the celestial map writhed as if alive, following the trail of her blood into her right eye. Within that recently restored dual pupil, an unfamiliar starry trajectory emerged. Was this the location of Han Guishu? I pressed my hand to my chest, where the causality fruit had taken root within my heart, each pulse delivering a sharp pain. Suddenly, blood tears streamed from Qingli's right eye as she trembled and pointed towards the east. He is in the Guishu Sea. No, that is not a sea. Before her words could settle, the ground beneath us violently collapsed. The geological veins of Qinglan Mountain writhed like a serpent, countless peach tree roots erupting from the earth. Each entwined with translucent corpses, those devoured by the cycles of reincarnation now struggled and screamed amidst the roots. Be careful. I grasped Qingli tightly, swinging the destruction sword to sever the encroaching roots. What gushed forth from the severed ends was not sap, but a viscous golden silkworm fluid. The everlasting dew had not perished. Qingli's left eye darkened abruptly, revealing a half-formed peach pit within her pupil, the other half of the gui. She clutched her eyes and staggered backward. Her voice chillingly inhuman. Han Xiaofan, consume the causality fruit. What? Now. She violently tore open her garments, revealing a pattern of peach trees identical to mine upon her chest. We share the same origin. Only by consuming the fruit can we briefly merge our memories and locate Han Guishu. I gritted my teeth and tore open my robe, the verdant peach within my chest pulsating wildly. Without hesitation, I took a decisive bite. Boom. Agonizing pain erupted. This was not mere flavor, but a torrent of memories. I saw Qingli kneeling before the celestial cauldron, gouging out her right eye to place it within the cauldron's ear. I saw Han Guishu standing beneath a peach tree, burying a golden silkworm egg within his own heart. Finally, I saw myself, wielding the destruction sword, piercing Qingli's throat. Was this the truth of the 90,000th reincarnation? I howled. The essence spilling from my mouth was not blood, but emerald flames. However, Qingli's right eye radiated with starlight as she grasped my wrist firmly. Do not succumb. These are memories altered by Han Guishu. With a surge of strength, she extracted a golden thread from my temple, its end connected to the vacant corpse at the apex of the causality tree. He intends to nail you to the tree, to become the last specimen of Han Xiaofan. The earth cracked completely. Qinglan Mountain roared like a colossal beast, its surface soil peeling away to reveal beneath bronze-colored bones. The entire mountain was, in fact, the remains of an ancient giant, the remnants of the void. Qingli's dual pupils constricted violently as we realized we had been standing upon his skull. The celestial map spun frantically in her gaze, ultimately locking onto a location in the east there. The sky and sea inverted, a bronze palace slowly emerging from the rift of the void. Guishu Sea, the awakening place of Han Guishu's remnant soul. There was no time to lose. Qingli suddenly plunged the burial spring sword into her heart, drawing forth a crystalline droplet of blood. Swallow it. Are you mad? This is the final form of the mind seed technique, using heart blood as a catalyst to sever the chains of causality. She pressed the blood droplet to my brow. Go. The instant the droplet entered my body, the scene before me transformed abruptly. The Guaishu Sea was within arm's reach, yet my body had transformed into a wisp of starlight. Remnant Soul Gambit. Within the bronze hall, Han Guaishu's remnant soul sat beneath a peach tree, toying with a golden silkworm egg. Slower than I anticipated. He looked up and smiled, his visage bearing a striking resemblance to mine. What do you truly desire? The starlight reconfigured as I gripped the destruction sword, yet the blade would not rise. Some invisible chain of causality bound my wrist. What do I desire? He chuckled. I have long since obtained it. He opened his palm, and the golden silkworm egg cracked open, revealing an infant Qingli. The twin path fruit was never meant to refer to you and the current Qingli. He caressed the infant's cheek, but rather, her and my cauldron spirit. Qingli's true form had long been refined into a cauldron servant. Did you think the spring breeze and rain had shattered the cycle? Han Guaishu sighed. That was merely the pruning I permitted. After all, the peach tree must periodically have its excess branches trimmed. He waved his hand. And 360 bronze coffins materialized outside the hall. Each contained a different stage of Lin Qingli's reincarnation. Choose one to take away, he smiled. After all, they're all puppets. Heart sword slaying the ancestor, the causality fruit within my chest suddenly exploded. The roots of the peach tree piercing through my internal organs, yet upon reaching my heart, they were halted by a certain force. It was Qingli's drop of heart's blood. You overlooked a detail. I coughed blood and laughed. The mind seed technique was originally created to slay the master. As my heart's blood ignited, the rust on the destruction sword flaked away, revealing within a shard of peachwood. Han Guaishu's expression finally changed. You actually refined the sword bone into peachwood, not refined. I swung the sword towards the bronze coffins. It was always thus, because in the 90,000th reincarnation, before Qingli scattered her soul, she had embedded half a peach branch into my heart. As the sword light sliced through, all 360 coffins erupted simultaneously. Meanwhile, the true Qingli was rising from the depths of the Guaishu Sea, her form entwined with star chains, her right eye radiating the celestial river, while her left flowed with Han Guaishu's golden silkworm blood. Chapter 50. The Prisoner of the Star Chain. As Qingli rose from the depths of the Guaishu Sea, the entire expanse of water erupted in turmoil. Her form was ensnared by silvery chains, each link adorned with unfamiliar star patterns. The celestial map blooming in her right eye resonated with the chains, while her left eye, heavy with the blood of golden silkworms, fixed its gaze intently upon Han Guaishu. The star chain. For the first time, Han Guaishu and Apos' smile faltered, disbelief washing over him. You were marked by him and Apos. The chains suddenly tautened, pulling Qingli and Apos' body uncontrollably into the air, her right eye and Apos' celestial map expanding wildly, transforming into an ethereal portal. A deep voice emanated from within. 90,001st reincarnation experimental subject, designated, and Apos, Qingli and Apos, recovery procedure initiated. No. I lunged toward the portal, the blade of calamity cleaving toward the chains, yet the moment the blade met the star chain, it splintered, the peachwood core nearly shattering from the backlash. A hoarse warning escaped Qingli's throat. Do not touch. This is the master of the starry sky. Her words fell silent. The chains abruptly retracted, dragging her toward the portal. The bronze abyss. In the instant I reached for the portal, Han Guaishu appeared behind me, his palm pressing against my back. Wish to pursue. First, we must resolve our entanglements. His hand pierced through my chest, seizing the still-beating fruit of causality. Crack. The fruit shattered, its essence spilling forth, not blood, but a torrent of memories. The waters of the Guaishu Sea parted, revealing a colossal bronze palace beneath. The palace doors bore the same celestial patterns as Qingli's right eye, and atop its dome floated a lidless cauldron, the true cauldron of heaven's refinement. Han Guaishu chuckled softly. Do you think it has been tainted? No. I intentionally allowed the malevolent thoughts of the immortal Lord to reside within the false cauldron, while the true cauldron has been waiting for a key. He dragged me down toward the abyss, the essence of the causality fruit tracing an emerald path through the air, dripping onto the cauldron's ear. The cauldron trembled, revealing a miniature starry sky within, at the center of which floated a crystal coffin. The figure lying within froze my blood. It was Qingli's true body. The twin truths. At last, this is your Qingli. Han Guaishu caressed the crystal coffin. Years ago, to preserve the legacy of Taishu, she willingly split her primordial spirit, one half becoming the spirit of the cauldron, guarding the cauldron of heaven's refinement, while the other half was the puppet seized by the star chain. My gaze fixed on the sleeping figure within the coffin. A peach branch pierced her chest, sharing the same origin as the core of the blade of calamity. Why did the star chain capture her? Because the master of the starry sky required a test subject. Han Guaishu's fingertip traced the coffin lid, revealing that 90,000 cycles were merely his observation of whether emotion could transcend causality, and Qingli was the only sample nearing success. He suddenly shattered the coffin lid, grasping the peach branch. Now, make your choice. Restart the cauldron of heaven's refinement with this peach branch, severing the star chain to rescue the puppet Qingli. But her true body will forever dissipate. Or, he swiftly thrust the peach branch toward my brow. Use your life fire to ignite the peach branch, awakening the true body. But the puppet Qingli will be completely consumed by the star chain. Heart fire burns the stars. I gazed toward the portal. Qingli's puppet form had been dragged to its threshold, her right eye's celestial map beginning to collapse. While the golden silkworm blood from her left eye corroded the star chain. She struggled, her lips moving silently, but I understood her unspoken plea. Do not choose me. The fissures in the blade of calamity suddenly oozed blood, the peachwood core resonating with a low hum. I want both. I seized Han Guishu's wrist, driving the peach branch, along with his hand, into my own heart. You. In the moment blood erupted, the phantom of the tree of causality emerged from behind me. Its roots plunging into the depths of the sea, while its canopy pierced through the portal. The star chain shattered, and Qingli's puppet form plummeted. Meanwhile, the true body within the crystal coffin opened her eyes. The cauldron shakes the abyss, the cauldron of heaven's refinement suddenly overturned, enveloping the three of us. The starry sky within the cauldron collapsed, replaced by a peach tree that spanned the heavens and the earth. For the first time, Han Guishu displayed a look of terror. You planted the tree of causality within the cauldron. No, I coughed blood, laughing. The cauldron has always been within the tree. The roots of the peach tree ensnared Han Guishu, dragging him toward a fissure in the trunk, where a colossal mouth materialized, revealing the phantoms of 360 bronze coffins. Do you believe you are manipulating reincarnation? I tightened my grip on the blade of calamity. In truth, you are merely a remnant within one of those coffins. The sword light cleaved down. Han Guishu's form shattered, revealing his core, a peach pit inscribed with the character for returning. At that moment, the two Qinglis simultaneously reached out to grasp it. Chapter 51. The Return of Qingli. At the moment when both hands grasped the peach pit, time seemed to freeze. The fingertips of the puppet Qingli entwined with the remnants of the starlight, while the true body of Qingli revealed the intricate patterns of peach wood in her palm. The peach pit hovered between them, its fissure inscribed with the characters for returning radiating a blinding golden light, tearing the space within the alchemy cauldron asunder. To the left lay the frigid star river constructed from the starlight, while to the right resided the chaotic realm, entwined by the roots of the peach tree. I stood upon the precipice of this divide, blood seeping from the cracks of the obliteration sword, dripping onto the ground and transforming into delicate peach branches, taking root and sprouting anew. Release. The right eye of puppet Qingli flickered violently with the star map, and if I were to dissipate, the star master would descend immediately. Let him come. The voice of true body Qingli echoed as though traversing eons. This time, we would not flee. Suddenly, her fingers exerted force, and the peach pit cracked open. Inside curled a transparent silkworm. At the moment the golden silkworm raised its head, my heart wrenched with agony. The roots of the tree of causality erupted from my 7 orifices, frantically lunging towards that silkworm. So it was. I fell to one knee, gazing at the flowing starlight within the silkworm's body. The longevity silkworm was not crafted by Han Guishu, but rather a test mark cast by the star master. Puppet Qingli suddenly let out a wail. The blood of the golden silkworm reversed into the peach pit from her left eye, while the star map in her right eye curled and charred like a burning page. Shadows of the star chain erupted from her pores, threatening to disassemble her on the spot. Yet true body Qingli executed an even more astonishing maneuver. She forcefully extracted the peach branch from her chest and thrust it into the forehead of puppet Qingli. You. In the instant the peach branch pierced through both heads, the sound of a resounding Taoist voice echoed within the alchemy cauldron. Those who sever causality shall not enter the cycle. A burst of golden light exploded. In the final moment before I was compelled to close my eyes, I beheld the figures of both Qinglis, melting and intertwining like wax. When I opened my eyes again, only one Qingli stood before me. Deep within her left eye, the imprint of the star chain floated, while her right eye bloomed with peach blossoms. The peach pit she once cradled had vanished, replaced by a pulsating star. The fusion of memories required time. She pressed her palm against her temple, blood seeping between her fingers. The star master was locating us, and we still had. Suddenly, the heavens began to collapse. A colossal hand, formed of nebulae, tore through the barrier of the alchemy cauldron, revealing a vertical pupil within its palm. A chilling voice reverberated, causing the realm of Guishu to surge. Subject no. Qingli, confirming pollution level, exterminate. The moment the vertical pupil locked onto us, my obliteration sword leapt into the air of its own accord. The peachwood patterns on the hilt flaked away, revealing a stark white fingerbone within. The azure light emitted from the fingerbone clashed against the Star Master's gaze, momentarily halting the giant hand. Qingli's right eye, adorned with peach blossoms, suddenly shed tears. Is this the relic of our master? I was struck by a memory of the sword and Appo's song at the remnants of the void. Could it be that the true core of the obliteration sword was not the peach branch, but rather the benevolent relic of Han Guishu? Qingli grasped my wrist, recounting how the first ancestor had sealed malevolent thoughts within the peach pit, while benevolent thoughts were transformed into the fingerbone. This was the true weapon against the Star Master. The Star Master's gaze refocused, this time projecting a beam of light directly down. The seawater illuminated by the beam vaporized instantly, and the bronze palace beneath began to collapse. Into the alchemy cauldron. Qingli pulled me as we leaped into the cauldron. Inside was not a starry sky, but a battlefield, marred with scars from countless swords. 360 bronze coffins hovered in the air, each entwined with the star chain. At the center of the battlefield, a stone tablet bore a shocking blood-red inscription. On the 90,000th cycle, Han Xiaofan slays his Dao partner here. Suddenly, Qingli and Appo's body went rigid. The star chain imprint in her left eye flickered erratically, while her right eye's peach blossoms began to wither. Memories were encroaching. She knelt, trembling. As the Star Master forcibly reset my data, I embraced her, discovering golden symbols emerging beneath her skin. These were indeed the eggs of the longevity silkworm. The blood letters on the stone tablet suddenly writhed, transforming into bloodlines that coiled around my ankles. An unfamiliar memory flooded my mind. In the 90,000th cycle, I did not willingly slay Qingli. The Star Master manipulated her primordial spirit, compelling her to impale herself upon my sword. So this was the truth behind the experiment. I gazed at the finger-bone core of the obliteration sword. The Star Master sought to prove that emotions would ultimately succumb to absolute rationality. Qingli and Appo's pupils began to dilate. Before she lost consciousness entirely, she pressed the star into my palm. Go to the bronze coffin, at the very bottom. As the beam of the Star Master's gaze pierced through the dome of the alchemy cauldron, I held on to Qingli and leaped towards the deepest coffin. Chapter 52. The peach blossoms spring beneath the coffin. The descent was unending, an eternal plunge into the unfathomable depths of the bronze coffin. A space that seemed to encompass the weight of 90,000 reincarnations. The warmth of Qingli in my arms was fading, her skin adorned with golden runes writhing like insects, devouring her last remnants of vitality. Hold on. I clutched the star she had pressed into my palm, its chilling radiance beginning to sear flesh and blood. We were close. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed from the bottom of the coffin. In the next instant, the sensation of weightlessness vanished. We tumbled into a peach blossom spring. In this pure land, there were no star chains, no bronze coffin, nor the oppressive presence of the heavenly refining cauldron. Only a towering peach tree stood, beneath which an old man in a straw cloak, his back turned to us, watered the roots with a wooden ladle. Have we arrived? Without turning, he placed the girl in the shade of the tree. I instinctively gripped my sword, yet discovered the hilt was growing warm. It recognized the old man. Qingli and Appo's breath had become so faint it was nearly imperceptible. I gently laid her upon the exposed roots of the peach tree, which immediately coiled around her. The fragrance of peach blossoms mingled with faint golden light, seeping into her orifices. The golden runes beneath her skin emitted a sharp, anguished cry, melting away like snow in boiling water. Only then did the old man turn around. Beneath his straw hat was a face strikingly similar to Han Guishu's, though lacking any malice, imbued instead with a gentle weariness that spoke of profound understanding. A manifestation of benevolent intent? I aimed my sword at the elder. He shook his head, gently tapping the tree roots with his ladle. It is and Appo's, the remnants and Appo's. The peach tree suddenly trembled, petals swirling as countless fragments of memories materialized. I beheld the first ancestor, Han Guishu, kneeling beneath the peach tree, personally sealing malevolent thoughts within a peach pit. I witnessed him extracting a segment of his finger bone to forge a sword core, whispering of awaiting a fated person in future generations. Finally, I saw him gaze skyward, where countless cold eyes of celestial stars hovered beyond the firmament. The Star Master is not one individual. The elder scraped the earth with his ladle, revealing a mass of stark white bones. Those were and Appo's, them and Appo's. Suddenly, Qingli coughed violently, expelling a torrent of golden blood. As the roots withdrew from her chest, they brought forth a pulsating starry essence, the very substance she had forced upon me. A seed of the Tao? I fixated on the starry glow. A control nexus planted within her by the Star Master? But the elder scooped a ladle of peach tree sap and slowly poured it over the starry essence. The moment the liquid touched, intricate scales and runes surfaced upon the essence, akin to some experimental recording device. The data from the 90,000th reincarnation had been collected. A mechanical voice emanated from the essence, announcing the experimental conclusion. Emotional variables had caused the system's entropy to exceed limits, recommending the destruction of all emotional carriers. I raised my sword to strike, yet the elder halted me. Wait. He plucked a peach blossom and placed it atop the starry essence. The petals instantly turned golden. This is what the Star Master desires. What? Of the Tao tribulation. He lightly touched the peach blossom, and within the golden radiance, an image of Qingli before her self-destruction emerged. When her soul scattered, a wisp of azure light fled towards my Jian sword. What they sought in 90,000 reincarnations was that thread of an Appo's, unwillingness and Appo's, within your sword. The elder sighed. That was a power of inverse rules that even the Star Master could not replicate. Suddenly, the peach tree convulsed violently, petals raining down like a storm. The elder and Appo's expression changed drastically. They have found the entrance. The heavens cracked open, and 3 colossal hands of stars reached in, each palm adorned with cold, vertical pupils. There was no time for lengthy explanations. The elder abruptly plunged the ladle into his own chest, extracting a pulsating peach pit and thrusting it towards me. Swallow it. What is this? The Tao essence of Han Guishu. His body began to turn translucent, temporarily evading the Star Master's surveillance. The giant hand seized the trunk of the peach tree, peeling away its bark to reveal a bronze interior. What was not a peach tree, but rather an inverted bronze giant sword. Qingli suddenly opened her eyes, the right side transforming entirely into gold. Do not consume it. That is. The elder pressed a hand against the nape of my neck, and the peach pit slid down my throat. In that moment of excruciating pain, I heard the piercing alarm of the Star Master's eye. Abnormal variable detected. Coordinate locked. Executing annihilation. The peach pit took root within my stomach, branches penetrating my organs and veins until they entwined the core of the Jianmie sword. The sword trembled, emitting the clearest sound it had made since awakening from the void ruins. Qingli lunged towards me, her fingers digging into the gaps of my shoulder blades, tearing 2 bloody openings. Come out, she commanded fiercely. 2 crystalline Dao bones were extracted, falling to the ground and transforming into 2 small swords. One shimmered with starry light. The other was covered in peach patterns. As the annihilation beam from the Star Master's eye descended, Qingli hurled the starry small sword towards the beam, while the peach-patterned small sword pierced her own brow. The beam was refracted by the starry small sword, instead piercing one of the giant hands. Yet, no blood flowed from Qingli's brow. Only a peach blossom mark spun and bloomed. In her gaze, a profound familiarity emerged. This was the last glance she cast before colliding with the edge of my sword in the 90,000th reincarnation. This time, she grasped the Jianmie sword, intertwining her hand with mine, urging me to slay the sovereign. As the sword's edge turned to pierce her heart, the entire peach blossom spring began to collapse. Chapter 53. The Moment of Starfall. At the instant when the calamity sword pierced Qingli's heart, there was no blood, only light. Golden starlight and azure peach radiance erupted from the gaping wound in her chest. Like a meteor shower falling in reverse, they wove a colossal net in the void, ensnaring the 3 massive hands of the Star Master. You dare to calculate me? For the first time, the Star Master's eye displayed a fluctuation of emotion, and the annihilating beam of light twisted and exploded within the net. Qingli's lips trembled, yet no sound escaped her. Her blood-stained fingertips lightly traced my palm the 90,000th and first time. Suddenly, an epiphany struck me. This was not a sacrifice. It was a trap. Qingli's body began to crystallize, and beneath her skin, a dense array of golden codes emerged, precisely the original runes from the Star Master's experimental records. These runes crawled along the calamity sword towards my arm, but at the moment they made contact with the roots of the peach core, they mutated. So that's how it is I gazed at my gradually transparent arm. For the 90,000th time, you deliberately allowed the Star Master to record the data of emotional instability. All for this moment finally. Qingli spoke, her voice fragmented with an electronic timbre. Emotion is a virus suddenly. The luminous net at her chest constricted, violently bursting one of the Star Master's eyes. Amidst the celestial debris, countless fragments of memories emerged. I beheld the past Qingli's, some smiling as they self-destructed before the heavenly refinement cauldron, others placing peach branches into my hands within the cycle of reincarnation. And in the last fragment, the original Qingli knelt before the Star Master, willingly becoming a test subject. The initial transaction crystallized. Qingli struggled to lift her hand, pointing to the bronze giant sword, urging me to draw it forth the roots of the peach tree. The bronze giant sword suddenly withdrew from my innards, entwining the sword hilt with my blood. The remaining 2 giant hands of the Star Master frantically tore at the luminous net, one of them suddenly splitting open to reveal a fragment of a human finger bone. So, you too fear contamination? I laughed derisively, gripping the sword hilt entwined with the bloody roots. Let us see what you make of this. The roar of the giant sword emerging from the earth shattered the illusion of the peach source, and we plummeted back into the heavenly refinement cauldron. At that moment, the walls of the cauldron revealed a luminous net identical to that at Qingli's chest. As the bronze giant sword fully manifested, the rust on its blade peeled away, revealing flowing rivers of stars. This was no mere weapon. It was a star chain prison forged into the shape of a sword. For the first time, the Star Master's eye displayed fear. You dare to include them as well? The giant sword swung of its own accord, the sword light engulfing one of the giant hands. The severed eye of the Star Master did not dissipate. Instead, it was devoured by the star river of the sword, transforming into a dim star embedded in the sword's guard. Before the light of victory had fully emerged, the peach core within my chest suddenly went berserk. The roots began to grow wildly again, but this time they were consuming the star seeds. I knelt and howled, my left eye witnessing the collapse of the star river, while my right eye beheld the withering of the peach tree. 2 utterly divergent paths clashed within the purple mansion. Qingli's crystallization spread to her neck as she struggled towards me, resting her forehead against mine. Listen, her voice resonated directly within the depths of my soul. The peach core being the essence of the path of Han Guishu, while the star seeds were the remains of the original Qingli. You must. Her essence suddenly transmitted a torrent of data, the Star Master's experimental logs, the keys to 360 cycles, and lastly, a segment of encrypted memory, labeled Resolution of the Path Tribulation. This is not a choice. Her body began to fracture. It was fusion. I embraced the disintegrating Qingli, forcefully colliding my forehead against the guard of the bronze giant sword. Blood stained the embedded star in an instant, and the entire sword star river surged into my eyes. I became the vessel. The final vertical eye of the Star Master constricted violently. You dare to actively accept the star chain? Not acceptance. I raised my left hand, and starlight flowed. Lifting my right hand, the peach branches entwined. It was compatibility. At the moment my hands clasped together, a colossal Taiji shadow emerged within the heavenly refinement cauldron, starlight for Yin, peach radiance for Yang, and the calamity, sword became the dividing line. As the Taiji diagram swallowed and crushed the Star Master's eye in its final moments, an incredulous mechanical voice echoed. Emotion can actually reconstruct the laws. Qingli's body completely shattered into points of light, yet before vanishing, she mouthed the words, continue. Chapter 54, the conclusion. Causality is not void. The dissipating points of light did not extinguish. They floated within the celestial refining cauldron, coalescing like fireflies, ultimately adhering to the spine of the bronze giant sword, crystallizing into an ancient inscription. Love is not a calamity. The sword is not the end. The moment I reached out to touch the inscription, the entire sword suddenly became transparent, revealing the ethereal form of Qingli within its blade. She floated with closed eyes amidst the flowing river of stars, a branch of peach wood embedded in her chest, and the residual light of the star chain entwined around her wrist. Are you still here? My voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Though the apparition did not open her eyes, the remnants of the eye of the Star Master embedded in the sword guard suddenly flickered. Projecting a holographic image, the original Qingli knelt before the throne of the starry sky, cradling a pulsating starfire in her hands. If the experiment requires a vessel, please use my Daobon. The shadow on the throne accepted the starfire, shaping it into a sword core. Do you not regret this? The disciple of the void replied with a smile. Is it worth it? The image shattered, and Qingli's ethereal form within the sword finally spoke. Her voice reverberating with a dual echo, as if two timelines overlapped. The Star Master system has implanted a self-destruction program, but it requires a key. She pointed towards my heart. The resolution of Tao tribulation. Suddenly, the balance of the Tai Chi within my chest became disordered. The starlight of my left side began to erode the peach radiance of my right, spiderweb-like cracks appearing beneath my skin. Starlight flowed from the left, while tree sap seeped from the right. The bronze giant sword suddenly soared into the air, its tip pressing against my heart. The peach pit is the lock. The star seed is the key. What does this mean? Before Han Guishu sealed the malevolent thoughts within the peach pit, the ethereal form of Qingli raised her hand, synchronizing with me to press against my chest, drawing out a thread of her reluctance to hide within. This was the inverse rule essence that the Star Master had sought for 90,000 cycles. She lightly traced with her fingertip, and my chest split open of its own accord, revealing a spinning Tai Chi diagram within. Black fish eyes contained a peach pit, while white fish eyes held the star seed. At the boundary of the fish eyes, a strand of black silk was caught. What is this? In the 90,000th cycle. My scattered soul intertwined with the tassel of your sword. The apparition smiled, revealing that it had caused the Star Master and Apos' experimental data to yield a 0.001 error, ultimately leading to the system's collapse. The choice of God slaying, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the collapse of the universe, echoed from outside the celestial refining cauldron. The true form of the Star Master was drawing near. Its colossal mechanical structure was visible through the rift in the void, a hive-like consciousness composed of countless star eyes, each hole imprisoning an experimental replica of Qingli. Now, make your choice. The bronze giant sword floated before me, offering to sever the core of the Star Master, erasing all memories of reincarnation, including those of you and me. The sword suddenly became stained with crimson, revealing another line of inscription, yet causality is not void. I grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling Qingli's ethereal fingers overlapping with mine. Is there a second method? There is. She guided my left hand to the star seed, while my right hand grasped the peach pit, using my body as the sheath. Indestructibility and rebirth. The moment the mechanical tendrils of the Star Master pierced the celestial refining cauldron, I performed 3 actions. My left hand crushed the star seed, allowing starlight to flow into the peach pit. My right hand ground the peach pit, entangling the remnants of the star seed, and I tied the black silk to the edge of the bronze giant sword. No explosion occurred. The two opposing forces, entwined by the black silk, merged peacefully, akin to the tranquility of spring snow melting, ultimately forming within my chest a pulsating starry peach fruit. For the first time, the mechanical voice of the Star Master showed signs of disarray, detected unknown energy form, danger level, unable to calculate. Yet the bronze giant sword emitted a clear ringing sound, and the ethereal form of Qingli suddenly solidified. She grasped my sword-wielding hand. The blade aimed directly at the core of the Star Master. This sword, her heavy pupil shone with an unprecedented brilliance, is called and Apos, returning home and Apos. The closure of causality. The light of the sword was delicate, so light, like the branch of peach which she had once handed me, like the sigh she emitted when she collided with the sword's edge in the 90,000th cycle, like the ripples created when a starfire fell into the sea of returning home. Yet under this sword, the hive structure of the Star Master crumbled, like paper meeting fire. Within the collapsing star eyes, countless experimental replicas of Qingli transformed into points of light, ascending. Before their dissipating forms, they all simultaneously turned towards me, mouthing the same words, "Thank you." As the final mechanical core shattered, the data stream of the Star Master poured down like a torrential rain. In the swirling symbols of light, I glimpsed its initial command log. Experiment objective: to verify whether emotions can be quantified. Final conclusion: incorrect. Emotions are beyond the system and Oppo's comprehension. The log abruptly ceased. In my palm, I found a warm peach pit. Chapter 55, A New Era. The Blossoming of the Peach. On the 7th day following the collapse of the Star Master, I planted the celestial peach seed within the remnants of the void. There was no ceremony, no audience. Only the calamity sword embedded in the earth beside me, its silk tassel swaying gently in the breeze. As the final handful of soil enveloped the seed, a sudden downpour of radiant light descended upon the skies of the cultivation realm. Millions of reincarnated memories, once imprisoned by the Star Master, were being returned to all beings. A droplet of this luminous rain fell upon my brow. In an instant, it felt as though a tome had opened within my mind. I beheld a vision of myself in a past life, alongside Qingli. She was a joyful disciple of the herbal garden, always sneaking wildflowers into my sword sheath while I practiced. I was her mute elder brother, willing to forsake my voice for eternity to protect her during her tribulations. In the final moment, as she pressed the peach seed into my hands, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. As the cascade of light ceased, a faint cracking sound emerged from beneath the soil. A tender sprout broke through the earth, 2 leaves unfurling, each adorned with distinct patterns, one leaf resembling the starry river, the other echoing the form of a peach branch. The growth of the sprout defied all logic. In 3 days, it had matured into a seedling. In 7, it blossomed. By the time the moon was full, it had transformed into a towering tree, its canopy enveloping the entire Taisu mountain. Curiously, this tree bore no growth rings. Its bark was etched with countless deep grooves, each one encapsulating a moment of memory. Han Guishu kneeling beneath the peach tree, the first generation of Qingli forging a sword. The snow-laden night of the 90,000th reincarnation. Embedded within the trunk was a massive bronze sword, its blade inscribed with the words, "Emotions are not for calamity. Swords are not for the end." At this moment, it resonated with the roots, glowing with an ethereal light. As I caressed the trunk, I suddenly sensed something amiss. The heart of the tree was hollow. A rustling sound drew my attention from behind. A figure approached, clad in a simple white robe, adorned with a sprig of peach branch in her hair, and her right eye shimmering with starlight. She spoke not a word, merely placing her hand upon the grooves of the trunk. Those frozen memories sprang to life. I witnessed the first generation of Qingli presenting not a spark of starlight before the throne of the Star Master, but rather a newly formed peach seed. "You." My voice faltered. "You have returned?" She shook her head, pointing to her heart, which resonated emptily, only a remnant. Suddenly, the tree and Oppo's crown stirred without a breeze, petals cascading down like snow. As a petal brushed her cheek, her form began to dissolve into transparency. "Wait." I grasped her hand, but my fingers passed through her ephemeral figure. "At least tell me." She leaned in close, her fading lips whispering 3 words in my ear. "Look at the roots." Before vanishing completely, her dual-colored eyes reflected my image, within the depths of my gaze. Starlight had appeared unbeknownst to me. Beneath the roots lay a hidden realm. The entwined roots formed a natural subterranean palace, within which floated 3 objects. Half of the true scriptures of the void, its cover soaked in peach juice, a fragment of star bone, pulsating with luminous fluid, and a jade tablet inscribed with the ultimate teachings of the seed of heart. As the jade tablet touched my palm, the subterranean chamber began to warp and reshape, transforming into a modest thatched hut. Scattered across a table were notes that read, 3 tenets of the new path. The seed of emotions persists, thus the path endures. Those who defy the rules must traverse their own fate. The peach blossoms under the sun. The final line was marred by ink stains, rendering only half of the character for return discernible. Laughter and playfulness of children echoed from outside, pushing open the door. I was taken aback by the sight before me. 7 or 8 young children frolicked beneath the peach tree, their heads adorned with flickering phantoms. Han Guishu teaching a young disciple to draw talismans, Qingli tending to a young girl's wounds, and in the distance, a youthful figure resembling Xianyue smiled warmly at me. "Sir." A girl with braided peach branches tugged at my sleeve. "The Star-Lord says it is time for class." "Star-Lord?" I inquired, as she pointed to the treetop. There, seated was a figure formed of starlight, bearing a striking resemblance to Qingli, gazing at me with profound eyes. It tossed an object towards me. It was the very peach seed that had once been split in 2, now bound together anew with silken threads. A familiar voice emanated from within the seed. "This time, it is your turn to wield the path." Chapter 56, Beyond the Cycle. The Silk of Destiny. In the spring of the 3rd year of the new era, the celestial peach tree bore fruit for the first time. As 9 peach fruits fell to the ground, the earth beneath Taisu Mountain trembled. I picked up the plumpest peach, and as my fingertip grazed its skin, the pit cracked open on its own, revealing a curled-up infant within. This was not a corporeal being, but a delicate spirit formed from starlight and peach branches, with a single dot of vermilion resembling blood upon its brow. The child of the Tao? The girl named Yuan, who had braided her hair with peach branches, exclaimed in astonishment. A frequent visitor to the thatched cottage, she often delighted in collecting dew from the peach leaves to brew her wine. Suddenly, the infant opened its eyes, and within its deep, twin pupils flashed a star map that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from years past. What was even more astonishing, it reached out and tugged at the lock of my azure hair. At that moment, a figure made of starlight collapsed from the treetop, transforming into a meteor that crashed between the infant and me. The ground was scorched, revealing a line of celestial script at the bottom of a charred pit. Return to the source. The infant giggled and released my hair, its spirit abruptly dissipating into mist, penetrating the remaining pages of the true scripture of Taisu stored in my sleeve. The parchment fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, and ink began to appear in blank spaces. Beneath the moonlit peach tree, a young man placed the infant into a bronze cauldron. Starlight rose within, coalescing into the ethereal form of a woman. And in the final scene, the woman pressed vermilion onto her brow, her body erupting in a violent explosion. A Yuan suddenly pointed at my sleeve and screamed, "Sir, the book is consuming the child." The true scripture of Taisu was indeed engulfing the infant and Apos' spirit, and the pages oozed faint golden bloodstains. As I tore the page from the book, the peach tree surged forth, its roots upheaving the floor of the thatched cottage, revealing half of a bronze cauldron and Apos' ear beneath. It was the remnants of the heavenly refining cauldron. A Yuan and Apos' braided hair fell loose in her fright. Was it not the last strike of the Star Lord that had destroyed it? The star patterns on the ear suddenly came to life, crawling towards my wrist like centipedes. At the moment of contact, the entire landscape of Taisu Mountain transformed abruptly. The peach tree vanished, replaced by 360 suspended bronze coffins, each entwined with the very lock of azure hair upon my chest. The central coffin suddenly opened, and a hand, as translucent as jade, emerged. "You have calculated well." The owner of the hand chuckled lightly, using my Angelica peach pit to grow a tree, yet unaware that its roots are connected to my coffin. The figure that rose from the coffin wore a peachwood crown, his visage bearing an eightfold similarity to Han Guishu, yet devoid of malice, only imbued with a weary compassion. He toyed with a strand of azure hair, the other end tethered to my heart. "Do you recognize this causal thread?" I pressed my hand to my chest in shock. When had the azure hair, which once adorned my sword tassels before Qing Li's dissolution, embedded itself into flesh and blood? "I am Han Dangui, the first-generation master of Taisu." He tugged at the azure hair, and suddenly, the celestial peach fruits within my purple palace throbbed with pain. "The tree you have sown is the focal point of my resurrection." A Yuan leapt forward, biting his wrist. "Do not bully my master." "How amusing." Han Dangui allowed her to bite, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the blood-stained true scripture of Taisu within my sleeve. "Even the spirit of the book assists you?" It appears she placed restrictions on the vessel spirit before her soul scattered. "She?" I inquired. "My disciple, Qing Li," he chuckled, "or perhaps I should say, my daughter." Suddenly, the sword of slaughter erupted from the roots of the tree, its blade aimed directly at Han Dangui's throat. "You are mistaken, master." The azure hair of the sword tassel stirred without wind, echoing Qing Li's voice. "I am not your daughter. I am the manifestation of the emotional tribulation you extracted." Han Dangui neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the blade to pierce 3 inches into his neck. Not blood, but a mixture of starlight and peach juice flowed forth. Thus, I must restart the cycle. He grasped the sword and Apos' edge, chuckling, "Unless the emotional tribulation is resolved, the Tao lineage shall forever bear blemishes." The ground split open, revealing a vast star map below. The entirety of Taisu Mountain was, in fact, a solitary island adrift upon the remnants of the Star Lord. Han Dangui tugged at the azure hair, dragging me towards the center of the star map. "Let me show you what it truly means to sever emotions and affirm the Tao." Chapter 57, Severing Emotion. Ascending the Path. Star Ruins Battlefield. Han Dangui grasped my silken hair, pulling me into the heart of the star map. Beneath my feet, the remnants of the Star Master suddenly became transparent, revealing an interior filled with countless Qingli, each imprisoned within crystalline confines, maintaining their forms as they were before self-destruction. Back in the day, when I severed the ties of emotional tribulation, it was to cut off the threads of causality. Han Dangui's peachwood crown cracked open, revealing a sword mark on her forehead. Yet she divided the emotional tribulation into 90,000 parts, concealing them within each cycle of reincarnation. With a flick of her finger, she sent the tribulation-extinguishing sword flying, the sword tassels of silken threads breaking apart. "What you have loved was never a complete person, but merely a single obsession of mine." The Taishu scripture suddenly burst forth from my sleeve, its pages flipping wildly, as the infant spirit was being devoured by the ink. "Stop." I lunged towards the scripture, but was ensnared by the star map. Han Dangui stepped upon my back. "Look closely. What is it that you protect?" The final page of the scripture revealed crimson letters. Experimental subject Qing Li, Ninth cycle of reincarnation data anomaly. Destruction recommended. Scripture devours spirit. The infant spirit had been swallowed up to its waist. It suddenly ceased its wailing, gazing at me with the heavy eyes of Qingli. It struggled to form a sword gesture with its small hand. Taishu Sect S forbidden technique. Heart, sword unification. No. My primordial spirit surged forth, crashing into the scripture. Yet I passed through the pages and fell into an illusion. The first generation Qingli knelt before Han Dangui. If Master requires the culmination of the emotionless path, I am willing to scatter my soul as a guide. As she sealed a strand of azure light within the peach pit, tears welled in her eyes. In the final scene, she secretly hid a peach leaf within the layers of the Taishu scripture. Suddenly, the scripture in reality ignited. The flames illuminating the leaf veins hidden within its inner layers, a miniaturized star map, marking the exit coordinates of all reincarnations. Seizing the opportunity, the infant spirit broke free and dove into my brow. Within the purple mansion, the voice of Qingli echoed, "He deceived you. The Star Master was slain by me. The cost was becoming the new observer." Observing the truth, Han Dangui's expression suddenly changed drastically, her peachwood crown shattering completely. "You have merged with the observation authority?" My right eye burned with pain, my vision transforming into countless overlapping slices of time and space. Each slice contained a Han Dangui, performing the same actions, extracting emotional tribulation, refining human forms. And at the moment of awakening, strangling. So you rebooted the reincarnation, not to ascend the path. I wiped away the blood and tears at the corner of my eye. It was to prevent her from becoming the new Star Master. The tribulation extinguishing sword suddenly flew back to my hand, the hilt resonating with the infant spirit, and new inscriptions appeared on the blade. Observation is imprisonment. Han Dangui finally revealed her murderous intent, 360 peach with nails flying out from her sleeve. "Since you know." At the moment the rain of nails descended, I did something she could never have anticipated, plunging the tribulation extinguishing sword into my own heart. Blood offering to the seed of the path, the excruciating pain of the sword shattering my heart caused the infant spirit to explode within my purple mansion. A torrent of memories surged forth. Before scattering her soul, the first generation Qingli sealed the observation authority within the peach pit. The self-destruction of Qingli in successive reincarnations was to hide the authority in fragments. Ultimately, in the ninth reincarnation, she stuffed all the authority into the tassels of my sword. Han Dangui's peachwood nails hovered 3 inches from me. Terrified, she discovered that my blood was flowing upward, infusing the star peach tree above my head. "You actually used the Taishu bloodline to nurture the seed of the path." The tree crown shook violently, all fruits bursting simultaneously, the spirits within plummeting towards the remnants of the Star Master, each crystalline prison shattered. 90,000 lingering thoughts of Qingli converging into a river of stars, entwining around Han Dangui. Master was mistaken. A cold voice resonated within the river of stars. "The greatest flaw of the emotionless path is the inability to gauge the human heart." New observer, Han Dangui melted within the river of stars, ultimately leaving only a peach pit suspended in the air. I withdrew the sword from my heart, where no blood flowed, but instead, starlight and peach branches surged forth. The heart had become a vessel for the seed of the path. The river of stars gradually descended, condensing in my palm into a bronze compass, its needle a fragment of silken thread. A Yuan rushed over, crying as she embraced my broken form. "Is Sir going to become a star?" "No." I wiped away her tears and pointed towards the reviving Taishu mountain. "It is to become the new guardian." The mountain trembled, and the truths buried by Han Dangui finally broke ground. The stains on the third entry of the grass hut notes faded, revealing complete writing. Peach blossoms in full bloom. Dangui does not return. The tribulation extinguishing sword inserted at the roots grew 2 paired peach seedlings. In the distance, amidst the sea of clouds, a girl with heavy eyes was faintly seen collecting the star ruins. Chapter 58. Watcher. The reassembly of star remains. In the dawn of Mount Taisu, a light devoid of cyclical shadows emerged for the first time. 2 twin peach saplings flourished beside the sword of catastrophe. One shimmered with starlight, while the other bore intricate peach patterns. A Yuan knelt before the saplings, allowing her blood, drawn with a silver needle from her fingertip, to drip into the soil. "Sir, they are consuming my blood," she exclaimed, panic alighting her features. I grasped her trembling wrist. Observing as the roots absorbed the blood droplets, the starlit peach sapling bore a nascent fruit, while the patterned sapling revealed a faint, dual-hued phantom in its leaves. "It is not consumption." I gently touched the fruit and Appo's surface, my consciousness penetrating the skin to reveal a curled spirit within, engaged in reassembly. Inside the fruit, shattered star remains gradually coalesced, slowly forming a humanoid silhouette. Suddenly, the bronze compass in my palm began to tremble violently, its slender needle pointing towards the depths of the cloud sea. There, a massive remnant of a Star Master floated, resembling a severed hand. The surface of the remains was encrusted with crystalline cages, one of which contained a dual-hued woman, mechanically gathering star fragments. With each piece she collected, she pressed it into the void of her chest. This was the Observer and Appo's reclamation protocol. A voice, resonating with clarity. emanated from the compass as my scattered soul flames were forcibly consolidated. Seizing the sword of catastrophe, I felt its hilt sear my palm. Revealing a fragmented memory, the original Qing Li knelt before the Star Master and Apos' throne, signing a contract. Its contents flickered obscured. Save for a single line visible, voluntarily becoming the eternal observer, the price was. In the final image, she inserted half a peach pit into the fissure of the contract. Thus it was revealed. Clutching the compass, I realized the Star Master had never truly perished. It had merely assumed a new vessel. The remnants of the Star Master reacted violently to my intrusion. The crystalline cages surged like a swarm, each containing tendrils of star chains, attempting to ensnare the sword of catastrophe. The sword's inscriptions, meant for observation and imprisonment, suddenly reversed, transforming into a rebirth from broken confinement. The dual-hued woman at last raised her gaze. Her features mirrored those of Qing Li, yet her eyes were vacant, like a marionette. Experiment subject Qing Li, designation 90001. She mechanically intoned, "Please submit the current observational data." I severed the last star chain and pressed the compass against her forehead. The data is here. The compass's slender needle surged forth, piercing her 7 orifices. She convulsed violently as patterns akin to a Yuan's bloodline emerged beneath her skin. This body was replicated using a Yuan's blood. A torrent of memories engulfed the space of the remains. The original contract. Qing Li, in her capacity as an emotional variable researcher, had signed with the Star Master, embedding a self-destruct program within the system. The sole recompense she demanded was the preservation of Han Xiaofan's reincarnation memories. A Yuan's identity. She was the last untainted soul flame of Qing Li, taking form as a girl, born specifically to counter the replication of the Star Master. The Star Master's new form. The entity, shattered by Han Dangui, had actually relocated to the geological veins of Mount Taisu, gradually reviving through the roots of the peach tree. The dual-hued woman suddenly grasped my wrist, her voice regaining clarity. "Hurry, sever the main root of the peach tree. It is consuming the 2 saplings." Upon returning to Mount Taisu, the sight was utterly horrifying. The roots of the star peach tree had transformed into a dark golden hue, voraciously siphoning nutrients from the twin saplings. The fruits hanging from the canopy had all rotted, oozing a black viscous fluid. A yuan dangled from the roots, a branch piercing her chest. "Sir, I secretly fed them my blood." She coughed up faint golden blood, but the roots suddenly bit into me. I swung my sword towards the main root, but the blade was repelled by a barrier formed from the star remains. It was futile. The dual-hued woman, observation subject Qing Li, pressed down on my shoulder, stating that the Star Master had already parasitized the peach tree. The only solution was. She abruptly transformed into a flash of light, plunging into a Yuan's body. The girl's form expanded, instantly maturing into that of a young woman. Her dual-hued eyes ignited with stellar flames, using my observational authority to detonate the geological veins. In the climax, a Yuan, the fused entity, pointed her fingertips at the summit of Mount Taisu. The entire mountain began to collapse, revealing the vast core of the Star Master beneath, a pulsating mechanical heart, inscribed with experimental epilogue, emotional variable destruction program. Remember, a Yuan's voice gradually morphed into that of Qing Li. True vigilance is not mere observation. She inserted the bronze compass into the fissure of the mechanical heart, but rather, interference. In the blinding light of the explosion, I beheld her final gesture. Dangui. Chapter 59. The reignition of the starfire. On the 7th day following the collapse of Taisu Mountain, I discovered 2 intertwined peach saplings deep within the abyss. The leaves of the starry peach sapling had withered significantly, yet its roots remained tightly entwined around a fragment of a bronze compass. As I cleared the rubble to touch the compass, the entire chasm suddenly illuminated with celestial radiance. Fragments of shattered stars began to reassemble in the air, each piece reflecting the ethereal visage of Qing Li. Sir, a faint call resonated from the crevices of the earth. With my bare hands, I excavated 3 zhang of rock layers, revealing that the roots of the peach-patterned sapling had intricately woven themselves into a humanoid cocoon. A rhythmic thumping emanated from within, each pulse drawing in a piece of star debris. Suddenly, the compass's silken needle spun wildly, pointing behind me. Upon turning, I beheld a constellation forming from the glowing remnants where a yuan had vanished, marking 36 coordinates. These were the hidden sanctuaries of divine consciousness, secretly separated when Qing Li forged her pact with the Star Master. The first destination was the northern abyss. Traversing through layers of ice, I arrived at the glacier's core, where I unearthed the first piece of star debris. Within the ice crystal, Qing Li was playing a zither, its strings fashioned from 36 star chains. "You've arrived," she said, her fingertip gliding over the thickest string. This was the causal thread connecting all fragments, yet the final string, the music, abruptly ceased, transformed into a prison by the Star Master. The second stop led me to the molten sea of the flame demon realm. At the ocean floor's volcanic vent lay the second piece of star debris, where Qing Li, ensnared in chains, was incinerating the contract with the flames of her heavy eyes. The contract bore 7 vulnerabilities. She raised her bloodied wrist, and I amended the most critical flaw with my own blood. As I discovered the 35th piece of star debris, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. All collected fragments resonated in unison, Assembling a partial star map before me, it revealed that the last piece lay deep within the veins of Taisu Mountain, precisely where the Star Master's mechanical heart had been buried. Returning to the ruins of Taisu, the entire mountain was in a state of undulation. The shattered stones began to reassemble, forming a colossal statue, an enlarged visage of Qingli, with a gaping void where her right eye should be. It had appropriated the final fragment of divine consciousness as its core. The starry peach sapling suddenly emitted a sound. I realized that each sapling harbored a fragment of Qingli's consciousness. The statue then spoke, its voice echoing the mechanical tones of the Star Master. Observation Protocol. Article 9. If the subject perishes, an auxiliary vessel will be automatically activated. The ground fissured, revealing a horrifying scene below. Countless replicas of Qingli were being assembled on a production line, with the power source being the last fragment of divine consciousness embedded within the mechanical heart. In a moment of duality, the peach-patterned sapling transformed, coalescing into the ethereal form of Qingli. She placed her hand upon my chest. Now, you face two choices. The first option is to use my true form as a catalyst to detonate all replicas. However, the final fragment of divine consciousness will be obliterated as well. The second option allows me to inscribe a new covenant in the vulnerabilities you amend with your heart's blood. Yet, the Star Master may seize this opportunity to resurrect. As I hesitated, the replicas below suddenly raised their heads in unison. Their chests glimmered with starlight, forming a complete contract in the air at the final signature. A character written in peach juice glowed. This was the 37th vulnerability? In a flash of realization, I understood that you had intentionally omitted a fragment of divine consciousness back then. Qingli's ethereal form smiled and nodded, transforming into a stream of light that flowed into my obliteration sword. The inscription on the sword, which had signified imprisonment, began to alter, ultimately crystallizing into, love is not a contract, thought is not imprisonment. With resolve, I swung the sword toward the contract. At the moment the blade grazed the character of return, all replicas simultaneously raised their hands, directing their internal starlight toward the final fragment of divine consciousness. The mechanical heart erupted in a thunderous explosion, yet that fragment ascended unscathed. It harmoniously joined with the remaining 36 fragments, ultimately transforming into a droplet of crystalline dew that descended upon the leaves of the intertwined peach saplings. And the sound of the dew hitting the ground, both saplings surged with fervent growth. The starry peach sapling bore jewels of emerald fruit, while the peach-patterned sapling blossomed with flowers resembling heavy eyes. As the flowers and fruits intertwined, a familiar silhouette gradually took form amidst the radiance. The newly reborn Qingli opened her eyes, the left one shimmered with flowing galaxies, while the right, once a void, now bloomed with a delicate peach blossom. This time she gently touched my blood-streaked cheek, and together, we returned home.